that I will record this from now on, so that I'm able to upload at some point. Yeah. So, hey, actually, I should enable a camera. Alright, let's do this actually. Video capture. That's source. Device. Webcam. Oh. Oh my god. I look like a prisoner. Close. Oh shit. Look at this. Hey everybody. Are you glad to see my face again? Oh my god. This shit is rather disgusting. Nice background pic. And yeah, it does sound a bit funky. Get ready for United States joined World War II before Pearl Harbor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Is this live? Yeah, this is live. Hello. And welcome to the chat, guys. Sorry you this is like terrible video quality. I should actually do something about it. Let's see if I can put my phone as a light source on my fucking face. Eh? Is that any better? I don't think it is, actually. Video's fine, audio's bad. Oh. Why is audio bad? I mean, I don't have the best setup. Is it too loud? Well, Erdogan didn't pay me enough. That's true. Let's check the chat. Give him a call. Sounds like it's picking on laptop mic. It's not the headset. Oh, is it the webcam shouldn't be capturing audio.
Yo. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Trying to fix my audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Is it like my regular?
Yo, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you, so let me fix that real quick.
Okay, wait. There we
Yeah,
go. There we go.
There we go. Hello, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your voice is fine now. You good?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the stupid ass webcam I have took over the audio.
Oh,
Now,
right.
now make it a bit louder. Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. Oh, fucking hell.
Alright, I can hear you guys now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. How's the audio quality?
It's
Yeah, it's
pretty
good.
good. Pretty good. Give me a moment. I'm playing around with a bunch of settings, trying to make myself a bit louder.
Alright.
Yeah, it was the reason, guys. The reason why the quality was bad had to do. I'm taking to the chat. The reason why the sound quality was bad had to do with the fact that my webcam kind of took over. I got a webcam and
recording from your computer mic.
yeah, I need to get some lights, because it's excessively dark right now in my room. The lighting just isn't very good here. So, are you guys ready for some pain?
I don't know, man. I haven't taken my fucking bipolar meds yet today. I'm gonna have to fucking
Oh my god, you're gonna fucking suffer, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Depressive episodes.
Dude, I don't know. I'm just preparing for the worst. I watched like a fair bit of his debate versus Destiny. That was like I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, and
Tracy
I don't know,
versus
man.
Destiny?
Yeah, that
Oh,
was.
that must have been even worse.
Yeah, that was not. That was not very good.
I
Cause
mean,
like he came in, was like trying to kind of like be nice to him and all of that, and still he couldn't squeeze anything remotely like interesting or intelligent out of him. So
yeah, no, he's entirely motivated about like being, like he will never admit to like any logical error because he's not sincere in his beliefs, which means the only thing you can really do in such debates is just like expose as plainly as possible the contradictions in the shit he says. That's the
yeah,
best you can hope for. And like
Obviously,
make him answer like really fucking hard questions. But the thing is, the moment you ask him a hard question, he just bloviates, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like he literally just refused to answer yes or no questions in Vaush's debate. Like he just said he won't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Yeah. He's categorically against yes and no question.
that's weird. Cause like
Very
so
brain dead.
one thing that I've like I guess been wanting to see is I guess his answers on the Holocaust thing. Cause so I mean, you guys
Oh,
remember the
yeah.
tweets? Like, yeah, that outstanding take that I mean, listen, I don't really pay attention to Nazis all that much, but I've never heard any of them even say that actually it was the Americans that were at fault for the Holocaust. Because,
Oh no, a lot of them do think that. A lot of them blame like the all the Holocaust, and I say the like typical old line is like, oh yeah, the Germans just couldn't supply the camps anymore because the Americans and the British were bombing the rail yards, so it's all their fault and shit. Oh,
but like,
man.
Oh yeah, they
haven't
starved
heard
to
him
death. Yeah.
actually address this though, like, because he always goes in and he argues about something like about the morality versus like geopolitical calculus and blah blah blah. So he argues that maybe, I guess, the United States was going into World War II to like protect their geopolitical interests as opposed to with the goal of rescuing
I mean, I
the
have
Jews
no
or whatever.
idea.
Which is I mean you can like that argument you can at least have, but to actually say that like no, it's like the United States actually accelerated the Holocaust is like whoa. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, it's I'm kind of curious. I want to find out what the hell, um, you know, what the hell he's gonna say. But at the same time, I know it's gonna be stupid and it will hurt me. I've only
Oh,
watched
it's
like the
so
very
bad.
tail end. By the way, guys, I added a watch together room so that we can all watch it simultaneously.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, I'm in there,
Yeah.
I think.
I can see. All right. So, we can. Should we do like a higher speed, like
Yeah,
125 or
definitely.
150?
You're gonna
Um,
have to.
I'm fine either way. I guess it's whatever you guys prefer. I usually like when I'm on my own time, I watch in 2x, so
Oh
not a
God,
problem for me.
I almost always watch everything in 1x. But it's not because I can't catch it fast enough. It's because I'm thinking of other shit at the same time.
That's fair.
All right.
Yeah, now I always watch everything in 2x to just, like save time. And now when I watch anything live, it sounds like it's in fucking slow motion. It's so weird.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh no.
I'm doing okie dokie. It's actually funny
All right. Are we ready?
because just a little
Yeah, really.
bit ago I was checking through my email. You know those
Wait.
Yes, sir.
What's going on? Wait, is this working fine?
I am not sure.
Are you guys pausing and unpausing?
I did not press anything, so
I think I accidentally played it, but I rewound it to like 0-0.
let
Okay.
me make sure I don't have anything overlapping.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Think
I
we're
full
going.
screened. Let me deal with the controls. So let me bring up the chat as well because I want them to be cringing along with me.
Oh, fucking, are you gonna subject your chat to it as
Oh,
well? Jesus
absolutely. Are you kidding? Yeah, this is half the
Jesus
fun. All right,
Christ.
let's go. Oh. What's happening? Why is it getting reset?
But wait, maybe if I press play. Hold on. Is it playing for both of you now?
Yeah.
I'm doing okie dokie. It's
Oh, yeah, I
actually
think
funny, you know,
If you're the
timing-wise,
one who pauses it,
because
I think you
just a
have
little
to be
bit
the
ago, I
one
was
who
checking through my email.
restarts it as well.
You know those
Oh, okay.
pay $5-10 or whatever and we'll write so and so on Ukrainian ammunition before it gets fired off at the Vatniks?
I think I've vaguely heard of that practice. I can't say I've researched it in depth.
One of my fans got one of them rockets to say from Vaush and his NATO allies. It's really cute.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
Got flowers on it too.
Sounds heartwarming.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, someone's going.
He's talking about the.
Just before we begin, I know I said.
Why
this to
can't
you
I
on our,
pause this?
message, just for the benefit of people
I
watching.
don't know. For some
you know,
reason,
my
I'm in
genuine-
control.
Okay, I
Oh,
just
yeah, there
paused
you
it.
go.
Okay. How the hell can you guys pause and unpause this, but I can't?
genuine intent in having
Okay.
this.
Was that-
Okay.
that-
When I have it full screen, I can't pause or unpause. Don't know why.
Oh, well.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'll keep it off full screen. I'll put myself up here. All right. So I'll pause and unpause. But he was referring to like the when you write your name on artillery shells.
Yeah, this show. Have
Yeah.
you seen the 203 artillery that's called like the super bunker or something?
Oh yeah, the
It's got all
yeah.
It's got all the NAFO dogs on it and shit.
Yeah, fucking a Prion. They put
Yeah,
the,
I mean,
put
there's
the
been some pretty big fundraisers. Like we have, like a bunch of Bayraktars that were crowdfunded and that have like, like their Ukrainian like emblems and writings and stuff on them.
Mm.
There's one from Lithuania as well. I think they have their own like custom ornaments on theirs as well.
Give me just a second. Somebody said that if I asked if I drank before this started, like you recommended. No, I did not, Ontario.
Oh, I've got a problem. I'm gonna take. We'll play a drinking game every time Vaush says Michael, but we'll be dead, so.
I think he says Michael over 200 times.
Yeah, exactly. We'd literally just take like a tiny sip every time.
Michael,
for a whole
Michael, Michael. Okay,
Oh,
give me a
shit.
second. I have the remnants of a vodka bottle, so I might as well drink them. Unfortunately, I forgot to go out and buy drinks, even though I said I should. I kind of ran the timer on that one. It was too late. So let's go.
This conversation with you and pretty much having every conversation that I have on the internet, or even off the internet for that matter, especially on topical subjects, is to stay as close to the substance as possible. No desire to obviously attack you personally. I know obviously everybody, including myself, can be a bit acidic on, say, Twitter at times. But my genuine view is that given the grave importance of this issue, I'm going to strive to keep it totally on the substance. And I'm actually interested, sincerely, into the.
What is the bet he's gonna keep it on the substance? Is he gonna focus and give clear and concise answers?
Better understanding
No,
your
not a single
perspective. So
time.
we
He
can, of course,
literally
consider
just
your-
like
what have you.
refuses to do it.
Yeah, he won't give a single straight answer. There's no chance.
But one of my sort of reasons for accepting the demands of your followers, and
They are very insistent.
they are, which I congratulate them for. But one of my one of my objectives in having this conversation is that I do actually want to better understand your view. So anyway,
Yeah, well, maybe we can figure out how to avert nuclear war together, God willing.
yeah,
So,
you can convene a peace summit and sing "Kumbaya" hopefully by the end.
oh, we can only hope. If there ever would be one, it would be in the Kremlin. So yeah, I guess the main issue, I mean, to just sort of get right to it, is that it seems like right now you post something upwards of 4, maybe 5,000 tweets a day that are all
Not
essentially
quite that
just
many, but I'll admit that I've been a bit involved.
it's
Like,
on a live stream. I'm in no position to judge. Say perhaps for their content, because they're just, I mean, they're always like the Russian line, right? The problem I have is it seems like ever since this war began, there's been like 1,000 ways of supporting the Russian line on every conceivable issue, but there's always a bunch of different ways to do it, There are people who are open about it, where it's like, yeah, we support Russia's annexation of Ukraine because we're evil, and I love it when they're that honest. And then there's this like, okay, well, actually, NATO started this, and actually, like, these things were done by Ukraine, and actually, Russia's justifications here are legitimate, and actually, and now we're all the way to this point, right? And the new line right now is, well, we just had the Crimean Bridge get murked, and we have the whole nuclear war business. And I don't understand the perspectives that are being offered on this nuclear war aversion bid, you know? I mean, the person threatening nuclear war is Putin, constantly, day in and day out, all the time. Hundreds of times a year he's been doing this, even more so now. So it seems like opposition to him is the only sensible way to avoid conflict on this.
So, specific thoughts on this? This sounds fucking normal. Like, he's just basically pointing out that, that there's all these fucking people who do the reluctant to completely endorse the invasion and say it's good, but they add like dozens of caveats and basically do concern trolling. Right?
Oh yeah, this is like I think the more popular like Russia shill line that people in the West take, where it's like, oh, you know, the war's bad, but Ukraine should stop fighting, the West should stop supporting Ukraine.
Ukraine has Nazis,
blah, blah, blah. Exactly. But like they'll do everything to support like Russian propaganda without explicitly saying they're pro-Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think that the nuclear war line in particular, you can get away with a lot more coping on this one than you usually would, because we obviously have no historical practical references for it whatsoever. So, yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's a
no,
little bit-
the nuclear war line is just, I think there are people who are genuinely concerned about it, and I understand. Is just that it's a bit about understanding red lines when it comes to nuclear war. It's kind of like it's a game of chicken where neither side can really truly back down sometimes, even though both sides want to. So they will avoid escalating as much as possible, because the thing with nuclear war is if one side goes and you back down, it's gonna be really bad.
Like, yeah, like if one side does it and you back down, they basically just set the precedent that like if you shoot a nuke off, you can just do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, I mean basically every nuclear power on Earth has the ability to now just use them.
And like every single nation that can will
get
start
them.
a nuclear program.
Yeah.
Like overnight.
Immediately. There is absolutely no chance. Like it's gonna be. Oh fuck! I mean, I don't know if you either do nuclear war or wait for an even worse nuclear war later.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah, like I think you would unironically start seeing like regional nuclear wars, basically.
Yeah. Fuck me. I don't even
Like
want to think
Pakistan
about
and
it.
India.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
like
think
Pakistan
with all
and
that
India
being
just
said-
turn the border into fallout.
So I think like the nuclear war discussion is actually okay to have, but then the problem is that every single person that comes out to talk about this also like straps a bunch of other bullshit to it. So
Yeah.
even like the Elon Musk thing, you know, yeah, like okay, you can talk about nuclear war, dude, like it's okay, but then he also strapped like a dozen tweets of just straight up KGB talking points to it. That's like,
Yeah,
what
exactly.
the fuck?
Or pretty
Yeah,
much every
wasn't it
move
like,
against Russia will cause a nuclear war. Bullshit like that.
Wasn't it like a return Russia back to Crimea like it was before Khrushchev's mistake?
Mistake!
or whatever it was?
That was fucking hilarious. Khrushchev's mistake. Fucking Musk is a whole other discussion. Okay, wait. Let's see Tracy's answer.
All right.
Let's see.
Okay, well, first of all, when you say that I've been, parroting the Russian line or that I'm just echoing the Russian line, here's where I think that accusation against me would be
Oh,
valid.
fucking defensive.
If you could demonstrate, or anyone could demonstrate that on any given, under any given circumstances, I deliberately chose to just seek out the quote Russian line, meaning the party line as it would be called during the Soviet days, or some official venue for the promulgation of actual Russian propaganda, which of course exists, especially in wartime, and the propagandistic, tendencies of all states, not least Russia, invariably intensified during wars, and this is a major war. So, of course, it would be foolish to deny that Russian state propaganda exists. So I think it would be valid if, on like some date, pick a date out of thin air, like July 12th, I went to some Russian state outlet and just sort of copy and pasted or just lifted some talking point that I didn't actually believe or that I didn't, arrive at through my own independent reasoning and just put it out there because my
Is he asking
Yeah,
to
like,
directly
he's basically
prove?
saying- He's basically saying, well, you can't prove I was parroting Russian propaganda because I didn't literally go on RT.
Yeah, like you can't prove I'm parroting Russian propaganda, even though I might be saying the same thing that Russian propaganda is, but I'm not parroting it, as long as I didn't go and read it like firsthand, which you can't possibly prove that he didn't, and you can't
like-
possibly prove he did. Like you would have to
Exactly.
dig into his internet or search history or something.
It's such a bad defense, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's so dishonest because he knows that, like, there's plenty of Russia shills that don't directly say they're pro-Russia or quote RT or whatever.
Okay,
but will
fuck it.
just
The
frame
vodka
their
comes out
arguments in a different way.
immediately.
Yeah, it's gonna have to.
Yeah, but also like I want to add.
Oh, this is
so,
good vodka. I like it.
I think like I think like Western Russian propaganda and like internal Russian propaganda are like drastically different at this
Yeah.
point, where we have all these guys in the West that are
Completely
still like on that cope that like Ukraine is about to lose, they're getting crushed so badly, whereas even on Russian federal television, that's not the line anymore. They're
No,
like,
no,
yo,
no.
No, of
we're
course not.
getting beat up so badly. That's why we need the mobilization. So it's like
Oh
they
yeah,
are,
like the
Yeah.
internal Russian propaganda is swung into the enemy within is killing us type shit.
Yeah.
Where
No,
they're basically doing the backstab myth, but they haven't found the enemy yet. Like, and eventually they will. I think Putin. Well, he's basically done like a mini purge, like getting rid of a lot of officers and FSB
didn't he
guys,
get
but,
rid
like,
of
I think eventually he's
Gerasimov now?
gonna-
He didn't
Sorry?
kill him, but didn't he demote Gerasimov? Or is he
Yeah,
still?
yeah, like
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, we have Surovikin, who's the
Yeah.
new like commander of the whole operation.
Yeah, that guy's
so
a
we know
fucking
that for
butcher.
sure.
Yeah.
and like a lot of Russian oligarchs have been murdered in the past 6 months. Like
Yeah.
about 10 of them have been murdered.
I mean, the internal Russian propaganda narrative is basically trying to build up the idea of a great threat to the motherland, like to actually convince the Russians that this is an existential war, which could possibly work. I mean, we can't really know. So a lot of Russians don't believe in the war. A lot of Russians are apathetic. They're just, trying to convince them that this is like a grave threat to Russia. So
yeah, basically, this
yeah.
is like our all or nothing second patriotic war.
yeah,
basically.
exactly. I mean, that's the spirit they're trying to capture. Okay, let's see. Let's see how Tracy continues.
My purpose is simply to advance the Russian war aim. And I just have to say, and I am not, hopefully people can just take my word for this, I'm not sure how I would prove it, but I genuinely have never sought out the quote Russian line on any issue in that sense. I rarely even, frankly, look at what the supposed Russian line is. I mean, I don't consume Russian state media virtually at all.
If
The
I-
only time I really consume content that comes directly from the Russian government is when there's a major speech or something or a press
You
conference
said it already, man!
for a Ukraine official or an American
If I
official.
could interject
So-
real quick, I don't mean where you get your sources from, because I don't know and I can't prove anything. I just mean that, like, if I recall correctly, you were one of the people saying that the West
Bluestone, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for gifting it. That is very kind of you.
was warmongering when they were claiming that Russia planned on invading Ukraine, which they did. You were one of the people who said that NATO expansionism up to Ukraine was an instigatory factor, and that Russia was acting out of a perceived self-defense. If I recall correctly, you made that
Can I
claim.
just interject real quick? Because I would love it. I don't know if you
all
have it in
the
front of you. I
Crimean
would love
Bridge
if you
and
had.
terrorism.
I would appreciate if you had. I don't know if you do. I mean, and I wouldn't expect you to do like comprehensive research necessarily. But rather than like characterizing what you interpret me to have said about these things, it would be preferable for me anyway if you could cite something or quote something. Because I don't want to spend this entire conversation doing the routine where I say, "Oh yeah, I didn't say that," or "You didn't characterize that quite."
I was just
correctly,"
trying to-
because,
Oh, what a bitch! Like, come on.
You know what I mean? He's so dishonest. Like, can you literally quote me right now on Twitter? It's like, come on, bro. You both
Like,
know what you've been doing.
yeah, like he's playing dumb. Like he hasn't fucking said the things he said. Like, are you kidding me? Not only that, but fuck. I mean, Vaush does the correct thing. Yeah, I can't prove it. I can't prove you've like what you've seen, but I know that you say the same shit that like outward-facing Russian propaganda says, because he's saying the same shit. He falls in with the same crowds. And then he pretends, oh yeah, can you quote me directly? Like, fuck off. That's where you start asking questions about, oh, really? What is your line? And they just
Yeah,
reveal
exactly,
it
but
to...
he won't answer.
Yeah, and they just reveal it to be, like, with a way longer way to just say the same thing, that they've said in
Yeah,
the fucking
exactly.
tweet that they're defending. Fuck off. Like,
Or they'll just fall back on that. I'm just questioning our role in the war. I'm just questioning the Western narrative.
yeah.
And it's like, come on, bro. You're doing a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Right, what I
Okay.
meant by touting
Okay.
the Russian line. I didn't mean you got
Okay.
you went to conferences and got your sources there. I just mean that
No,
the
I get it, yeah.
prescriptive positions that you've arrived at have generally been ones that line up with the messaging from the Kremlin. But I don't want to, because like it's been like a solid 8 months of war here. To my memory, you've been very consistent to that fact, but it's immaterial either way. We're at the point that we are now. I mean, the most recent things that I
Let me
recall.
just really quickly on that, and then you can go on. And if it ever so happens that the quote-unquote line I took incidentally accorded with whatever line was being taken by the Russian government. And it's hard to even really define what these lines are. But let's say that did incidentally happen at one point. The alignment of what I'm saying, incidentally, with the Russian government would not make whatever I'm saying ipso facto incorrect simply on the grounds of that alignment. Just as if I happen to say something that, quote, aligns with what the American government says or the Ukraine government says, that doesn't make what I'm saying incorrect just because by happenstance what I'm saying aligns with what the government is saying.
I'm not saying that you're inherently wrong.
Sorry?
I'm not saying you're inherently... So wait, the goalpost moved a bit there. I'm not saying you're inherently wrong for having positions that line up with the public statements of the Kremlin. I think that those are correlatively true because the Kremlin lies constantly and is wrong in almost everything that it says, but I don't think that's inherently the case. All these positions can be attacked individually based on their own merits, not just their association.
Let's put it this way. And I agree, of course.
Okay, that's fair. It's like not necessarily because I say something that aligns with the Kremlin, it means that I'm parroting the Kremlin. Okay, whatever, mate. But like when it's almost like every fucking statement and every conspiracy that the Kremlin puts out, and you parrot it, then that might be a bit more of a credible correlative inference to make.
You noticed how many times he said incidentally in that sentence? He said it like 5 fucking times.
Take a drink every time he says incidentally.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's see.
Of course, belligerent states, which Russia is, that are at war and are, propagating their propaganda pursuant to their desire to cheapen up their war aims are always going to deceive. But so let's say, I don't know, 99% of what Russia says, and this is just, a thought experiment, 99% of what Russia says as per its quote official line is a lie. And what I say, I don't know, aligns with something like 5% of it. I mean, I'm just throwing numbers out here just for the sake of
5%?
So does the fact that I therefore do not align with 94% of the quote unquote Russian lies, I mean, does that redound to my credit at all and kind of demonstrate that I'm not just this mindless parroter of whatever Russia happens to be saying?
So to be clear, my issue here is not for itself the alignment of your points. It's that
Okay, good. Well, that's good to establish, actually.
It's that almost everything that you've said on Twitter that I have seen has been wrong. The fact that it lines up with
Well,
the propaganda... Wait, hold on. 'Cause I just want to be clear. I'm happy to talk about any of these things individually,
Giga
okay? This is a
Chad.
correlative thing. Putin lies all the time. Of course, warring governments are bound to be, somewhat distrustful regardless of their general moral disposition. But in this case, these are fairly big lies, The most recent stuff that I recall, framing the attack of the Crimean Bridge as terrorism, the nuclear war shenaniganry, and you kind of sort of understanding that the logical conclusion of saying America shouldn't provide arms to Ukraine would have been like, well, maybe we shouldn't have gotten involved in World War II as well.
Well, I don't see that exactly, but I know.
Okay, so like he basically says that it's not just the association that's the problem, it's also the fact that like pretty much everything he fucking says is wrong, which is true. He says almost everything he says is fucking wrong. And also he sets up the a line of attack which basically says, okay, if you believe that Ukraine shouldn't be supported with arms, you then would also think that maybe we shouldn't have supported the Soviet Union with arms during World War II, or France shouldn't have been supported, or Poland shouldn't have been supported. So meaning that like it basically it is an appeasement that lets the worst of the worst like win every war, as basically just that might makes right. So
Yeah, but that's like his actual position.
yeah, it
Like,
is. Oh shit! I just realized Vaush is wearing the same shirt he wore in 2020 when I spoke to him. Huh? First time. Interesting.
shirt.
You spoke to him in 2020?
I spoke. Yeah, I did. I
Golden
did.
Dawn, right?
Yeah, the Golden Dawn talk.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, you should watch that. I mean, there's more Golden Talk revelations now, so I could probably talk to him again about that. But right now he's
Sure.
struggling to keep up with his emails, and we won't even. I don't know if we'll even talk about mobilization anytime soon, but we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
probably do so because I don't know. He seems interested. So all right. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
What you're getting
No,
at.
you said everything but that, right? You said like, well, maybe the Jews could have lived if we hadn't invaded, which is like kind of...
No, that's not what I said at all.
It,
We can get into that as well if you'd like, but that's
Okay, let's see if it is what you said.
not at all what I
sure.
said.
Wait, okay, wait, I'm
That's
curious. What
basically
did
what he
you say
said.
then? Because you were posting, I mean, it's not just one tweet, like in
Just,
page a lot.
can I just ask you, have you read, I know you've seen tweets of mine, which is fair enough. Have you read any of the many articles that I've written that expound on these points in written form?
Did they make the points much more convincingly than the tweets that were inaccurate?
No, I mean, just by nature of Twitter, it's a limited medium. So I'm just curious, have you read any article of mine?
So I bloviate on Twitter. What if I would you like to read the even bigger bloviation to just make a simple fucking point, make it even bigger, just so that the debate can be even more like incomprehensible and fucking tedious. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Tracy.
it's like, instead of listening to my 240 character limited rambling on Twitter, why don't you go onto my massive schizo post that I published? Like, that's even more informative. It's like, fucking hell.
Oh god. Jesus Christ.
On that particular subject, no.
On any subject?
Oh, I know I've read your articles in the past, but on the specific World War II, American
Hey,
Jewish
so you-
Intervention Holocaust thing. I think I've read a couple of your articles on Ukraine, but that would have been more towards the
Recently?
beginning of the war. No, not
Okay,
in the past
that's
couple of
fine.
months.
Okay, and in terms of the World War II stuff,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not just trying to be self-promotional and like advising you to read the article, but it would be helpful and to better understand this point, because I grant that it could be a very heated subject or it could be an emotionally fraught subject. So I'm not a dummy. I know why people can react strongly to it if they're doing what I regard to be misconstrual of my
Do
point.
you
which
think
is
America
what-
should have intervened and participated in World War II?
Well, I mean, on World War II.
Oh, he does the "oh, you didn't understand my point" thing when everybody
Yeah, and
has
then he
understood
just-
their fucking point. And
and
they
then he
just
just
restate the
rambled.
point. Yeah, rumblingly
Over and
restate
over
the
and over and
point.
over again.
Yeah, but we'll see what he answers now.
Okay, let's see. Are we gonna be surprised?
Two, and I'm not dodging the question because this is exactly what I put in the article, right? And this is my whole point. To begin with. This is not being discussed.
No!
This is the very reason I was even discussing this topic in
No.
the first place. The whole reason why I even got into this World War II like sort of tangent was because I'm sure I don't have to tell you that pretty much 24/7 in discussions of Ukraine and Russia and U.S. policy in the war.
Let's see. So it's pretty strange when people try to make an argument for U.S. entry into World War II by saying it was necessary to prevent the Holocaust. As we now know, U.S. entry
Oh
into
my
World War
God.
II did not prevent the Holocaust. And may well have motivated
Well,
Hitler to accelerate the Holocaust.
I don't even
So
think I've
he's
seen this one
literally-
before. Oh my god.
So he is literally blaming the US for the acceleration of the Holocaust.
Jesus. Holy cringe.
I mean, let's be 100% accurate. When Germany realized it was gonna lose, it did accelerate the Holocaust. The U.S. entry just brought the war into a completion earlier, which meant that fewer people would
Yeah,
die
exactly.
would die from the Holocaust. If it was just left up to the ground forces of the Red Army, then it could have taken one more year. If
Yeah.
that front wasn't opened, or if Italy wasn't opened, but and the American entry into the war in 1941, it didn't affect the speed of the Holocaust. The D-Day is what it was one of the factors that affected the speed of the Holocaust. But even then, the Germans had accelerated the pace of the Holocaust even before 1943. It was the heaviest months of the Holocaust was late 42, early 43. It was when they realized that they were gonna lose, when they started losing in Stalingrad, because they had tied the idea of committing the Holocaust to they thought that it would be beneficial for their war effort because they were fucking schizo. Posting. They thought that they thought that somehow killing Jewish people would lead to greater it would remove the subversive elements, that they.
Yeah, they were acting like the Jews were putting a debuff on their troops or something.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
remember.
Yeah, that's how they acted. So basically, what American intervention did is it brought the war to an earlier close. If America hadn't intervened, if America had only done Lend-Lease, if it hadn't invaded in Europe, it's a counterfactual, sure, but I think we can pretty confidently say that Germany would have likely killed more people, not less people.
Yeah.
They would have had
And also,
more time to ramp up the Holocaust because they had been ramping it up before.
Exactly,
Yeah, but-
and also even if they ramped it up after D-Day, they would have probably ramped it up as the Soviets got closer without D-Day anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
but that's not even the end of it. I've seen him argue that Lend-Lease was actually bad as well.
Oh, okay. Let's get to that. Actually,
Oh yeah,
let's.
he's just a fascist. I don't know why people pretend he isn't. He's just a fascist. I wouldn't be surprised if he's anti-Semitic either.
Oh, who knows? Probably. We might find out later. He's yeah. Fuck me.
The analogy of World War II is invoked, as providing some kind of impetus for why it is that the U.S. should engage in interventionist policy now vis-a-vis Ukraine, right? So people say, oh, Neville Chamberlain is the world's most dishonorable appeaser, and any.
Well, he did end up being wrong, of course.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just saying this is the kind of analogy that's brought up, where Hitler annexed the Sudetenland in 1938, and that's somehow comparable to what Putin is or isn't doing. So those analogies are in the ether all the time. So that is what prompted me to get into this, because I wanted to, for instance, primarily, I guess, overarchingly, what I wanted to do was cast, reasoned empirical doubt on this idea that World War II and U.S. intervention in World War II can just be blithely invoked, whatever the context, 80 years later, as this like paradigmatic example of absolute moral goodness. Because the reason why it's invoked in those sort of morally absolute terms is because you're supposed to import sort of like the moral contours of World War II to present day as providing this kind of like justificatory basis for why it would also be a comparable,
Oh, I don't like World War II analogies. They make everything fucking clearer.
Oh no, you can't use a war as an analogy that has the easily provable good and bad side to compare to a war that has an easily provable good and bad side. That's not fair.
It's too emotionally charged, man. You can't bring up World War II. Come on, that's unfair.
Well, but like the funny part is that it's not like he didn't try to argue that the analogy was bad. He just tried to defend the Holocaust instead.
Yeah, he didn't like doesn't like analogies to World War II. Fuck me.
Moral goodness to engage in interventionist policy.
I think the logic.
I think that's a well-founded.
Wait, what does the chat say? The Third Reich declared war on us. Okay. Add the oh wait, let's see. Add to that on how many more people would die if the Soviets fought alone. Look at their casualties. That's true. The pain. I'm still amazed that we memed he'd justify appeasement of Hitler, and then he actually did it for like a month. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Alright.
Sort of historical analogization.
The logic is that it was good for America to intervene in World War II, and that it's also good for us to provide aid to Ukraine. And the only reason you would invoke that comparison here and indicate that it was not entirely good for us to intervene in World War II. I mean, the parallel here, since you oppose U.S. aid in Ukraine, if I understand you correctly, would that you don't want to, you think we shouldn't have intervened in World War II. So do you think we should? Because if you think we should...
So that is, like right there, we're in minute 15, and there is a question that is fucking devastating, right? Because Tracy doesn't really have an answer to this question. Because instead of accepting the fact that, the analogy between helping, the Soviet Union or other allied nations like with Lend-Lease during World War II and helping Ukraine with Lend-Lease right now, is that in order to be against arming Ukraine, you must think that either Russia is good, or that or that like the Axis was like the fucking good guy in this case, like or the fact that like it would be what is it like? So you either force him to accept that like Ukraine deserves the invasion, or you force him to accept that it wouldn't be okay to support Ukraine now, or to have supported the Allies then with Lend-Lease. So he either has to take a stance against the Lend-Lease during World War II, or admit that he thinks the invasion is justified.
Yeah, like and like for example, like I think that's a good comparison as well, because if you support Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to be logically consistent, you would have had to have supported the Axis in World War II, or you're just a massive hypocrite.
Yeah, but it's fucked. So he's fucked already. So let's see how long he takes to answer, and what his answer is, if we can decipher it at the end.
Oh god, yeah.
Should have intervened in World War II, then could I not just say, oh, well, then the parallel remains, even if it was morally complicated, it's still good for us to provide aid to Ukraine.
Well, here's one of the key points that I make on exactly what you're raising. And it's interesting because most people don't seem to be very familiar with this history, and not only is it interesting unto itself to familiarize yourself with, but it's actually very pertinent now and timely. So when people talk about U.S. intervention in World War
So he, like, that is 25, like, fucking 20 seconds of not answering into an answer.
He does this over and over and over again, by the way.
What?
He does this throughout the whole debate, by the way.
That's what makes him exhausting.
or you haven't done like a systematic review of the World War II related literature and you just kind of consume popular conceptions of World War II, probably what you think is that the U.S. went to war after Japan.
So now we're starting with the answer.
Attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, right? That's the basic structure of the rendering that most people have in their heads. And that's just
have done?
What? Yeah, of course. Fucking just answer, man. No need to give all the historical context. We know the context.
After it. Well, but hold on. The whole point was.
No, wait, Michael.
Yeah,
The whole
yeah.
point here, because this is why the initial comparison was
Hold on,
drawn.
what?
Hold on, let's focus on the point, which is whether
Okay.
or not our intervention is good. In World War II, most people, everyone except the Nazis really, say yes, and now, today, most people, except for some groups, say yes with Ukraine. So do you think our intervention in World War II was good or not? I recognize
Well, first
the
of all,
historical...
it's historically inaccurate that everybody except the Nazis thinks
Michael,
that U.S. intervention in World
this
War
is
II
like
is
the
universally
fourth
good.
time.
Oh, Michael. Is it?
Oh yeah.
Who else thinks that the intervention during World War II was bad? Maybe someone like you, Michael. Maybe you think the intervention, the U.S. intervention was bad. Well, okay, Shapeshifter 98. You'll soon learn that he doesn't like answering questions. Yeah, I think I've gathered as much. Okay, let's see. Let's see how Michael continues this line of argumentation.
Ask you.
Prominent socialists in the United States.
It's a yes,
and
no,
in the early
Michael,
to mid 20th
It's
century
a yes,
disagrees with that.
no question. Please just answer.
Wait,
Do
what?
you think the
Vaush,
U.S.
What?
Hold up. Well, he said, like, I guess he brings up like the American socialists disagreeing with that in the like early to mid 20th century, which is, I mean, yeah, that was bad.
Depending what kind of
silly.
socialists we even fucking talk about here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the CPUSA Stalinists, a lot of them
yeah, the
opposed.
Oswald Mosley types.
Yeah, like
Damn, bro.
yeah, like a lot
Yeah,
of them
maybe-
opposed intervention, but they opposed intervention while the Molotov-Ribbentrop held. Once Molotov-Ribbentrop was gone, like they were all for Stalin, like crushing Hitler, like
Those were
the Soviet,
those were the socialists that thought National Socialists were actually okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
not only that, it's also the fact that shouldn't matter for the argument. If you're against the intervention, you can't just point to precedent. You need to explain why you're against the intervention. What is your reason to be against the intervention?
should have intervened. No, this isn't me being combative. Like, you are
But
very
that's-
actively
but
avoiding
that's
this
the
question.
point. It's not conducive to a simple yes or no answer. It's just simply
God.
isn't, because you're leaving out enormously critical context that needs to be elucidated and even to begin approaching answer the question. This is not me dodging the issue. This is what I spent 10,000 words expounding upon in the article that if people
And
are interested in watching
after
out, they can go
the
look up.
context that you looked through, what was the conclusion you arrived at for the validity of our intervention?
Here was the conclusion that I arrived
Wait,
at.
wait. Somebody says we fucked up by not invading the Soviets right afterwards. No. No, you didn't.
That would have been brain dead.
That-
That would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been horrific. Like,
Yeah.
Recovery needed to happen after World War II. Okay, like.
and
Fuck.
also, like, I don't even think people would want to even do it. Like, I think people were sick of war at that point.
Yeah, if like the Allies went to war with the Soviet Union right after, fuck me. I mean, so
Also,
many
the
regimes
Allies-
would implode. Like so many.
Also, there's a good chance the Allies could have actually lost that war. By the way. Like,
Yeah, they had like maybe 2 nukes more. Like, they hadn't even built them up yet. So a big reason why the United States didn't want to go to war immediately against the Soviets was because they weren't sure they were ready to produce more nukes, and also fuck me. I mean the secrets of the nukes to be released to the Soviets, that took a little while, but if the war had started then and there, it could have been worse. It could have like the Soviets could have gotten the nukes earlier, and it could have been like a God, it's just like it's not a good thing. Like, it's a Hoi 4-player logic, as somebody said. So basically, we were too out of stamina. Yeah, you could say that, Bluestone. The world was out of stamina. After World War II, there was like literally nobody wanted to go to war. Like, nobody. And not only that, it would have been extremely conflicting because like Allied propaganda throughout the war had basically lauded the Soviet Union as a very valuable ally, because they did the majority of the heavy lifting in destroying like the Wehrmacht. So it would have been extremely jarring to say the very least, for everybody to just accept that, oh, now it's a war against the Soviets. Not only that, it would have been accepting the German line, because they kept like asking the Allies to join them in a crusade against Bolshevism. So it was the cope of the later years of the Axis regime. It was, why won't the Allies join us in the anti-Bolshevik cause? So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it's not as easy as, oh, could it dealt with the Soviets then and there. Like it wasn't that easy. I mean, I don't think any army felt comfortable going to war then and there on the European front, especially because right at that point, Operation Unthinkable, because it was unthinkable, like the British plan for this whole deal, like they could have, there was a good possibility they could have lost Europe, like then and there, and they would have had to reconquer it. So
Yeah, exactly.
it wasn't just a straightforward, oh, let's just go to war with the Soviets, we can knock them out right now. The Red Army then was, I think, around twice the size of like any army that was sitting in Europe, and probably twice as experienced.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I mean, it
yeah,
wasn't like the Russian army now. Like they actually
yeah,
had a good army at that point that had just fought like, well, the bloodiest campaign in human history.
yeah. It's not an easy ask from anybody. So okay, let's continue.
I spelled it out in as clear as English as I could. What I'm rejecting is not that U.S. intervention into World War II was good, because that's like a counterfactual, almost sort of what seems to me sort of like a lazy, knee-jerk type argument. I'm not making that argument. I'm making arguments that relate specifically to the present day and the moral valence that is ascribed to these World War II analogies that get imported into present-day debates. And one reason why I'm rejecting that this notion of World War II as this paradigmatic example of absolute goodness as it relates to U.S. military intervention, there are a couple reasons. A huge one, and I'm sort of curious what you think about this, and we can sort of connect it to what's going on now. A huge one is there was a genuine, indisputable, even people who were ardently pro-Roosevelt, even people who were ardently pro-intervention, meaning they were agitating for the U.S. to intervene militarily in World War II contemporaneously and afterwards. There's basically universal acceptance that there was a massive campaign of state deception undertaken by the Roosevelt administration, by the military brass, even to some extent by Congress, to conceal from the public the true nature of U.S. military intervention well before Pearl Harbor, so well before the point at which most people just kind of popularly assume the U.S. entered the war, right?
Yeah, because the U.S. was not officially at war. It was on the verge of being at war, and the problem is that Roosevelt wanted to join the war, but didn't have a sufficient justification just yet, because there wasn't a direct attack on the United States, and because back then it wasn't like now, where the U.S. government can just arbitrarily choose to support a war or not. Um, it is, yeah, it's a 2-minute long sentence. This guy's a journalist, lol. Yeah, so it's the fact that like Roosevelt was trying to assist the Allies as much as possible, while not being like, while insisting it isn't, they aren't in the war, and that they are neutral, because that's what the majority of the American public wanted at the time. And not only that, it was because he didn't have congressional support to join the war, because Congress had to authorize it. So the attack on Pearl Harbor only like led to the open, like involvement of the United States, because it was an easy way for the U.S. to justify joining the war that it really, really wanted to join before.
So the U.S. enacted this massive arms provision program, Lend-Lease, that's by the way been revived as of this past April.
Which I agree with, which I'm fine
okay.
with.
Yeah, and Lend-Lease was sold to a war-wary public, because remember, World War I was largely considered on a bipartisan basis to have been a disaster.
The Americans weren't war-wary from World War One.
Yeah, weren't they like actually? Didn't they have actual troops on the ground in the war for like what, like maybe like 8 months?
Yeah, and they had a gigantic army that barely fought in the war, and they came out the most powerful economy on Earth right after.
Yeah.
And they absolutely were not war-wary from World War One, not even close. Isolationism was very strong, but at the same time, people weren't against supporting the Allies via Lend-Lease, and while they were against direct intervention, they didn't need much pushing once Pearl Harbor came,
Yeah.
And after all, why does it matter whether you're officially on war or not? We're discussing Lend-Lease. So if you would be like against Lend-Lease after the war started, why would he be like in favor of it before the war started? He would have had to be against Lend-Lease throughout the period of Lend-Lease. So I don't even understand what's the point of this line of argumentation.
And also,
Okay,
like, I just want to add real quick is that like even if the public did not or would not have supported it, that on its own is like not necessarily morally condemnable because
Yeah, it
sometimes
doesn't mean
the public
doesn't mean
wants
it's a
dumb
bad
shit.
thing.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is.
Of course, yeah. No, the public support mostly had to do with whether or not fucking the state was actually able to go to war. What's going on here? Okay, whatever. All right, let's continue.
We're
So,
talking.
but
Wait, no,
Lend-Lease-
but what, is the point going to be a yes/no answer to the question?
The point is that given that massive campaign of state deception that was fundamental to the means by which the U.S. entered the war, I'm saying that fact means that a binary yes or no answer, that fact explains or helps explain why I'm not willing to say just a flat yes to your question to me, because that would necessitate saying that yes, it's just absolutely morally good for the government to undertake an
No,
extensive,
it isn't.
protracted campaign
Wait,
of
Michael,
deception
Michael,
to bring a country to
wait,
war.
wait, Michael,
Get to
We're not discussing the deception.
So, like this is like the fallacy he constantly brings up through the debate, where it's like, oh, if you support this one thing, you have to support every other thing the government has ever done ever. Like, it's such a brain dead, dishonest argument, and I feel like even he knows he's just being dishonest on this point.
Yeah,
Of
and also,
course
once
he
again,
does.
he's sort of. I think he's like mostly arguing what the American intent was, whereas like in his tweets, he was arguing that the result of American intervention was actually like the acceleration of the Holocaust. So that's not even the point that he tweeted originally.
Like I'm sorry, he's like infuriating.
towards
Michael, no, it isn't. You
Yes, it
can
is.
say, I think it's good that we intervened, but I disagree with some things we did. You can say, overall, I think our intervention.
Yeah, very simple. Fucking you can be in favor of like the intervention as a whole, like while not accepting that every aspect of it was, perfect. Like
Yeah.
and
Exactly, like
perfectly
even,
defensible.
like from my personal experience, I supported us supporting the Kurds in Syria, but I didn't support the US fucking like letting Turkey do whatever the fuck they want as part of that policy.
Yeah, I mean, you can extend this to a lot of things, and I think it's also a fallacy that I see with like a lot of people who are like who support Ukraine in the war, that don't have the mental capacity to accept that hey, this is a war, Ukraine might do some questionable shit, but we need to still support them because that's the morally correct thing to do. And because they are like
Exactly.
way better than Russia. It's those people that will like fucking deny anything and everything and call you like a Russian like propaganda shill if you fucking say that maybe like I don't know, Ukraine didn't succeed in this like offensive action, it was poor planning on their behalf. Like whatever. It has happened to me a few times and I get like frustrated and annoyed pretty much every single fucking time this happens, so it's a personal gripe of mine, but it's just the kind of the same failing that like Tracy is displaying here. It's the idea that you either support something totally and with every aspect of it, or you are like totally against it. You can't be like, you can't have like a position where you like support somebody but you're also critical of like the bad things that they might do, which is, what normal people should be able to do, what like fucking people who have critical thinking should be able to do. Okay.
In World War II was a good thing, but I don't agree with all the behaviors our government engaged in. That is not only is that a reasonable position to take, it's mine, but also it's like the way a normal person would think about it. Nobody would think because I agree with the U.S. intervening in World War II, I'm therefore endorsing every single thing the government did over that
Just curiosity, though. I mean, just stipulated that I'm basically right in explaining this deception campaign, and you don't have to take my word for it.
Nobody here is
Feel-
talking about
The deception campaign is irrelevant.
Yeah.
We're talking
How
about
do
whether
you
the
view that?
intervention was
How do you
justified.
view that in moral terms?
I'm talking about the intervention as a whole.
But the state
No,
deception.
no.
How do you view that?
Wait, Michael,
Yeah.
we're talking about the moral value of intervening to fight the
So that's
Nazis.
the value of state deception to bring a country into war.
Wait, bring a country
Which was
into
integral
war?
to U.S. intervention in
Whoa,
World
whoa,
War
whoa,
II.
whoa, I'm sorry. Do you think the U.S. started the war?
No, here's what I'm saying.
You're
US
doing it right now.
intervention-
What is they weren't at war during the Lend-Lease Act. They weren't. They just weren't. They weren't at the war legally. They went to war when they could, and they went through Congress. They have there's absolutely no leg to stand on when it comes to the U.S. joining the war. They were directly attacked. What is he talking about?
And Germany declared war on the US.
Yeah. Yes, Germany declared war on the United States. The US had declared war on Japan.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So I think, because he's obviously is arguing that the United States provoked Germany or something.
Okay,
I
shot
don't know
right now.
if he's ever argued that point, but I've seen CRP talk about it where he was saying Japan attacked the United States because of the oil blockade or something.
Oh,
like
he'll
that.
say that? He will say,
I've
oh
seen that.
God. Oh Christ.
Yeah, I don't know if Tracy makes that point, but
No, yeah, the US should have.
is strong.
The US should have kept giving oil to Japan as it was fucking massacring people in all over Asia. That was the morally correct thing to do, to avoid confrontation with them. Fuck me. I mean, Japan had possibly the dumbest idea during World War II. It was the idea that they could attack Pearl Harbor, cripple the US for long enough for them to take over, and to scare them away from intervention. What? Yeah, that's usually how the US works, you know.
And the worst thing, that was probably the least stupid idea about attacking the US. Didn't they want to send biological weapons over the Pacific Sea in fucking balloons or something at one point?
Yeah, they did. I think they did it with bombs though. In the end.
Yeah,
most of them fell in Japanese territory, by the way. I think a couple of them did drift all the way to the US, and they just damaged a couple of buildings. Which is hilarious, you know, considering just how fucking powerful the US was. To just yeah, sure, man. Fuck me. That's gonna destroy the US. Some fucking bombs on balloons. Fuck me. Desperation. Holy fuck.
So this right here. Wait, Michael. This is why, because I called you a weasel the last time we talked, and nothing has really changed. You deny, wait. You deny.
Oh, okay. You know, I understand his frustration. Maybe he should have avoided that because gives Tracy. Look at how happy he is. Gives him the opportunity to just bloviate for another fucking 10 minutes on the insult and problem and fucking discourse and
yeah, he loves it. He fucking loves it.
Look at him! Look how happy he is. I mean, his whole thing is to frustrate you enough to basically call him out, and then when you call him out, he'll just play fucking dumb and pretend to be offended. Jesus, so annoying, so annoying. What a cunt!
40 minutes more of this.
Oh, Christ.
You deny the parallel between the World War II intervention and today, but what you're trying to do is imply that parallel. What you're doing right now is going well, how can we really say intervention is good or not when there's all this deception behind the
Hold on a
lines?
second. I'm not denying that any parallel could reasonably be drawn. There actually are some potentially plausible parallels. The parallel, or the analogy that I am rejecting, is the importation of the moral valence of U.S. intervention into World War II as though it's just this paradigmatic example of absolute goodness into present day. That's what
Nobody is talking about.
So he doesn't think it was good. That's his answer. He doesn't think the U.S. intervention was good. That was a roundabout way to say it. Yeah, he said he rejects the idea that it was a case of absolute moral goodness. I don't know how many aspects of the U.S. intervention you could find which you could consider morally questionable, but perhaps civilian bombing. Perhaps you could say that the deception campaigns before the war. I don't even know what the point of that is, but it's one of the most historically clear-cut cases. The Nazis are almost universally considered absolutely morally abhorrent. So, what the fuck? What analogy did he want us to make? Actually, let me answer that. He didn't want us to make one. Because he can't fucking defend against it. So he has to pretend it's disanalogous.
parallels, Rob.
You're doing it again. Nobody is talking about intervention in World War II as a paradigmatic virtue of moral goodness. We're just talking about whether it was... I am talking about whether it was good generally or bad generally. That if you could flip the on-off switch on U.S. military intervention in World War II, would the world be better if we hadn't done it? Not was everything we did during it good.
Emphasize the point that I was trying to get you to address respectfully, which is that, I mean, how do you feel? Let's say that you
I don't
believe
know
that
enough about the
Second World War II
specifics.
was good. How do you view the state deception that was integral in bringing U.S. intervention to World War II?
It's irrelevant!
I don't know the specifics of what you're
It's
referring to.
totally
I've never
right.
read the
Like,
Russian
military
characterization of
deception,
it.
Matt.
Okay, I mean, it's all totally mainstream literature.
That's fine. I mean,
You
I'm
can
glad
access
we went
anywhere.
and fought the Nazis. Even if the government lied, I'm
But
glad we
state
went and fought the
deception was
Nazis.
required to
Even if the
initiate.
government...
Yeah, even if the government lied, it was morally
Yeah.
good that we fought the
Yeah.
Nazis. Really
Yeah,
simple answer.
I care about the outcome, not how they got there. Like, how they get there is fucking irrelevant. I care about the outcome. Like,
Yeah, but-
I don't care about why states say they support Ukraine. I just care about what they give them.
Yeah, but like, so Vaush just gave the answer to his question. Now we'll see. Will he
We'll-
move on from this point?
Okay, let's find out.
Well,
let's see.
then the government... Yeah, if the government
Well,
lied...
that's where you and I differ. Because if the government lies, or I don't even use the word lie because it's sort of
So wait, the
excessively
government
used word.
lies, so
If
you
the
should let the
government
Nazis win?
undertakes- If the government undertakes a sprawling campaign of deception to bring a country or bring the United States into a war, entry into which, by the way, was largely opposed.
But they declared war
Oh
on
my
us.
god.
And I'm not willing to just give a yes or no, binary,
But
morally absolute endorsement to that practice.
Nobody's doing that, and nobody's talking
Well,
about
yes,
this.
but people
Also,
do-
they declared
people
war on
do
us.
effectively do
Michael,
that because
Michael,
God. Okay, I mean maybe a way to fucking bypass this stupid line of questioning by Tracy, like really the trying to obfuscate anything is like, okay, motherfucker, you don't think you can give a clear moral answer on whether or not it was good to intervene, which is fucking rich. But so if you don't think there's a clear moral answer, do you think we should have intervened? Because that'll basically answer our question either way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he would never answer that anyway.
Yeah, he wouldn't
would
answer
just say,
that
you know,
either.
yeah, of course.
I don't know would be the answer. I don't know if we should have intervened. Fucking being a coward.
Michael,
It's still-
you're
it's probably
talking.
war.
You're talking to me, okay? So if you're not willing to directly answer whether stopping the Nazis was a good or a bad thing, we can move on to other talking points. But this, like, some of the assumptions you're making here are delusional. Like,
They're not
supporting the
delusional.
intervention
They're
means that
wholly
you're
substantiated by
Michael,
the actual historical record.
Michael.
Michael, check. Let's have a shot.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Comrade dropped out of the call, I'm not sure. Or
Oh shit.
what's going
He'll be back, I think. Yeah, he'll be back. I don't know. Maybe he got a call or something. He's still in the watch together.
Yeah.
Can you send him a message there?
Yeah, we got a whole lot of Michaels coming up ahead.
Michael, Michael.
Yeah, like that's like it's really interesting. Like he won't answer anything about World War II or the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Like somehow, it's just both of these are like 100% morally ambiguous to him.
Oh, there you are. You back?
Yeah, someone just called me.
All right. Cool. Can you rejoin the room, or do you need
Yeah, I'm
the?
doing it. I'm doing it now.
All right, perfect. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, no, the reason why he isn't answering is because if he does, he'll be fucked. Like, he'll paint himself into a corner if he answers any question. It's very simple why
exactly.
he doesn't answer the questions.
Nobody here is claiming that if an intervention was good, that necessarily means that everything the government did leading up to it was good. Nobody's even thinking
State
that.
deception in particular. So let's say it did happen in World War II. Let's just stipulate that.
You realize they declared war on us, right?
Sorry?
They declared war on us. You realize that, right?
Who did?
Japan and Germany?
Yeah, the whole point of what I'm getting at here is that U.S. intervention into World War II, and maybe you should familiarize yourself with the record, it's pretty illuminating, it was well underway before that, months and months and months, at least before those formal declarations of war. Because as you might be aware, the U.S. doesn't enter warfare strictly by virtue of a declaration of war, like there was no
What do we
declaration
do?
of war in Vietnam or Korea or Iraq, etc., right? So a similar thing happened prior to Japan and Germany.
We did a Vietnam.
The United States in 1941.
Why is this important?
And if you're not familiar with that record, I'm happy to share the materials with you.
Michael,
You'll probably find it interesting.
just say, what did we do? Like, we sold weapons? We're allowed to do that.
Well,
That's not war.
I'll tell you a couple. I'll tell you a couple things we did. And here's a thing that we did that led. None of this is fringe. This is what's so amazing
Michael.
about it. And what's so amazing why it's so omitted from the popular consciousness. The military affairs editor of the New York Times, okay, in September 1941, so well before Pearl Harbor.
Oh my god!
He won.
It's just so irrelevant.
So
It's just-
irrelevant.
It's just nothing to do with the point. He just goes on these random like schizo ramblings to avoid every single question. Like, but I could never talk to this fucking guy. You know, I would actually go crazy. Like, I could never do it.
Just
Same here.
no, it's you know, it's something about like sometimes I hate like you could give me the most evil person that gives a straight answer, and I'll prefer talking to them than a fucking weasel. Like, weasels drive me up the fucking wall. They are
Yeah, I
the
just do not have the
worst.
patience to deal with it.
Yeah. Oh Christ.
The United States entered the European War in July of 1941. So
What
about
did we
6
do?
months before. I'll tell you that right now. Franklin Roosevelt secretly ordered the U.S. military occupation of Iceland and sending a expeditionary convoy into a German war zone. That military occupation, and I'm not even being a pejorative, using a pejorative to call it military
German war
occupation. That's
zone.
what the U.S. Navy classifies it as in its records.
Okay. Let's go.
Pursuant to that occupation, and pursuant to Lend-Lease, which had already been enacted in March, Roosevelt
how is that war?
initiated naval warfare against Germany, thus bringing the
Good question. Not gonna be answered. It isn't war. Vaush, it isn't.
U.S. into active combat with Germany for the first time. And again, this was well before the formal declarations of war that came
Wait,
in
first of
December.
all, how was that first one a war? We have the right to move our troops over?
Well, I mean, the United States had never.
God damn it. Like, Vaush feels the need to address what, like, Michael says, but the reason why he says these things is to avoid answering the previous question. So he shouldn't
Yeah,
be
exactly.
he shouldn't be like engaging with any of the irrelevant points that Michael brings up. It doesn't matter whether or not it's a war. We're just discussing the Lend-Lease. So stick to the fucking Lend-Lease point.
In its entire history, sent
Who
U.S. military
cares?
forces.
Wait, how-
pursuant
wait.
to-
Yeah, exactly. Who cares?
How is that?
Literally,
Wait,
who
how,
asked?
how is that wait, how is that joining the war? We wanted to protect shipping lanes.
Okay, so if a U.S. Navy vessel initiates an attack on an enemy navy,
So
you
Iceland,
consider that warfare?
Iceland cooperated with us. They
No,
were
no,
fine.
no, 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 they didn't. Actually, they didn't. The British had initially occupied Iceland.
Yes,
and the U.S.
and then-
took for the British, and it was done under.
It is true that the U.S. and the British invaded Iceland to turn it into a military base, basically. But
Yeah.
it was kind of an ambiguous thing. I don't think it was the best idea. They should have like asked a bit more, but it wasn't like Iceland had much of a choice. Like that country couldn't really defend itself, and it would have been the target of probably like other powers as well. So it's not. Whatever. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It literally just has nothing to do with the point.
Yeah, nothing to do with Lend-Lease as like or like American intervention in World War II being a good or bad thing.
Protest, and then once the U.S. got in, it's true that Iceland, sort of reconciled itself to the occupation, but it was
Okay.
not endorsed by
So
Iceland ever. It
moving
was an
some
occupation.
troops over to Iceland with the
It wasn't
cooperation
moving some
of
troops, it's
Iceland.
expeditionary convoy into a
So
German
wait,
war zone.
Michael, so as is your goal, mind you, we are 50 points away from the main point, and as
Well, I mean, I'm
well,
answering your
and
question.
as
Yeah, exactly. We're 50 points away from the main point.
I expected, like this is a nothing burger. Moving troops to a neutral
I don't
island
think
is
it's
not
pretty
beginning the war, and even if this was the case, this has nothing to do with intervention to
So
stop the
the New York
Nazis.
Times- the New York
No,
Times-
Michael,
Michael,
wait, Michael, you already, if you can't answer basic yes/no questions, and everything is going to be this infinite fractal tree where you try to convince me that intervention was implicitly bad by
I
misrepresenting
don't think
history.
I don't want to choose between yes or
Why
no.
don't we talk about the modern day? If we are incapable of engaging in sort of associated discourse, then let's talk directly.
I mean,
Do you
could
think
quickly wrap this
Russia
up. You
should have
might not
invaded
be-
Ukraine?
No, you brought up something. I have to just quickly finish the point. You may not be aware of the historical record, which
I'm
is
aware
fine.
of
A lot people
everything.
are not. Okay, are you aware then that on the orders of Franklin Roosevelt, starting in September of 1941 into October, three
No,
incidents
he's
of naval
repeating!
warfare were initiated by the United States against Germany in the waters
No.
around Iceland, where Roosevelt had sent secretly a military occupation force, thus initiating active warfare.
Wait, you
on the
mean
European
in
theater.
the
Are you aware?
waters? You mean in the waters of Iceland where German vessels were trespassing?
Well, whether they were of course they were trespassing. It was an active war zone. That's the whole point.
Okay, so no, it's not us initiating when they go over to a neutral country. And no, Michael,
It's
I'm not interested
irrelevant.
in this World War II
Ship one
revisionism.
initiates an attack against Ship 2. If Ship 1 is part of a navy that goes halfway around the world and then initiates an attack on Ship 2, that's
They
an
didn't, wait,
initiation
they didn't go
warfare.
halfway around the world. It was Iceland that cooperated.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
Iceland's not even that far from the States either.
yeah, fuck. As long as it's irrelevant. Like, I don't think we need to address the points, really, do we? Like, I'm not gonna go into fucking Iceland and whether the British invasion of Iceland was justified, or Iran, or fucking Iraq. There are a lot of, like, fucking grey cases during World War II. But it's fucking irrelevant. So why am I gonna discuss it? No way.
Operating with us. Iceland was a neutral country. We had troops stationed
How
there.
far is it from New York to Iceland?
Michael, we had permission to be there. They entered Iceland's waters.
No,
It seems like a skill issue. They should
There
have
was
not
no
done that.
permission to be.
I don't understand what the purpose of this revisionism is outside of Nazi apology. Here,
These are basic facts.
let's move to the current day. We're racing ahead.
That people toss around when they can't reckon with the actual record.
We're racing ahead 80 years.
Record with what record? This is not relevant to the discussion.
We're racing ahead 80 years, okay? So
Okay, let's race to 80
Russia
years.
invades Ukraine. I
Yeah.
think it's bad that they did that.
The very first thing, look up the tweet yourself. February 24th, or maybe it was February 25th. Early in the morning. The absolute very first thing I said when the invasion was launched by Russia on February 24th was, and this was sincere. This wasn't me just like.
Oh my God, Michael, just answer.
Because I actually am on principle, or there's never been an instance that has.
No. Oh my God.
Say.
The launching of aggressive war. And so the very first thing I said when the war was launched was, and I don't usually do like a moralizing.
Oh my God! He hasn't said.
Yeah.
He won't answer if it was bad, and he like does a billion qualifiers before saying what he said, and he still hasn't said what he said.
In moral terms.
Okay, so I'm glad we agree.
I've never supported the Russian invasion of
Oh,
Ukraine.
wait,
The very
what
first
did
comment
he
I made
say?
was being told, but I made
What
an
did-
exception here, and I
Michael.
did it in moral terms.
Okay, so I'm glad we agree.
I've never supported the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The very first comment I made about it once it was launched was a moral condemnation.
I'm glad we agree on that. So because we oppose the invasion of Ukraine, we're both happy that Ukraine is able to defend itself, right?
Well, there's the leap that doesn't follow from being morally condemnatory of an aggressive invasion, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, the U.S. ought.
Oh, so we can be morally condemnatory of the invasion, and then also tell the people, being invaded, killed, maimed, and whatever the fuck. We can tell them to be like, oh, hey guys, like, don't fight for your survival or whatever. I know, yeah, the invasion is bad and everything, but it's soon gonna be over, like, fuck, you have no chance type deal. Like, oh, fuck off. As if that's demonstrable, based on how the war's been going. Jesus Christ. And yeah, he thinks it's a fucking leap between thinking that someone is, that an invasion is bad, if invasion is bad, the invader is wrong, therefore the victim is, a victim, and we should help the victim. That's a leap. Wow, huge leap. I guess the guy thinks he's taking a leap every time he walks up a flight of stairs.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's like attacking is bad, defending is bad. Only Sigma Michael Tracey is the morally superior party here.
I want to see this guy order at McDonald's. Odds are shift ends faster than this guy stops talking. Oh my God. Yeah.
To send about, at this point, $70 billion worth of what they call aid to Ukraine, which is, basically just subsidizing their entire military and sending ever greater caliber of weaponry.
You can make it sound scary if you want. We're fully in favor of this.
It's in every sense good for the U.S. to operationally coordinate the entire war effort. That's somehow just good, and we should have no further thoughts about that except in this binary sense of just saying, oh yeah, good, and then just repeating it over and over. Like,
You can think about it if you want. Michael,
Yes!
you like sewing over something everyone here...
Michael, you haven't made an argument against. Not a real one. It's not if we think it's, morally correct to support Ukraine, then yeah, we'll be morally in favor of supporting Ukraine. And then he says, oh, doesn't it give you pause that they give weapons to Ukraine? No. Doesn't it give you pause that they're coordinating with our military? No. Doesn't it give you pause that you're supporting them militarily? No, obviously not. I'm in favor of them being supported. What do you mean? Oh my God.
Agrees. Thank you for agreeing with us. Yes, the United States is the most powerful country to have ever existed.
Well, yeah,
and with our help, Ukraine will stand.
A version of just saying good to a complex set of policy issues.
Well,
then
wait, you're the one who facetiously started doing a silly voice and making fun of my
I
position.
should have done that. I apologize. I get worked up.
So yes, I think it's good. Okay, so let's try. Maybe we can work from basic complexity. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
So if Russia invaded, and it's bad that they invaded, it must necessarily stand that it would be good if they wouldn't have invaded, right? Because if the invading is bad, then not invading must be the preferable, right? So if that's what you want, the outcome of not invading is one in which Russia maintained its pre-invasion borders and Ukraine maintained its pre-invasion borders. So the other way we can get that now that the invasion actually has happened is with overwhelming firepower, which thankfully we have the money and the means to send Ukraine. And thanks to us, they seem to be able to do it. Given enough time, it genuinely seems like Ukraine will be able to restore its pre-2014 borders before the annexation of Crimea, which is good, because we both disagree with the Russian invasion. We must agree with the Russian invasion losing, especially since Ukraine actually has the means of bringing this about, no?
Well, I mean, you nicely articulated a common understanding of how to interpret the situation. So,
Not yours.
what,
Yeah, exactly. Explain to us why this interpretation is wrong, and what is your interpretation, instead of, playing the middle ground of, like, jostling interpretations without fucking committing to anything.
will happen is most people who are, other than the genuinely pro-Russia, partisans out there, which obviously exist. I'm always called a pro-Russian partisan or Putin apologist or whatever. Every name under the sun to that effect. I guess, my having condemned in moral terms the initiation of the invasion doesn't, save me from that accusation in any way. So what are you going to do? But anybody who having just follows a sort of simple moral instinct and expresses opposition to the moral justifiability of Russia
What
having
is your
launched the war,
position?
hold on, I'm explaining it. That's then fallaciously kind of leveraged to say, okay, therefore, because you have an initial moral opposition to the launching of the war itself, that means you're somehow kind of eternally obligated.
How can you be morally against the invasion and morally against the war as it's being fought by Ukraine? Because the war isn't just Russia's invasion. It is Ukraine's defense. Did I miss something?
I mean, I guess you could be arguing for like the pacifist point, where attacking is bad, and also, but if you were attacked, then defending is also bad. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'm not
don't
sure.
I don't know. I don't have a comprehensive view of like what pacifism entails as a like full idea, but I would think that if you're a pacifist, you care about the world having a minimum amount of wars, and you care about a world where the strong don't get what they want, while the weak suffer what they must. That's a
Yeah.
like because that's a world with way more wars and way less like interstate cooperation. Like fuck me. That's the realist worldview, you know.
Yeah. To be honest, I think pacifism is a bit of a joke of like an ideology. To be honest, like wherever I've seen like big pacifists speak up about wars or conflicts, the point is essentially just let bigger states roll over smaller ones and don't do anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, it's becoming harder and harder to do that shit because of nationalism. The past like 100, 200 years, basically like occupying territory has been a fucking nightmare, and it's about time bigger states realize that they can't just do that shit in willy-nilly.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, almost every single big state has gotten a taste of what it means to do occupation, and none of them have enjoyed it. Not the U.S., certainly not the U.S. Jesus, not Russia, not the Soviets when they were around, not the Chinese. Like fuck, nobody
I
has.
mean, I guess neither Russia nor maybe even China really care about the material costs. Because for Russia, obviously, this war and really, I mean, the Chechen war, like all of these wars were completely destructive from like any kind of economic standpoint, but they did them anyway just to kind of flex that
Yeah,
they're
it's
like.
the yeah. I mean, it depends on what your like view of like which kind of like field of international relations you subscribe to, because like I mean, fucking realists would say that it was like their strategic interest to do these wars. Like a fucking like a liberal foreign policy guy would have said that it made no sense for these wars to happen. So, because there had already been economic integration with Russia, so that these were so it's kind of like this whole war is posing a threat to the liberal view of international relations, because it basically damages it as a predictive model. While fucking more interpretivist views like fucking constructivists and like other people would have said that, oh, this is like ideology and narrative building, and that like states aren't exactly rational actors, and that their choices are like influenced heavily. by the views of their publics, the discourse that's taking place in those countries, the fucking ideologies, and like fucking Putin's own views of this world. Like all this stuff matters. Yeah, and if we're okay, I think this is way too long a tangent. Let me not get sidetracked because that's the shit I'm studying right now, boys. That's the cool thing.
Sir.
Yeah, I mean, you already have a degree in, you already have a master's, right?
Yes, sir. I'm free.
Yeah, in IR. Oh, baby, how was that? Was it really hard to do the final work?
Oh yeah, that was, well, because also I was writing a huge chunk of it like when the war started, so I was super stressed out. So that kind of really set me back. I would say if I had just like, yeah, if that didn't happen and I could have just stayed on my normal schedule, it would have been pretty smooth. But that really like super took me out just because like I was obviously nervous about the whole thing, and also I had to like, you know, basically stay up the whole day and like make sure that the family's okay, because obviously they were like evacuating from the country and all of that, and I was, you know, talking to my friends as well. So yeah, that was a whole ride.
I don't think we actually told the chat. We are already like an hour and a half in, and we haven't even told the chat who you guys are. So first of all, we have Komrade, who has a Twitter presence that is wonderful, and he has a lot of experience, and you guys should go follow him. And also Alucard, who should post a little bit as well. So
Yes, sir.
let's find the Twitter profiles, flash them real quick. So, Komrade. Oh, there we are. So here's Komrade. You guys should go follow him. And
Yeah, I'm like a micro celebrity on anarchist Twitter, so I'm basically famous on Twitter, but essentially.
I mean, yeah, you're followed by a few big people, and you've talked to Merrick a few times as well.
Oh yeah, I've got some like crazy like big followers. Like I've got the former like head of the Catalan government that follows me, and like
Damn.
like just like random like crime thinking stuff all follow me and shit. Like I've got some decent big followers.
That's real nice. Yo, I got some decent porn bots following me.
Oh yeah, I get those once in a while too. Yeah, and here's Alucard, who has a master's in international relations. So if you want to ask him about this kind of stuff, you might as well.
Yeah, he's the bigger nerd, so you should probably ask him.
Yes. All right, let's continue.
To support a pro-war or pro-intervention measure that the United States, NATO, or whomever decides to launch. And that's not a logical leap that I would contend is at all adequately
It
founded
is
on any
just
kind
a
of basis of
war
logic.
between Russia and Ukraine. Supplying arms to one side in a war is not the same as joining that war. If that was the case, then, well, nations have been supplying weapons to allied nations for literally as long as countries have existed, and before the idea of the modern state. This goes back to, like, imperial days. So the
Well, you
idea
guys
that
seem to do it
supplying
for
arms to
quite
an
a while.
ally is some kind of faux pas just doesn't make sense to me. If we do
Well, I
not
mean-
support Russia's war effort, we should support Ukraine's.
Wait, okay, so I don't know if you're aware of this or if you saw this news item. Now, of course, a lot of people speculated that it seemed likely that there were U.S. special forces on the ground in Ukraine.
I've seen no
you know, a
evidence
lot
of this at
reports-
all.
Sorry?
I've seen zero evidence that there are.
Yeah, because there isn't any. There aren't U.S. special
Yeah.
forces. There's only like volunteers.
He's gonna bring up an Intercept article which has basically no source other than a state of like an anonymous source told us, which
Yeah.
I just don't believe at all. Why the
No,
fuck would they need? Why the fuck would they need Green Berets in Ukraine when they can just put them in Poland or Germany or
And train
literally
fucking Ukrainian.
yeah, or just fly them to the fucking US like they already have been? Like there is no need to put them in Ukraine whatsoever.
It wouldn't even
And,
make
like-
such a big difference. Like, it wouldn't. Like, heavy weapons are the main thing making a difference in this fucking war, as it is. Heavy weapons and big manpower. Like, I think, like, special forces have been using, like, very selective attacks as, like, assault infantry. Not even doing their supposed role. Like, urban fighting, that's the kind of stuff that the special forces get used up in. And that's not the majority of the fighting that goes on here. Like, what good does it make to be like a special forces super soldier if you're gonna fucking sit in a trench and get shelled all day long? That's not your job.
Exactly. The SF guys get used when there's like big important pushes or urban battles, like you said. Like for
Yeah.
example, in the Kharkiv offensive, we saw a lot of use of the like SF SF units from like the SBU and SSO and shit. But like,
Yeah.
like,
And
yeah,
I
like,
mean, also how the Russians use the VDV nowadays. They mostly use them
yeah, exactly.
to make the Kherson offensive really difficult. And like for example, if it was like the LDPR guys who were holding in Kharkiv, the breakthrough that happened a couple of weeks ago, that would have been catastrophic for the Russians. But it was because it was the VDV. When they realized they couldn't hold the line, they just moved to another line, like
Yeah,
in a fairly organized manner, because they were more disciplined infantry. So that's the main
yeah,
shit they use them as nowadays, and that's the main thing. Well, it's all irrelevant. This is just us fucking nerding over fucking war stuff. It doesn't matter for this context.
yeah, like why the fuck would the US take the chance of like Russia finding out that there's American troops in Ukraine?
Yeah, like
when they can
no
just train
point.
them in the like literally a few kilometers away in Poland.
Yeah,
There's
it would
no
make
point
next to no
whatsoever.
difference. Yeah.
And also,
Huge
if
risk,
Russia
no
could
reward.
prove, and if Russia could prove that there was American troops in Ukraine, they would be screaming about it at the top of their lungs at the
Yeah.
fucking UN and everywhere else.
Yep, they absolutely would. And also, fucking Biden has indicated very clearly that he isn't willing to put boots on the ground. The campaign to close the sky, all that shit failed, and it failed for a reason. It's because the U.S. doesn't want to get involved directly.
For any U.S. soldiers in
Well,
Ukraine.
let me give you all the evidence you need, because this was reported in The Intercept just last week.
In combat.
Oh my
Wait, hold on.
God.
In combat.
Let me just finish. The Intercept reported
Right on the
last
money.
week that Joe Biden had issued what's called a presidential covert action finding to authorize the deployment, yes, of boots on the ground U.S. military operations inside Ukraine itself physically. Now, we don't have a whole lot of factually verified insight into what they're doing. You can draw inferences because they're engaging in this whole armament provision process, and we know that the U.S.
No, you can't. What do you mean? You can draw inferences because they do lend-lease,
No,
they
you
will have
can't.
boots on the ground? What the
And
fuck?
also, like, I'm gonna I don't know well, I know this. Michael Tracey has no fucking idea how special forces work or how they get deployed or how they get used.
Oh, I haven't
like-
even heard his takes on special forces. I am waiting. I am so waiting.
Oh, he doesn't even need to. I just know by like how brain dead he is that he doesn't. Like, just because Biden issued this, I don't even know what you would call it.
Something it wasn't like an exploratory order, like fucking having to do with exploring the possibilities and fucking what they could be used as. It could be like a purely research thing. It
Yeah.
doesn't-
Also, it could literally just be like enhanced security at a fucking embassy.
Yeah, it can be
nothing,
anything.
bro.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it could be on US soil, which is an embassy. Like
Exactly.
actually is operationally coordinating combat action with the Ukraine
Of course
government.
we
We
are.
don't
We
know
have
with true exact precision what they're actually doing, but we do know that they're probably wearing boots. That's probably fair to say, and they're probably walking on the ground rather than levitating.
Ah!
There are US boots on the ground in
Wait,
Ukraine.
hold on.
I'm just curious
First of
what you
all-
make of that in terms of whether the US is involved in the war.
Wait, of course we're involved in the war. We've been supplying
Okay.
them arms and coordinating movements with them. However, that is not the same as direct military participation. Many countries are involved in this war.
Operationally coordinating combat missions is different.
it is, yeah, that is advisory. That you could be a liaison to a war. You can be an
Yeah.
attaché. That's the kind of shit that you can do without being directly militarily involved. What the fuck?
Yeah, Russia literally does this, all over the world.
Yeah.
Like, that's what-
Absolutely.
That's what most of what Wagner does in other countries.
Fuck. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Oh, did you also hear the Belarusians are also training Russian troops in Belarus, which kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Speaking of Belarus, one sec, I saw something interesting.
Yeah, they might be
um,
preparing to do the funny, do
Yeah,
another.
I think they are, to be honest, because the let me read this. Employees at the Belarusian Ministry of Emergency Situations have received weapons from the MOD with the task of maintaining order and protecting the country in an event of mass riots or armed conflict.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, they know the riots are coming.
Wait, so they are preparing for the swing back. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
they're preparing for the. I don't know what Lukashenko's thinking, man. This is gonna kill his regime if they actually send troops into Ukraine.
Yeah, I feel like they
it's
might
gonna
just
be
they might
powerful.
just skip that whole part and just kill Lukashenko himself before he even starts.
Like, I unironically think if he gives the order, some general is just gonna shoot him in the back of the head. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't know,
mean,
man.
fuck. It could be like, oh god. I don't know if the Russians have like the ability to actually take control of Belarus if like it blows up. I
Yeah,
don't.
I
Right
don't know if
now.
they could. You know, I think the people in the country would basically try and kick the Russian troops out. To be honest.
Yeah, no. Basically, it could end up. Oh my god, like Belar. Okay, I of course it's always hard to predict exactly what a regime will do or if it'll blow up or if it'll collapse or whatever. You can't always know. The protest could just fail. But if they do succeed and like Lukashenko is gone, it could end up like in a full-blown civil war in Belarus. Like really,
Exactly.
like it could be parts of the military along with fucking Lukashenko loyalists and the fucking Russians. Like it could. Oh Christ! Oh God! No!
I
No!
mean, to be fair, I really don't think there are like Lukashenko loyalists around really. So I think
Yeah,
the more
other than like
likely
his
outcome
elite.
would be like a sort of like a guerrilla war against Russia type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for example, if Lukashenko, like if say Belarus sends troops into Ukraine, and the army refuses to do it, and they try and get rid of him, I think that probably Russia will try and install someone else, either from the Belarusian military that they think will be loyal, and that the civilians will still won't go with it. Essentially, that there will be some sort of
Oh,
partisan movement,
somebody asks.
especially.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
Yeah, somebody asks, how thinly stretched are the Russians right now? If Chechnya kicks it off again, could they handle it? So
No.
something,
Uh,
yeah,
no,
no,
they could.
but
I
that's
doubt they could handle it.
yeah. There is always a problem. Well, yeah, of course, Georgia could attack South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and they could probably take them over right now. The Chechnya could probably like revolt, but the problem is, like, what do you do if Russia doesn't settle for peace? What do you do? You can't like continue and just carry the struggle to Moscow. You can't like invade Russia and conquer its territory really. So you can
And you can't
only
even really turn, yeah, you can't even really turn like the whole of the Ukraine-Russian border into the JFO2 either.
yeah. So the problem with like especially the smaller like Chechnya and Georgia is if they end up like taking over, they won't go on to invade Russia, which means that over time Russia would probably end up accumulating a huge force on their borders. They could like even if they lose in Ukraine, all that Russia has to do is not settle for peace, and those countries can really do nothing apart from sit there and wait for what the Russians will respond with. And
Yeah, exactly.
it's not like Chechnya and Georgia can be supported very well by Western arms. Russia can very easily blockade them. So it is they don't want to risk it because even if short term they can win the initial conflict, long term they might end up realizing that their position is fucking untenable and they won't be able to do anything about it apart from sit there and watch Russia like pound everything with ballistic missiles or like end up actually invading them later after the
Yeah,
potential war with Ukraine is over. Or if Russia just does like if it considers it a declaration of war and it does total mobilization and like fucking training courses and everything, like we shouldn't just underestimate like the mobilization potential of Russia. It is actually pretty substantial. The thing is that the way they're doing it right now is that they're trying to like fucking hastily plug a bunch of gaps, and they would also need to rebuild a mobilization system. But if they don't have the threat of being like actively kicked out of territory, like if it's just they're sitting there and they're at war with Chechnya and at war with Georgia, they can just take their fucking time and build a mobilization force and train them, and especially
exactly.
yeah, and eventually like invade those countries. So that's why those countries don't want to provoke Russia into a war directly. Chechnya and like Dagestan have a better chance of like doing an insurgency, but even that long
Yeah.
term won't necessarily be sustainable because the Russians have dealt with
But
insurgencies in the area in the past.
Well, it depends who would support it, right? Like, I actually
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if the West would covertly support an
Oh, they would.
insurgency in Chechnya
They
at this point.
absolutely would. They absolutely would. Are you kidding? Yeah. Okay.
And
let's see.
they can easily do that through Turkey as well.
Russia.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, Russia will not want to give up their geopolitically sensitive positions, especially in the southern Caucasus. Yeah, that's true. No, the thing is, like, really, for any of these countries going on an offensive against Russia, their main consideration is, okay, what's the end game here? What's the plan? Will Russia, like, if Putin's regime doesn't collapse, it means that in like 2 years, 3 years, they might end up with Russia on their border again, you know, and ready to invade them. You don't know exactly what they'll do. And in 2008, the Georgian army lasted for what, 8 days? How long
Yeah.
did that war last?
I don't know. Not very long.
About 2
Yeah.
weeks.
So it's not good. It's not as easy as, yeah, let's go. This debate was such a waste of time. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
From direct participation in what's that? Just because it's not like a formal deployment of like the
Yes.
entire
If the
Soviet or
sharing
something.
of resources and information entailed actively declaring war, then every war ever would be a total world war. You realize that, right? Like Syria
Well, I mean,
would have been World War
you
III.
realize that people make the exact same argument about the U.S. intervention in Vietnam. I'm not doing whataboutism. I'm just saying that
We
the reason
had
why
some
that
people in
and the
Vietnam.
U.S. intervention in that war escalated in the way it did was because the initial deployment of U.S. military forces was not passed as like an official war deployment, right?
We're
There was
not
no
talking
declaration
about
of war.
Yeah, the difference with Vietnam is that fucking Russia has nuclear weapons, and you're going, and fucking in Vietnam, very explicitly, America wanted to avoid going to war with the fucking Soviets as well. So,
Exactly.
like, what?
Declaration. Michael,
And you know, similar trick.
Michael.
Michael.
Yeah.
The sharing of resources and intel is not the same as direct military conflict. If
No,
it
it's not the
was,
same.
if
It's
it
not the
was,
same.
then Syria would have been World War III. Every
Well,
country,
it's
every
the same.
conflict. There are different
That's
nations
fair.
involved, like in 50 conflicts around the world. Every country would have belligerent lists that would run down the entire length of a Wikipedia scroll bar. Obviously, things aren't treated that way. If you want to pretend that us coordinating intel and offering weapons is direct U.S. involvement, then fine, that can be your special definition, and I'll go with
Well,
it because I'm
I mean,
fine
whether
with
you
it.
want to call it direct involvement or operational coordination
Then I'm
of
fine with
Ukraine's
it. Then I'm
it's just
fine.
not-
I'm
semantic-
pro
I agree,
those
it's not the
things.
same. That's sort of a that would be a ridiculous oversimplification.
Also, I'm looking at the article that you referenced, and what is
Let me
this?
say- let me
Secret
just
U.S.
make-
ops in
okay.
Ukraine are being conducted under a presidential covert action finding, current and former officials said. This Intercept article doesn't cite any specific officials. They just say current and former officials. What am I
Acting
supposed to
is
make of
not reliable in its reporting.
it?
Yes.
Varies. Also,
yes,
why would they not
Intercept
cite
is
anything? They're
unreliable
just-
in its reporting. Yes, objectively.
What did he say?
He was saying, are you saying the Intercept is unreliable in its reporting? Yes, it is.
What? I mean, if they don't provide a source, Michael, what do you expect us to have?
Also, you know who founded the Intercept, right?
It's fucking, yeah, it's
Greenwald.
Yeah, Greenwald. It's fucking great. Yeah, and
Greenwald has been down bad lately.
yeah, like the second Tracy. Glenn.
Yeah, basically.
Ugh, good grief. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Like, also the memes with Strelkov will never end, guys. He's fucking going to Ukraine.
Oh, well, I mean,
yeah.
don't jinx it, my man.
They offered 100,000 $100,000 like dollars for his capture, I think, the Ukrainians.
Wait, is Igor actually going to Ukraine?
Oh yeah, he got
Or is that
mobilized.
just a meme?
Well, he got,
For
actually
real?
no, he didn't get mobilized. He will lead a volunteer unit.
Oh my.
Wait,
fucking-
you haven't seen? He posted
I know,
pictures
but I
before
thought it was a
going.
meme, though. I thought it was a meme though. Like I didn't think it was real.
Is he not? Is it a meme? I think he is going.
it
Most
is
people.
real. It
Yeah,
is
it
real,
is.
yeah.
To be honest,
I
I'm
don't really
surprised the
know.
Russians are actually letting him.
Maybe they're just like letting him so that they can take his phone away.
Well, yeah. They just hope he gets killed or something, so he can't say
That's
anything
the
about
thing,
the war
like,
anymore.
Unless he's somewhere in the rear, like he is 100% dead or captured. I mean, hopefully captured, just for the memes. But like,
Oh my
'cause
god.
Russia freaking hates him.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if like he got deployed to Ukraine and they just killed him and said he was killed
I
by
mean,
the Ukrainians.
His rank is a colonel, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, he wouldn't exactly be at the very front. He would probably be in some kind of fucking command post.
But he's also a colonel of the special forces, so I don't necessarily know how that would translate to the current situation.
Okay. I mean, listen, the guy's an anime character, so we're gonna fucking find out anyway.
Exactly. He's a protagonist, so we're gonna find out. So.
Yes. Okay, let's go.
You're saying like people
Because it's
say.
very sensitive information, so under those narrow circumstances, oftentimes journalists conclude that it's justified to use anonymous sources.
Yeah, I actually am going to say that I'm going to doubt the Intercept.
Capriciously, but in narrow cases like this, there can be a justification for it.
Okay, well in this case, I'm going to say that I won't believe it until more credible info backs it up. A former CIA officer told the Intercept that Biden's use of the pre-existing finding had frustrated some intelligence officers who believe the U.S. involved.
Wait,
there's
a former CIA officer, not even a current.
Yeah. How would he even know then?
What intelligence does the former CIA guy have?
Yeah, he would have no idea.
Yeah, like, my God, we have so many like former military and former CIA giving and former FBI guys like doing hardcore shilling for Russia, and like
Exactly.
coasting on the fact that they were in those institutions, pretending they know what's up, but they're all dumb as shit. Fucking
Like,
Scott Ritter, excellent example.
Oh,
Yeah,
brother.
exactly.
Armchair
Like, bro-
Cope Lord. He is a fucking former military. He was in the artillery in the U.S. Army.
Exactly, and he just lies out of his ass like, bro, I'm in a soft unit, and I don't even know what the fuck our SF guys are doing 99% of the time.
God damn!
Like,
And they quote, yeah, the only reason they quote a former CIA guy is because they they know it will sound credible to people who don't understand military affairs at all. That's the only
Exactly,
reason why you would quote a former CIA person and pretend it's like credible information on what's going on in the war.
Exactly, like for example, when I was in Syria, our unit and like the tier 1 SF guys and the intelligence guys, we didn't even stay on the same bases. Like, we had no fucking idea what they were doing 99% of the time. So if I can't even say what British SF are doing, how the fuck can a former CIA guy say what the Green Berets are doing in Ukraine?
My God. Oh God, stupid. Oh, Patrick Lancaster. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, guys like that. Fucking all of them. Their voices are worthless, and they're using those like appeals to authority, basically. The fact that they used to be like CIA, like all those fucking body language expert scammers. Like, fuck. There's so many examples of motherfuckers saying, "Oh, I was in the CIA. Oh, I was in the army," and they were like a fucking pencil pusher. And they end up giving expert opinions on things that they don't know anything about. It annoys me so fucking much. I say it with like guys like Trent Teleco. He was in the logistics in the Ministry of Defense, and he gives his opinion about ambushes. What the fuck?
Yeah, he doesn't have any idea what he's talking about.
What the fuck, man? Like, he has no clue. He thought that the Battle of Severodonetsk was fought between DPR guys with Mosins and Ukrainian special forces, and that was why the Ukrainian special forces won the Battle of Severodonetsk. Well, apart from the fact that it's absurd on its face, the Ukrainians didn't win the Battle of Severodonetsk.
Exactly.
So it's wrong on all accounts, like every account. Good grief. Okay, no, I'm sorry. This enrages me. Like the appeals to authority that are completely faulty. They drive me up the fucking wall.
That annoys me so much because like half the time I actually know how these things work, and just seeing people bullshit like civilians into believing anything that they will say because I was part of the military, so I know how this other department that I have nothing to do with works, and what they're doing right now is like, shut the fuck up, please.
People do that shit to me a lot. I don't claim to be some fucking serious analyst, but I get annoyed when I say something that is like common sense, like stuff that like people who understand modern military affairs and like war in general would agree with, and then I have some guy coming to me and say, "Oh, are you a member of the military?" Motherfucker, no, but I probably know like more about how militaries work than your fucking average like infantryman.
Exactly.
Like I definitely know more geopolitics than the average fucking infantryman. I can tell you that much.
Exactly.
So what the fuck are what is even your point? Just like don't appeal to authority me. Just fucking argue with my points. You can if you got a better idea, just fucking ignore what I have to say. Jesus Christ. Trent is also like an election denier. Yeah, it tells you as much as you need to know about him. So outside of logistics, all his opinions should be discarded and dismissed. Forehead. Yeah. Yeah. No. Honestly, if you like. If they can make like a sensible point, sure. It's fine that that's not their branch, but they shouldn't use the fact that they were in the military to pretend that every opinion they give is an expert opinion. Not like I don't give expert opinions because I don't have the expertise on a certain issue. I'll give my opinion, but I won't pretend it's like that I know more than like an expert on the fucking field. Like I'll say so myself. I'll argue with an expert, but like they'll probably be able to trash me if they're truly a fucking expert in the fucking field. So what's the point of me like? So that's why it's annoying to see people pretend like use their expertise in one field to justify like giving an opinion on another field, and the opinion they give on the other field is fucking dog shit. Like, and that like convinces people because fuck, like the people just don't know. Good grief. Okay, let's continue.
Like, I could type this.
So you think the Intercept is just so journalistically delinquent that some random guy on the internet would have sent them something and they would just print it without even doing any kind of checking or corroboration?
I've had huge disagreements with the Intercept before, 100%. Yeah, I don't trust them that much.
On factual issues, meaning like you accuse them of fraudulent reporting?
I didn't say fraudulent reporting. I said I disagree with their reporting. They might have.
It's irrelevant.
I don't understand why what I'm saying is so difficult for you to understand. I don't fully trust them.
You're saying the factual reporting is not credible enough to go
Yes,
off.
I doubt their full credibility. I need more evidence before, like, I'll just believe some crazy shit.
But the problem is, it's being strenuously concealed. I mean, that's part of the point. And
okay, it's very special top secret
of this U.S. war operation, if you want to call it direct involvement or operational coordination or what have you, one of the problems with it, at least so far as I've seen, is an extreme lack of transparency or at least actual imposition of secrecy.
So again, since you're so good at moving away from the point at hand, I think it's good that Ukraine can defend itself against a bad invasion.
Even if it requires, like, say, U.S. state deception to achieve
allies aiding them. Yes, I like it when allies work together. It's like a power of friendship animated.
It involves some state deception on the part of the U.S.
What deception? Wait, first of all, I want to be clear because you're very selectively weaponizing this. Literally all international discourse between nations involves degrees of secrecy for national security reasons.
And
this
deception.
has always been the case and always will. Under capitalism, under capitalism, socialism, feudalism, nations are always going to have stuff that's deemed top secret. It's just the way that stuff like this works. Military operations, whether they're
Biden authorizes military operations in Ukraine. That's just the way it goes. Because states like to keep secrets.
So wait, please stop getting upset. I'm stating a fact right now. Okay, do you disagree with the fact that all nations require some degree of secrecy when it comes to international and military operations? That is a fact of just any kind of operation.
I mean, only an idiot would disagree that states employ secrecy in the conduct of their military operations or their intelligence.
Okay, so we agree this is a universal fact.
Whether it ought not to be ascertained whether, for example, Joe Biden...
Michael, why can you never just answer a question? Michael, once more, you agree that this is just an inevitable thing that nations do, and that with no exceptions, every nation has engaged in some degree of secrecy when it comes to military, international, geopolitical engagement. There are various reasons for doing so. I'm not saying all of them are good or justified. I support journalistic transparency, but you agree this is a literally ubiquitous thing.
Well, it's certainly, I'm not an expert on every country in the world.
Michael, you can.
The country
first keeps you from answering yes or no question.
I'm going to answer.
Wait, you can answer now, comma, then clarify. Yes or no?
I'm not doing a yes or no thing like
it's a curse.
I can answer questions without about 3 sentences.
It is a yes/no question. So it is actually possible to give a yes/no answer and then clarify.
I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to answer any questions because if he answers any question, he'll get cornered like immediately. He has absolutely no leeway. That's the problem. Like with a lot of people, when they have like a faulty opinion, they will answer questions because they believe in it. Michael doesn't believe in it. He knows full well that if he answers questions, he'll be cornered. That's why we know he's a bad faith interlocutor. We know because he won't answer questions. He knows he is wrong. That's how we know it. It's because he won't answer any questions directly. Because he knows that if he does answer any questions, he'll get cornered, and he will have to accept that his position is fucking untenable. Okay.
Yeah.
It's true. It's often entailed an enormous amount of deceit in its conduct. So yeah, that does appear to be a seeming inevitability of U.S. policy, which is all the more reason why maximum transparency should be striven toward as regards this Ukraine intervention.
Okay, so once more, now that we've acknowledged that there's always some degree of secrecy when it comes to the exact kind of operations we're talking about, we can stop bringing up the secrecy as evidence that it's somehow bad. What we're talking about is the actions itself. Michael, I am uninterested in you like deflecting from every question with like. Okay.
Just because I don't capitulate to your yes
to
or
my
no
questions. Yes, to answering that question.
Just because I don't give in to answering questions doesn't mean I'm.
Yeah. Also, like on the transparency angle, I'm pretty sure like I don't know a single war in like the world's history that has been as sort of transparent and widely publicized as this one. Like the United States literally provides the breakdown for every single aid package that they give. Like what more can you really ask for except for like actual like operations?
Hey, you know, maybe once we find out who the fuck blew up Nord Stream, then we'll know.
Oh yeah, that's
who blew up Nord Stream is a question.
Yeah, that's a source of major brain rot as well.
Oh boy.
2 sentences.
Not capitulating to answering questions is a synonym to deflection.
Yes, a question that with an answer that's not conducive to literally one word. Yeah, that's a.
You can answer with a yes or no, and then clarify it for more info. I've done that multiple times. Like, yes, I'm in support of the U.S. providing aid, comma, because X and Y. Like, that's how people talk when they move their mouths. They can say words that add substance to it.
I don't think most people talk when they're like just talking and they want to like.
People don't answer yes no questions.
All of a sudden, introduce ultimatums where it's like yes or no. Respond yes or no. That's not usually how people talk. At least
people don't ask.
So when you're usually presented with a yes or no question that you feel is unfair, is because you can usually point out how it is unfair. So you're usually gonna say. You're not going to attack the concept of yes or no questions. You're going to have to attack the question. You're going to have to say, oh, this question is loaded. Or no, oh, this question is misrepresentative.
Yeah, like it's not like Vaush is doing the, well, when have you stopped beating your wife type shit. Like,
or did you stop beating your wife? Yes or no? Like, that's not the kind of yes or no question he's being asked. The yes or no questions he's being asked are perfectly fair and straightforward. So that's why he can't even attack the questions. You can only say that, oh, this is too complex an issue to be answered with yes or no. It is a complex issue, but it shouldn't affect the validity of the yes or no question, because you can answer yes or no if the question is fair and then explain your position. But he won't answer yes or no because he can't explain his position.
Yeah, he won't even explain his position. That's the worst part. Like, it's not like he's just given a long rambling answer that it like answers the question. It doesn't even answer the point. Like,
he avoids it completely.
Yeah.
Yes or no questions and get weirded out when you refuse to answer them.
Like also introduce these like ultimatum style yes or no demands to like remove any potential elaboration on the subject. Just
well, so you're not being removed potential elaboration. I'm saying you can follow the yes or no up with additional info, elaboration.
I will say no, comma. The tendency of states, especially the United States, which I'm most familiar with.
Guys, we got an answer. No. I don't remember the question, but we got an answer. Do you remember what the question was?
No.
It was like, do you agree that all states enact some sort of secrecy when it comes to the like?
Or was it about the intervention?
I can't remember.
With the foreign policy of to impose secrecy as pertains to its military operations or its intelligence operations. No, to me that does not N-O-T have anything to do with justifying somehow the legitimacy of the operations today. Nor does it prevent. Nor should that the tendency.
Well, obviously, it doesn't justify the legitimacy. It's just a mechanism of fucking that's just a mechanism of how states work. Like the secrecy. That's not. He answered, but not the question. He answered a question he made up.
So when he does answer a question, it's not even the question he was asked.
Good grief!
If states to impose such secrecy somehow diminish the imperative to adequately ascertain the reality of what U.S. military operations are.
I'm fully in support of journalistic transparency and getting as much info as we can. My primary concern.
Finding of the presidential covert action finding that he...
So yeah, I looked through the article.
It, right?
I don't even think the article says what you think it says. It talks about amending a previous...
Have you read it before the stream?
I just read it right now while you were...
It's not like Tracy didn't give him time, right? Like, fuck me.
That's very impressive.
So I'm aware that it says Biden issued it's effectively an order. It's called a presidential covert action finding, which is like a written statement authorizing certain secret military operations. In fact, interestingly, one of the most notorious examples of this ever being done was in 1985 when Ronald Reagan signed the exact same type of order to initiate, what were then technically illegal transport of weapons to Iran. The Iran-Contra affair, as later became to be known. So there you go. That's what you don't care about secret U.S. military operations? No, I do. That's
no, you're fully correct. Right now, I don't, because we're talking about an ongoing war where people are dying, and I care about whether Ukraine wins or loses that war.
So if that fighting,
can you ever just stick to the topic?
And you could tell Biden, release it or don't. You would say, don't release it?
What?
Okay. So, somebody in the chat says his debate with Destiny was a bit more productive, but it still would refuse to answer any questions. Yeah, by productive, do you mean civil? Because if you didn't answer any questions, how the fuck was it productive?
Yes, civil doesn't mean productive.
Yeah. It was definitely more civil. I don't doubt that. I haven't watched it, but I'm certain it was more civil. But I do not believe it was more productive. There's no way Michael was answering questions in that debate.
Yeah, Michael's whole point is to not have a productive discussion. That's his whole agenda.
His whole aim in these conversations is to not answer questions, because answering questions will put him in a corner, and he doesn't want to be in a corner. Answering question gives him no maneuverability just because of how untenable his position is.
Yeah, being productive would defeat the point of talking to these people.
Destiny was able to make more points without being interrupted. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, yeah, I would understand, but that would you could make the points afterwards. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, having Michael there to stare at you while you make a point, only for him to not interact with a point and ignore it and fucking obfuscate. I can understand that. But at the same time, when you have Michael in front of you, I understand Vaush's urge to just fucking shit on him. Like, I would have that urge.
True.
Fuck me. I mean, I wanted to do that so much when I was talking with Kevin Castley. But I don't know.
How did that one go? I actually didn't see that.
I don't think that conversation exists anymore. Should have saved it. I didn't stream it on my end, and I couldn't download the VOD or anything, so...
Wait, who did you talk with?
I talked with Kevin Castley, the crazy liberal warhawk guy who doesn't understand anything.
Oh yeah, the crazy, we're gonna invade every country one by one and turn them into a democracy.
Yeah. No, our debate was about balkanizing Russia. And I said that, like...
fucking God.
I said that it would probably lead to a mountain of ethnic cleansing, and also, like, destabilizing the Russian regime doesn't necessarily mean it will lead to, like, good outcomes and stuff, and that also you don't want to, like, just have Russia violently break up and descend into civil war, because you never fucking know what will come out of that. That is probably,
and also nukes are at stake.
The nukes. I mean, the fucking nukes are the main point. You can't get directly involved, so you can't ensure the outcome. And then the question becomes, okay, let's say the country breaks up, and so, like, Tatarstan breaks free, Chechnya breaks free, and now the Russian state is at war with them, but also fucking a Zhirinovsky type has taken power in Russia. So it's not Putin, it's someone...
You talking about Zelensky?
Zhirinovsky.
Zhirinovsky. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
like someone who's, like, insane, completely insane. Like, let's say, like, fucking rabid neo-Nazis take power. It's not even that far-fetched. Like, don't you... I asked him, like, don't you see how that could probably mean, like, a more likely nuclear war out of this whole situation? Like, them thinking that, like, go out in a blaze of glory? And his answer was that, oh, like, it's inevitable anyway. Like, the nuclear war is inevitable anyway. We might as well go for it.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What?
That's what he defaulted to.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, all of his discussions end up on him making 12 assumptions, one on top of another. All of them having substantial potential for failure, and every time you point out a failure in one of them, he'll say, okay, yeah, nuclear war was gonna happen anyway. Like, that's his...
Yeah, like, I remember we had a debate with on Dylan Burns' channel with a journalist about Afghanistan, and he was basically saying that, like, the troop surge should have stayed in place for like 50 fucking years or something.
Oh yeah, he said that they should have kept Obama's level of deployment, so 200,000 men for a decade.
Yeah, like that definitely wouldn't have bred more resentment in Afghanistan against the occupation.
Oh yeah, no, that
definitely.
would have been so good for, like, that would have been so sustainable for the U.S. as well. Like, morale-wise, yeah, the soldiers would love that shit. Having committed such a like large amount of troops for such a long amount of time, yeah, sure. I am absolutely sure, like, whoever president started that plan would have been able to stay in office. Like, fuck
Exactly,
me.
yeah, like fuck. You think 2 billion was a lot? Fuck that. 10 trillion. Fuck it.
Yeah.
We're gonna. It's like, fuck
Oh,
me,
God.
bro.
Tracy, the only article that I've seen here is something with it's an Intercept article with no sources.
So let's say that does exist.
Michael, please, Michael, stop, Michael, calm down, Michael. I
Sorry,
did not say,
we got
Michael,
linkers.
Michael,
Release
please,
or not?
Michael. I never said I didn't want it released. I just
We got linkers. Oh, no, don't, no. Don't link me Haz versus Kevin Castley. That will kill me.
Oh
Like,
no, that needs to have like a suicide hotline link attached to it.
I'll
Like, what
post
the
it
fuck?
here if you guys wanna damage your brain cells. My God.
That's like they're like the polar opposite of each other as well. So it's even worse. In fact, no, they are the polar opposite, but like they're both equally as stupid.
Yes.
So they make it unbearable to
I
listen
think
to.
polar opposites is actually a fair description. I think like Castley is a mega like America simp, and
Yeah.
Oz is a mega
Anti-Americanist. Yeah, and neither of them have coherent ideologies. That's their main. Yeah, that's their main similarity. Oh my God, I can't even fucking imagine that discussion. Like, holy fuck. To be fair, it must be a fucking laugh factory. I'll watch it on my own. I'd rather have a stroke before watching CNN than to watch that clip. I'd rather have a stroke watching
I like
CNN.
journalistic transparency. However, whether the contents of the article are true or not, it doesn't change the
How
fact
Danica.
that I support U.S. support for Ukraine. I want Ukraine to
Do
win.
you
I
like
want
it to
Ukraine.
be
So wait,
record?
if we could just talk about anything in reality for a moment. I want
Oh,
Ukraine
this is
to
a
beat back
what's happening
Russia.
right now, according to the
Michael,
reporting.
I
Yeah.
want Ukraine to beat back Russia
What's your first name, by
because
the way? I don't know, maybe I'll keep repeating it just to
it's Ian.
echo you. Is it? What is it?
It's Ian.
Okay, good.
Now, I want Ukraine to push back to the border that Russia invaded
Okay.
against. And the reason I want this is because I don't like it when fascist countries do annexations for land grabbing, and a
Gotcha.
variety of reasons involved. So I support the mechanisms by which Ukraine is fighting for its freedom.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question? Is that acceptable?
Sure.
Okay. So let's just, there's so much going on even within the past, like, 2 weeks or something. I think we should probably bring it more to the present because, we started with World War II and then we did, the invasion started.
Give me a
Let's just do,
yes/no
October
question. I'll show you
2020.
how it's done.
No, I don't actually particularly want to ask you a yes/no question because I'm not trying to, like, impose any.
Ah!
I actually want you to explain your views in a reasonable length. So what I wanted to ask you was, you must have seen this reporting last week. The New York Times published an article where they were reporting that the U.S. intelligence agencies had found, and clearly this was leaked to the New York Times, which is pretty much always where the U.S. intelligence services will leak kind of public pronouncements like this. According to U.S. intelligence services, the Ukraine government was responsible for committing and did commit an assassination terror bombing outside of Moscow in August, where the daughter of this philosopher Dugin was killed. I'm sure you're familiar with the incident.
Yeah, it was
last
dope.
week. So the assassination terror bombing you're saying was dope.
Of the
I'd love you to.
Oh no, no. Oh, let me add to another fractal.
Yeah, I think. What's your guys' take on the assassination?
They were going
I
for
mean,
Dugin, right?
I don't super believe these leaks, to be honest. Like, it just makes no sense. There are so many more better targets.
True. I don't know. I don't know if the Ukrainian government would be directly involved in it. They might have. I don't know, man. They might have supported someone else to do it, like facilitated them to do it. But like, I don't know. Like,
And
I
also-
doubt the Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, Russia's response to the bombing was just an absolute, like, meme factory. It was ridiculous, so that's why I
Yeah.
don't believe it. Furthermore, like,
Well, to be
Yeah,
honest, all
I
of the
don't know.
propaganda is like all of it is like when they shot down when the fucking separatists shot down that civilian plane. The Russians said they'd captured the Ukrainian Su-25 on satellite with its missile in midair, heading towards the fucking plane. For God's sake, like they went so far as to change the Wikipedia article on the Su-25 to say they can fly higher because it was literally impossible for it to be flying at the same level as the plane during the. It was
Yeah, no, there was
ridiculous.
so much BS. Yeah, I really do. I don't know exactly who did it. The target was clearly like Dugin,
Yeah, it was
and
clearly
like,
vegan.
I'll be real with you guys. Like, fuck, I won't cry any tears for Dugin.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't
True.
care about Dugan or his daughter. They're both
yeah,
fascists, and I literally
yeah,
don't give a
yeah,
shit if people feel fascist. So.
yeah. Fuck them.
All right, guys, I'll step away for a few seconds. You can keep going.
Oh, of course. Okay.
Okay.
Just let us know when you join back in.
Word.
To elaborate
Just
on that,
state official.
What? Oh.
I'm saying all right. I will.
Okay, okay, okay. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So that would have been like
state official? Was the daughter a state official?
she was
What was
yeah
her state,
she worked for state.
what was her state job?
She was a publisher in state media, a pretty high up
Okay,
one
so
as well.
she was employed by the Russian government?
Yeah, yes, she worked for state media.
Okay, well, I mean, I have to...
She wasn't
double
just the
check
yeah,
daughter.
I was telling you that
Wait,
even
did you
she
not,
was
did you not
a
know that? She wasn't just the daughter. If she was just a civilian, then I would have thought that was heinous. But no, she was a genocidal, fascist state official who published articles that were, let's say, ethnically critical of Ukraine.
She was a state official. I don't know that to be true. I have to double check it. My understanding was that she was a civilian and she was like, within published books
It
and
would
stuff.
have been like
for the
it would have been like if the
Let's say she
French
was a state
resistance.
official. Let's say she was a state official. You would think it's dope to launch an assassination?
Sir, is it dope, sir? Sir,
So, is it dope to kill
sir,
fascists?
no, is it dope? Is it dope to kill fascists? I mean, here we'd need Jeb Bush, right? To come back and say, hell yeah, it killed baby Hitler.
Oh my fucking hell! Like it's so you can always tell. Like it's so revealing when people cry, like shed these tears over fucking Darina Dugina. Like she was like an open. She was basically like an open Nazi. Like, like why the
know-
the fuck all these people that call themselves like anti-imperialist or whatever like
It's-
cry over Dugina dying? It's just a self-report.
Yeah, no, it's people like crying over the methods a lot of the time. You know, it's like when people like cry like crocodilian tears, we would say, for like fucking Rowling, and when or also J.K. Rowling when she fucking supports the victims of the trans mob, and it's usually just some fucking some completely like a maniac. Like usually the it has been fucking posting the most transphobic shit you can possibly imagine, and usually far
Exactly.
righters, and they say, oh yeah, like they were a brave soul. Like fuck off, like
It's like-
I mean, in the case of Rowling, I would say it's even fucking worse because nobody even dies in that scenario.
Exactly.
They
But it's like
yeah.
I just don't like all these people that bring up all they car bombed. It's like who cares?
Yeah,
What
also
is the
completely
difference?
irrelevant to the point of Lend-Lease. Like, still
Yeah, like-
obfuscating.
But like for real, like who cares if it's a car bomb or someone just walked up to her and shot her? What's the difference? Like, they
makes-
still
yeah.
killed her.
Yeah, they say
Doesn't
terrorist
matter.
tactics. Who cares? What's the difference between like a suicide bomber killing 20 civilians and a fucking drone strike killing 20 civilians?
Exactly, like it's unironically like it's such a liberal point, like a talking point, suicide bombing is so bad. It's like, but they'll just brush away fucking airstrikes or drone strikes. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I just can't stand it. It's
No,
so
it's
stupid.
optics fucking based. Like,
Oh,
what looks worse?
I can't fucking stand optics cocks. It actually drives me crazy. Holy shit.
If it was a state official?
Wait, if like the French resistance had assassinated one
yeah,
of like
it's
Hitler's
assassination.
propaganda. Wait,
I'm
so
just-
like, wait,
so you think
wait,
this
don't
assassination
ask me a
don't-
question, then keep me from answering. Like,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, like if the French resistance or the Jewish resistance within Germany had assassinated like Himmler or like one of their propaganda ministers, yeah, I would have totally supported that. They're not just like
Okay.
like an unaffiliated civilian.
This woman that was killed is roughly comparable to a Himmler.
Well, no, she would have been like one below him. Well, I don't know the direct comparison. with the propaganda
That
structures of the
seems
Kremlin.
like a bit of a stretch to be based on the facts
Oh,
that I'm aware
Goebbels,
of.
sorry,
Even-
Goebbels.
Fucking Riefenstahl. We killed.
Not him.
I don't know about her like operational involvement in the Russian government and like maybe her military import or something, and I'll have to do some more research on that once we're off the stream.
Yeah, sorry. I meant Goebbels, not Himmler. But yeah, propaganda.
Okay, so why do you think it is then that the U.S. intelligence services put out this information publicly and said that they had chastised or reprimanded the Ukraine government for taking this action? Because they don't think it's dope for the assassination to have been committed?
Well, maybe I'm more passionate about anti-fascism than the U.S. government.
Doesn't even matter.
Between
Exactly.
you and the U.S. government is you're more passionately anti-fascist and hence more inclined to openly support assassination terror bombings. Okay, I got it.
Oh, hey, Michael! Assassinations and terror bombings of who?
Yeah, who?
Who,
Exactly.
Michael? That's the point. We're talking about the ends, not the means here.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're anti-fascist, so we like it when, especially when fucking, not just like some random fascist, not some like off the street like stupid like idiot that has bought into the ideology. When someone who's an active propagandist gets it,
Yeah,
we are.
for a fascist government.
Yeah, they cause fascism to spread around the world. They're actively harming the world. It's not some moron who like sits in their basement. Like yeah, sure,
Yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't
not
want you to kill like some fucking guy in his basement who's like a
Yeah,
fucking
She wasn't just some fucking poster on
Yeah.
pole, like.
exactly. She was a fucking propagandist. But it's also irrelevant
State
to the fucking
officials who
point.
are complicit in an
And I'm sure
invasion
you
of a
have
neighboring
a
country. Yeah.
perfectly kind of intelligible and
Yes.
universalizable criteria for who's a quote fascist who deserves to be assassination car bombed.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't even
Yeah.
what I was bringing up.
Yeah?
So we got so you
I can't believe you didn't know that
assassination
she
was done.
worked
We
in
got that.
journalism.
Why do you think it is then that when top Ukraine officials, like top advisor to Zelensky in the president's office in Ukraine, when after this attack took place in August, obviously he addressed it on state television in Ukraine, and he vehemently denied that Ukraine carried out the attack because he said if it had carried out the attack, that would have made Ukraine a terrorist state, and Ukraine is not a terrorist state.
Okay, who
Wow.
cares?
States deny assassinations. Fucking hell.
Wow,
This
yeah.
is such a new revelation. I wonder if this has
Geopolitical
ever
analysis of incredible magnitude from Michael Tracey. Yeah, when was the last time a fucking state admitted an assassination?
Well, I guess like Soleimani.
So
Oh,
yeah.
True. Oh
Sule-
my God,
yeah,
I was just about to
Soleimani,
say
yeah.
that was.
Yeah, no, that's probably yeah, because fucking
But
Jamal
Trump is, like,
Khashoggi,
unique in that.
yeah, like the Saudis
guess-
killing Khashoggi, like all of these
Oh, yeah, yeah.
assassinations, they never fucking, like the Russian assassinations, how many of those have gone around that
Yeah, but,
Michael
like,
didn't
they-
shed
a lot
any
of them
tears for?
Basically admit, right? Like the Russians don't openly admit it, but they do it in such a way that everyone knows
Knows
it
they
was them.
did it,
So they
yeah.
basically do admit it.
They do it just enough to have plausible like legal deniability, but also while letting everybody know like motherfuckers, if you cross us, you're gonna end up in a ditch. That's how the
Yeah,
Russians
like
operate.
they always use a poison that was known to only have ever been
Yes.
like created by Russia.
While they could use any like fucking household poison, they could use fucking
Yeah, they could just use arsenic or anything.
yeah, but they use fucking like like Russian like chemical agents specifically so that people know they did the killings.
Then, U.S. intelligence services about 6 weeks later charge that the Ukraine government did, in fact, carry out that attack. So why would that Ukraine government official have denied doing it on the grounds that it would have meant that Ukraine's a terrorist state if the assassination terror bombing was so dope?
Wait, just out of curiosity, where the f are we going with this? I don't care about any of this.
So you, okay.
Wait, I don't care. I don't care whether or not they're trying to do a PR campaign for their assassination. I'm fine with the assassination. What you're telling me that like officials will like deny various military bombings or then like pull it back and then yes, absolutely.
Because
It's fine.
it gets to whether an attack like this is worth endorsing, as you have.
I don't care whether they endorse it. I'm
Why
endorsing
did
it.
the senior-most officials in the Ukraine government vehemently declined to endorse it because they said it would mean that Ukraine had.
Of course, of course. Like, why does it matter? Like, all of this is irrelevant. Oh god.
Oh,
I understand why people warn me. Like, there's nothing of value is being added by Tracy's existence here. Like, you might as well talk to a stock photo of Michael Tracey.
Yeah, literally. It's just like talking to a fucking brick wall.
Yes. He does not engage whatsoever.
A terrorist act.
Why the fuck would I care what Ukrainian officials endorse?
I thought you were a passionate supporter of Ukraine.
Whoa, Michael, that's not the fucking point of the discussion.
No,
What?
but you can just tell by his tone when he said that. Like he's obviously being like he knows he's being dishonest.
Yeah. I think he's smart enough to know he's bullshitting. Like,
Oh yeah, like yeah, that's his whole grift. Like he knows he's doing this on purpose. Like,
I am of Ukraine winning against Russia. I don't look to Ukrainian officials for moral guidance on my beliefs. If you're trying to catch me in a gotcha, you're not going to. It's not going to work.
Gotcha. I'm genuinely
You
trying
are.
to
You're like, oh,
understand,
can
but-
you explain to me why this one official one time said that the thing that they did would have been bad if it came out and they
consensus
did
view
it?
within the Ukraine government when they were made to.
I don't
when they
care.
asked whether
I
the
don't look to them for my
actually-
ethics.
Okay, good.
It's Aristotle, Plato, and Zelensky's
Just
are
like a
great.
PR thing because they actually did think it was dope.
I don't care if they thought it was dope.
Doesn't
I mean, they did, but
matter.
clearly some of them think it was pretty dope. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, you and I just seem to basically differ on the dopeness of assassination, terror bombings.
Of
So can you
fascist state
from there?
officials.
Oh, you fucking weasel. Like, yeah, no, I'm sure that's the fucking, yeah, optics, fucking trying to make him look bad by saying that, oh, yeah, you're ambivalent on car bombings. Fuck, motherfucker.
Conducting an invasion, yeah. I mean, you can complain about, you can like use whatever terminology you
Oh,
want.
yeah,
Do you
yeah,
think it would have been bad for like propaganda ministers in
double-check
Germany
the
to get
record
murked?
Sorry?
Do you think it would have been bad for propaganda ministers under Nazi Germany to get murked during World War II? Like if resistance figures bombed their
Well,
cars?
I mean, I'm sure, you know, like occupied
Oh, it's
France
another
or
yes/no
something-
question. I made a mistake asking it.
Yeah. Sorry, I need like a 12-word sentence to answer. I don't doubt that there could have been like a militarily defensible justification for carrying out an act like that, for example, in occupied France or something. No. I'm just
okay.
not. This is
A
kind of
terroristic bombing of a-
referencing why I brought up the World War II subject in the first place because it always gets analogized. Well, you just did it there to justify something happening right now. Hence my interest in actually probing.
I do like drawing analogies to make
particularly
points
that analogy.
sometimes, yes.
Well, right. That's why I assess the analogy.
Right, so we're cool.
Okay, so then even more recently we have.
So wait,
incident
we're still
of-
trying to
of-
talk about,
right?
if you don't support the Russian invasion, how is Ukraine supposed to win without the assistance of the West? They're a weaker country.
Sorry.
They're a weaker country. Russia has shown itself to be
Well,
pathetically weak over the course of this invasion, but Ukraine was not, strong enough to defend itself without our help.
Yeah. And by the way, people, I probably am sweating because I closed my window and it's now getting hot because I wanted to keep out the ambient noise. So if anybody on the internet wants to comment on that, you got me. I probably am sweating at this point.
Oh my god. He can feel his face being fucking like red and he says, oh, I'm probably sweating. He's preempting it. What a loser. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And also, yeah, like fucking obviously, without US support, I think like a lot of people like have misunderstood exactly how important like Western support has been. Without Western support, Ukraine would have lost the war by now. I think the conventional war, at least.
Yeah, I think they would have lost the conventional war or like pulled back, and basically the front line would just be the Dnipro River.
Yeah, and the reason for that is not like we don't believe in Ukraine's capability. They would just fucking run out of ammunition. They wouldn't have enough systems. Like they've received so much ammunition, so much. I mean, fuck. Probably their economy would have collapsed, and their economy is being held together by foreign aid. Ukraine on its own can't actually win this war. It needs Western support. Like the only war they could have been able to win if they were completely on their own, it would have been the guerrilla war after Russia won the conventional war. So it like a lot of people have gotten like so many like faulty ideas of like how this like war has gone down. We've seen like a pathetic performance from the Russian army, and like still like Ukraine needs the assistance to stay afloat. Like a lot of people think that like this means that pretty much every NATO country in the same position would have fucking destroyed Russia. Like, are you like?
Nah, I don't think so. Like Ukrainian equipment stocks, even though they weren't like comparable to Russia's, are still like way larger than most European military.
No, like Ukraine was one of the few countries in Europe, apart from maybe Turkey, that were like positioned to be able to like withstand an invasion, and even them, they need fucking assistance. They need assistance to keep afloat. Otherwise, they'll run out of ammunition. It just goes to show just how fucking deep Russia's stockpiles really are. Like, it's ridiculous just how many weapons they have. It is stupid.
Especially for an economy their size.
Yeah, no, it's insane. It's basically what we're seeing is like the fucking legacy of the Soviet army being spat, like is being spat in their face,
Yeah, basically.
Like fuck me. I mean, the Soviet army in the 70s and 80s was like an insane fighting force. Like, it's probably the most powerful conventional fighting force in history, I would say. But like, it's the air front is a different thing, of course. Like, the West always had an edge there. But in terms of being able to field and equip like an army and send them forward, the Soviets were unmatched. Like the Americans focused so much on nuclear weapons specifically because they didn't feel confident that they could hold Europe in case the Soviets attacked. So like they didn't believe the Europeans would have enough time to hold off the Soviets for the Americans to put sufficient troops on the ground. So like, yeah, no, irrelevant. All of this is irrelevant. Let's continue.
That's fine. I embrace it. So you mentioned actually a little while ago, if we were too kind of diligent about scrutinizing which state is a belligerent in which conflict, like each conflict would have like 50 state belligerents, right?
I mentioned right now how Ukraine's supposed to win without our help.
But that totally obscures. I'm not saying you're like willfully doing this obscuring, but that sort of logic totally obscures the actual nature of the U.S. role in particular in Ukraine. It's not just that the U.S. is one of many belligerents. The U.S. is almost singularly sponsoring the entire Ukraine war effort, and not just sponsoring with financial provision and armament provision.
Irrelevant.
Well, if we didn't do that,
the only reason Ukraine is even able to is probably.
This has nothing to do with the morality of whether or not the Lend-Lease is good. Like, nothing to do with it.
I mean, I think there's
or whether or not it should be done. The fact that, like, the US is the primary provider, yeah, no shit, it's the most powerful country in NATO. Of course they're gonna be the primary. I mean, Germany's not pulling their fucking weight, but that's fucking Germany. Like, what does that have to do with the morality of, like, assisting Ukraine?
Speaking of Germany, they just announced they're going to train 5,000 Ukrainians in Germany.
Ah, okay, that's something.
Yeah, I hope they get like these training things expanded. I also don't know what's the situation with training in America, because I know a bunch of European countries that are doing it, but I don't know if there's any large-scale training of Ukrainians.
I don't know about large scale, but it's definitely happening. We've already seen that there are Ukrainians in the US, but I don't know, I would guess that they're doing more specialized systems, or it's like more like small SF units getting trained in the US.
Yeah, I mean the Russians are kind of struggling with their training because they've sent like all their trainers to the fucking front.
Yeah,
So
that's exactly why they're doing the training in Belarus, because their trainers are fucking dead.
Yeah.
And that's the thing as well. Most of the Russian training doesn't happen in like a boot camp. It happens at the unit, and obviously most Russian units are in Ukraine right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna train. They're gonna like have. They're gonna adapt. They pull people from like higher military academies, and they're probably gonna like generate more trainers as time goes on. But it will take like in order to build like a proper mobilization apparatus. Not even doing the mobilization, building a proper mobilization apparatus could take months for the Russians to do.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So like it's not as easy as like saying that they're done for, but it's not as easy as saying that like that they could just fucking just train this many people. They're gonna have to send people that are undertrained to some extent or another.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we've already seen that. Like we've already seen mobilized guys from Russia dead already in Ukraine, so they're already being sent to the front.
To be fair though, like the way I see that particular thing is that they are trying to like plug holes, freeze the front, and the bulk of the soldiers they are like training in Russia still. So they try to send a bunch so that they could plug some holes and have and those are the unfortunate ones. And once the front stabilizes, they'll wait for they'll wait the autumn months especially like
wait for Raputin to kick in.
Yeah, exactly. As long as the mud holds, they'll keep training people, and I think that after the mud, like the Ukrainians are probably gonna launch the offensive in Zaporizhia, so that's where we're gonna see a lot of fighting.
And then they'll throw the mobilized guys in to plug those holes again.
Yeah. Let's see how. I mean, it's interesting, if anything.
Yeah. Also, France just announced they're gonna train 2,000 Ukrainians as well.
Ah, that's also something.
And they're gonna step up like a military aid as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched the parent video about air defenses, but once again Greece was mentioned saying that like Greece and Turkey having S-300s. Like, yeah, but like we both aim them at each other. Like we're pretty much the only NATO countries that have like these systems, really.
Yeah, dude, that is so annoying that we have that weird conflict going on.
And also Bulgaria. Yeah, Bulgaria has S-300s, I think.
Also, like, I guess...
Bulgaria's like...
Yeah. Bulgaria's
Isn't
been
Bulgaria's
shaky as
like
well.
entire military like basically all Soviet equipment?
Yeah, but Bulgaria like pretends they give no assistance, but they sell arms to
Oh
third
yeah,
parties
yeah,
so
yeah.
that they can be sold
They've
to.
been selling it all to Poland and then shipping it. Like I remember during the early days when everyone was like the flight tracking to the airport in Poland was a big thing, and like every day there were flights coming out of Bulgaria and shit.
Yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah.
you have the US or other Western nations buying artillery ammunition like 152 millimeter from basically anywhere they
Everything,
can, like
everywhere.
Pakistan.
Yeah,
Like
and
and
Russia
even
would also go around buying from everywhere, just so that they
yeah,
could
and like
deprive them.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
so
and like they were even getting third parties to buy Iranian rounds, like
Yeah,
for them and then ship them to the West so they can ship them to Ukraine.
yeah, no. I mean, pretty much the entirety of the fucking Bulgarian artillery production right now is servicing Ukraine. It's just that.
Yeah. But we'll put it this way: it's a good fucking time to be a producer of 152
Oh my god, it
millimeter
is.
shells.
Are you kidding? Yeah. Like, those guys are making a fucking killing right now.
oh yeah, but you guys heard about the thing with Iran potentially supplying tactical missiles to Ukraine?
To
Oh, yeah, I
Right,
Ukraine?
wouldn't be
not to
surprised.
Ukraine, to
To
Russia.
Russia.
My
Oh,
bad.
yeah,
I
of
wouldn't be
course.
surprised.
Yeah. I mean, they're already getting, like, their money's worth, like, of advertising for this ahead.
Yeah, and also like the thing is though, their drones are pretty good, but from what I've seen, their ballistic missiles are still pretty dog shit. Like they launched a bunch of them into Iraq not too long ago, and like almost all of them missed. Like,
you know,
a lot of them just ended up hitting like random schools and fields and just like random shit like that wasn't their intended target.
actually,
I'm hoping we can
that's
get some movement on the ATACMs finally.
I think specifically when it comes to missiles, I think it's actually bad news if there is availability of a lot of shit missiles. If Russia has in its hands like a ton of shitty missiles, that it can fire at like Ukrainian targets, Ukrainian air defenses have like, limited amounts of missiles. That's why the Saheds are also like a problem. It's because if you can
Oh
send
yeah,
like
sure.
a ton of shit downrange that like
Yeah.
the air defenses are forced to shoot down, you might end up slipping a lot of like of your better missiles, which you don't want to be wasting, crashing into air defense missiles. You can send them to hit a target. It's the same thing that like the Ukrainians do with the GMLRS missiles,
Yeah,
where
I
they'll
was
send
about
a
to say,
GMLRS along with the grads.
Oregon, yeah.
Yeah, the
Along with like
Oregon, yeah.
Oregon and stuff. Yeah. But like I think that's why we saw the EU have this like program of sending a bunch of air defense systems to Ukraine right now. Like Spain is, Germany is, France is.
Yeah.
Like the air defense systems have there's been a big step up in supply recently.
Yeah, but still, the air defense front is kind of precarious. I think it's probably the most precarious front because if Russia is able to actually like silence Ukrainian air defenses and they're able to engage in like proper strategic bombing or proper CAS. Proper CAS will be
Oh.
harder because of fucking manpads, but
Yeah.
if they're able to engage in more targeted like bombing campaigns, it could actually degrade like the war effort quite substantially. So
True.
hopefully the Westerns are able to provide air defenses in sufficient like quantities. Who knows?
Yes.
Who
Same
fucking
with
knows?
Russia as well, right? Because of the harm threat that has been fucking with them a lot.
Yeah. Fucking, I mean, I think that's Surovkin's like approach is like overwhelming Ukrainian air defenses.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
what do you
I
think
wouldn't be
about
surprised.
the thing with missiles running out supposedly?
Well, for the Russians,
Well,
Yeah.
Russian PGMs, they're definitely in limited supply, definitely.
yeah, it's
'Cause
just
they
that
don't
we just don't know when they'll run out, and they'll probably like their precision guided missiles are certainly in limited supply. Their less
Definitely.
precision guided missiles, unfortunately, they have plenty of those. Like I think they have something like 10,000 S300 outdated S300 missiles they could start like firing.
True.
Like missiles that aren't
like,
good anymore for hitting
S300s,
aircraft. But
S300s aren't really good to attack like military targets. They're good to soak up anti-air defense
yeah, that's
ammunition.
that's what I mean. They
Yeah.
they have like
Oh,
if
yeah.
they have 10,000 older missiles that they can be firing, so that like S300s from Ukraine are forced to intercept. So that
Yeah,
then they
definitely.
could send like the fucking I think the kamikaze drones are probably gonna end up replacing the main deal that the fucking cruise missiles are doing, even though they can do way less damage. Like,
yeah, but it's way more cost efficient for the Russians just
so
to send
much more.
kamikaze
They
drones.
can build like 100 a fucking day, from what I understand.
Yeah, especially with Iran. Like,
Yeah.
Iran has really, really focused hard on kamikaze drones, and they're like a key part of their foreign policy. So they can easily ramp up production for the Russians, and they'll be more than willing to do it.
I think I
mean,
the,
I don't know about easily under the current circumstances,
yeah,
but
of course. The
What,
gun-based
Oh yeah, true.
yeah, gun-based air defenses might make a comeback with the prevalence of that many fucking drones. You know, like the Ukrainians might actually start using the Shilkas again to hit drones. You never
Yeah, you
fucking
definitely
know.
could. You
Yeah.
definitely could, especially with how slow moving
Yeah.
the Iranians are. You definitely could.
So
Like, unironically, like a lucky machine gunner on a 50 could take them out.
yeah, so I mean, fuck. I think that would make perfect sense to start servicing Shilkas again in like to try to hit the drones. And that would
Yeah,
probably
'cause
make
from what
them
I've
use the
seen, like-
drones at night. Like it's always measures, countermeasures. That's how fucking wars go.
Yeah,
always,
exactly.
always,
The-
always.
whoever evolves the quickest wins.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Like,
All right.
Like, and I've noticed the Shilkas
Mhm.
right now don't really have much use with an anti-air defense because
Yeah.
in an anti-air defense role because they've been used a lot in like direct attack on like positions on both sides.
Yeah, I
which
mean they
makes
are
sense.
terrifying.
They're good. Oh yeah, it's similar to what in Syria and Iraq and shit, where you had the ZSUs on the back of Toyotas and shit that would just rip through buildings in any urban battle.
I mean, that's why, like, long after the ZSU 57 too, you know, the one with the dual 57s, long
yeah.
after that thing was useful for, like, air defense purposes, people were still terrified of those things in direct attack mode. Like,
Oh yeah.
holy shit, these things were absolutely terrifying to fight, like, in an urban setting. It could shred even MBTs. Like, they could
Yeah.
damage them so badly that, like, it would become useless.
Yeah, they'll just rip, and like I saw it in Syria where like they will just rip buildings apart. Like they will
Oh,
just
Christ.
turn them into dust.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, you actually ran into those dual 57s? Or like the Shilkas?
not what are they called? The ZSU, you know the big Soviet fucking anti-aircraft guns. I forgot
The
what they're called.
57
S-
millimeters. S60? No,
I
those are
think
Swedish.
so. I can't remember what they're called, but you know where it's the 2 barrels, or sometimes even a 4.
Oh,
And,
the ZSU 23 too.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things.
Yeah, those were always like you saw hundreds of those on the back of Toyotas and
Oh
shit.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 57s are a bit too big for the back of Toyotas, although they do that because you'll put anything on the back of a Toyota. But
I saw fucking BMP-1 turrets on the back of Toyotas. for God's sake.
Holy fuck, man. Okay, wait. Let's continue because we're halfway through. I don't think we're gonna get through all of it. I mean, I'm down for another hour if you guys are, but then we could have like a part
Yeah.
2 as well. Like whatever.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
yeah, I'm cool.
All right. Let's continue.
Hey, the only reason why Ukraine is even currently a state is because of the largesse it receives from U.S. Hegemony. So it's kind of different than just you're one
When
of
the
the
Soviet Union
belligerent.
fell, they voted pretty unanimously for independence.
No, I mean after. I meant if like the U.S. hadn't entered.
Vaush is making a mistake. He's engaging with the relevant points that Michael Tracey is making.
Okay.
He's even addressing the man.
He's made a fatal error.
Into the war, like the war effort, or gotten involved in the war effort post
Without
February.
us helping, they would have lost. But I don't want them to lose, so I want us to
It's not
help.
just one of the more belligerent. It's actually like pretty much running the war effort.
Yes.
Like it's the prime
We are-
mover in the
Yes!
Most belligerents in those conflicts, like according to like
So you are saying you want the Ukrainians to fight this war? Yes. Yes.
Yes, for the 35th time I've said in
Oh
this
my
conversation. Yes,
so
I
what
want
you're
them to
telling
win.
me? Am I clear? Motherfucker, like just.
akin to what you were referencing, are not like the prime movers in the war in the way that the U.S. is.
I'm
'Cause if you
fine
took- if you
with
fuck
us
the US as
helping
a scenario,
Ukraine.
there's no
I
war
want
happening
us
right
to
now.
help Ukraine.
Right.
It's good. We're doing the good thing. Ukraine as the victim. We're
Okay,
helping
so-
the victim. Right now you're tooting the horn of like American moral supremacy right here in a way that I'm frankly as a
not.
socialist not comfortable with. Yes, they're doing a very good thing right
American
now.
moral supremacy at all. How did I done that?
Well, I don't know because you don't answer any questions. How is Ukraine supposed to win without the West's assistance?
Okay. Well, at least let's look at what the policy is.
Ah! Son of a bitch! Just answer. Just answer.
I love how we had to think of another question, like another question to
Yes.
answer.
That was
Like
a
he,
masterful dodge.
Oh, oh yes. The pause there. Wait, let's hear this again because it's beautiful.
How is Ukraine supposed to win without the West's assistance?
Okay. Well, at least let's look at what the policy is now.
How do I not answer the question?
oh, God.
Oh God.
Michael,
That's
how is Ukraine?
This is what we're told by our government that's orchestrating the war.
Michael,
required for
I don't want to hear about the
It's
government. I want to hear from you, Michael.
I'm gonna like give you speculation about how could Ukraine win? I know
Because you can't answer any questions. Michael, how could Ukraine win?
How could Ukraine win?
The answer is they couldn't, right?
I'm not a military tactician. I'm receiving what the U.S. government is saying is required for Ukraine.
Let's try this then. Do you agree that Western aid has massively increased Ukraine's ability to defend itself?
Well, I mean, I think the U.S. is the most powerful military, state on Earth. So yeah, when it commits whole hog to funding a foreign belligerence war effort, that's going to have a pretty significant impact.
Yes, when we aid our allies, it goes a long way because we're very strong. And since the ally is the victim of an invasion, our assistance is
Ukraine's not a full ally, by the way.
justifiable.
I'm not here to...
Motherfucker, like just you don't. He's so willing to like miss the point. Watch that 4 times speed. So I didn't even notice the pause. Oh my God.
Not a full military
just
ally, no. But in this case, in this
tiny-
context, here we
something
are.
really funny. I went on the ZU-232's like operator list,
Yeah.
and under former operators, ISIS is listed as one.
ISIS is listed. Oh man.
Oh, God, that's a good one.
Everyone fucking operates these things. I think everyone has like a couple laying around. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
Greece we have them. In Greece, we have plenty of them. I wonder why we haven't sent them. Actually, I don't know if Ukraine wants them. They should. Like,
Yeah, like just slap them on a technical, like.
yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, we should. I mean, we're sending the BMPs that are armed with the ZSUs.
I guess maybe they just forgot about them. I think the Ukrainians are trying to squeeze out the freaking martyrs or something that just Germany just won't give for some reason.
It's just that like Greece is not willing to give any ground when it comes to their military capabilities. They don't wish to part with anything unless they know they'll have it replaced for cheap. Because like,
To be honest, I can't blame them.
yeah, no, they're terrified of Turkey. I mean, if it wasn't for Turkey, Greece would have been like a pretty major supplier. They've already given quite a bit.
100%.
Like we've given it like a lot of our ammunition.
BMP-1s, right?
Huh? What?
A lot of BMP-1s.
Yeah,
as well,
we've
right?
given BMP-1s, we've given ammunition, but that's it really. We've also pledged to repair, I think, certain communities around Berdyansk. But we can't send our S-300s. Like we won't send any of our air defense systems. We won't even send trucks. Like we aren't willing to send pretty much anything. We even have we have Russian pontoon bridges.
Really?
Yeah, and we won't send them. I don't know why we even have pontoon bridges. Like which fucking
Yeah, where the fuck are you bridging?
we're gonna use them. Yeah, fucking Maritza.
Maybe we're gonna use them on that tiny island next to Turkey and bridge all the way to Turkey.
Yeah, my God. Yeah, because Turkey is worried about the Greek invasion that's coming up. You know, as they've made clear.
Yeah, the joint PKK Greek invasion.
Tracy's like a greased pig on an ice rink. You cannot pin that man down. That's a good one. Oh, fuck me.
Ally.
Well,
we are.
If you want to be, I mean, if you want to assert that, then yeah, you can
I am
make a
asserting.
case. It's not like the U.S. is treaty bound somehow to defend Ukraine. It's decided to.
We're doing it out of the goodness of
Well,
our heart.
actually, technically, they are.
Oh yeah, correct. Because of it's the treaty
The
that
Budapest memorandum, right?
yeah. So actually, the U.S. is very much treaty bound to helping Ukraine. Not directly militarily, but they did guarantee their territorial integrity.
Sovereignty, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Russia is obligated by treaties to support Ukraine in this war against Russia, and they're doing so by providing them a ton of captured equipment.
Yeah. The first Guards tank army were definitely holding up that agreement.
Oh my God, they got fucking wrecked. Greece will use those bridges, of course, to cross into Anatolia after they take Constantinople. True! Yeah. True. Once we conquer a city that has bigger population than our country, that's when we're gonna move on to invade the rest of Turkey. That's our.
Fucking Constantinople. What is this? The Fifth Crusade? Like,
You won't believe how many Greek ultranationalists actually hold on to the dream.
oh yeah, I won't be surprised. Return to
Yeah.
tradition. Return.
Yeah.
Return the Byzantine Empire.
Absolutely. I mean, we were petty enough to like hold up North Macedonia's entry into NATO for so long and European Union, just
Yeah,
because
wasn't it
of
over the
naming.
name or something?
Yeah,
over the name of the country.
Yeah, like people said that it was like a threat to Greece's territorial integrity. Like, motherfucker, have you seen the armed forces of Macedonia?
What the fuck did they expect North Macedonia to? Like,
Yeah.
get Alexander II back and
Yeah,
just
like-
reconquer the whole of the Middle East? Like,
Yeah, like, oh no, like Macedonia would attack with their like massive army and just demolish us. Yeah, I'm sure like all 16 of their tanks would have like rolled into
Yeah.
Athens.
they're scared of the phalanx coming back.
Yeah, fuck me. Like, how many people live in North Macedonia? Like 2 million?
I doubt it's even that.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, like it's like Greeks being scared of like military like invasions from its northern neighbors is ridiculous. Greece is like has the strongest military in the Balkans. Pretty easily. I mean,
It's like
maybe
like-
Serbia has a similarly, but no, Greece is probably stronger than Serbia too, on account of having
exactly.
a massive air force.
exactly like
Yeah.
like that's like Ukraine being afraid of an invasion from Transnistria.
Yes. Oh yeah, actually pretty similar. Considering Greece and like Ukraine had a similar defense budget like before the war. I mean, Ukraine does have a bigger stockpiles and a much bigger population though, so they're stronger than us. But still, like
God,
compared
it
to
would-
Macedonia, like
It would
Greece
be
is-
pretty fucking funny if if the Russians, when the Russians get kicked out of Ukraine, that Moldova and Ukraine just do a funny and invade
just invade
Transnistria.
Transnistria. Oh, I mean, Transnistria must be shitting its pants right now.
Oh yeah, like how could you not be like?
Yeah. I mean, Moldova still doesn't want to because they're afraid of Russian ballistic missiles. I
Yeah,
think.
sure.
Or the Russians doing some funny business inside their country.
Yeah, they could probably just do a coup in their country, to be honest.
Yeah. No, it's not. They don't feel safe enough to actually like accept that help from Ukraine.
Also, isn't Transnistria sitting on an ammo depot that's essentially like the power of Little Boy or something?
Yeah, no. People say that if it blows up, it'll be worse than Beirut.
Jesus.
Oh god. Yeah, I think there's like 40,000 tons of like.
Yeah, isn't it like 40,000 tons of ammunition?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
It's
That must be
ridiculous.
horrifically stored as well.
It is the main. It used to be the main ammo depot of the 14th Soviet Army.
God, one smoker and Transnistria just gets wiped off the map.
Yeah, it's stupid. And it's 2 kilometers from the border as well. It's like right there. The Ukrainians can see it. They can smell it. I mean, the Ukrainians must be salivating over that depot. Like, fuck me.
Well, yeah, can you imagine if they just sent one GMLRS into it?
Oh Christ, that would be a terrorist attack. Fuck me.
That would be terrorist.
That would be the only time when I'm saying, yeah, that's a fucking terrorist attack. Terror was the main goal there.
Like, not a single house in Transnistria would have windows left.
Yeah, fucking nuking Transnistria, basically.
Be a fucking earthquake.
Oh,
I mean,
good grief.
I think like if Belarus does decide to, like come in and do the thing, I think Transnistria will come into play as well.
You think so?
Yeah, I think like once
Nah, they couldn't.
once it's a multinational war, I don't think Ukraine has any reason to hold back on Transnistria.
Oh yeah, no. The thing is, Ukraine has already offered to invade Transnistria. It's up to Moldova. They want to
Oh, did
invade.
they?
Yeah, no. I think they've done so. They've stated their
pretty funny, to be
readiness.
honest.
I mean, they've done so indirectly. They've stated their readiness to do it if the need arises. And Moldova said that like basically like no way. It's
Yeah,
not
because
happening.
that's like because Moldova still sees that as their borders, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like Transnistrian military is 5,000 men. Like,
yeah, no,
It's not
it
gonna
isn't
do
that big.
shit.
It's of similar size to the Moldovans. And
Is
yeah,
it? That's shocking, to be honest.
oh yeah, no, Moldova and Transnistria have roughly the same military power, and in
Yeah,
that
isn't
they're
Moldova
both
like the
like
poorest country in
weak.
Europe?
Hmm?
Isn't Moldova like the poorest country in Europe or something?
Is it?
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
so,
it is.
actually, yeah.
Probably. Yeah, it could
I
be.
mean, right now Ukraine is probably
But is
Oh, yeah, yeah.
in that spot, but yeah.
poorer than like fucking poorer than Belarus?
Yeah, Belarus isn't.
Oh yeah,
that
right. No,
poor.
you're right. Belarus is actually a middle-income country, but like fucking I don't know. Like
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
are
they
the
have-
other
they have a
poor countries?
decent-
Like some Balkan countries, like Macedonia, perhaps.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, it's really poor. I think. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. We're fucking lollygagging.
U.S. is motivated by. Oh, was that facetious? Sorry, I might have missed
That
it.
was facetious. I don't think the
Yeah,
U.S.
yeah.
does anything out of the good of its heart. However,
Well, then why is it the U.S. is doing this unbridled good thing right now in Ukraine? It's just circumstantial, incidental. Like
One-
if the U.S. never did something good, why is it on the side of total goodness right now?
They're on the size of total goodness because
I-
it is
I
both in their
specify-
interest
yeah.
to be. It doesn't make the goal bad.
Yeah, they're in goodness, but they're on the right side by coincidence. That's literally it.
Yeah, I mean, like it doesn't. Their motivations are irrelevant here. Like, it doesn't matter. Like they're
Yeah, this is
they're
just
doing
how
the right
states
thing.
work.
Yeah.
Like they don't. States don't have a moral view on conflicts. They can't give a shit about like the morality of any conflict.
Yeah, I mean,
As long as it benefits them strategically, they couldn't care less.
yeah, it doesn't even matter which like school of thought of like international relations you submit to, because that's the kind of stuff that like international relations people actually debate. It doesn't even matter here because we're not debating like that. We're debating whether or not it's a good thing that it's happening, and it is.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not debating like motivation here.
for the same
Yeah,
reason that
like-
any country would ever be on the side of goodness, and I never said total goodness, because its
goodness you're talking
self-interest
about.
overlaps with the morally good thing. Like in World War II, it was in our self-interest to protect Western European democracies, finger quotes democracies for some of them, and right now it's in our interest to promote American geopolitical hegemony against Russia.
Okay.
But in so
So
doing,
the U.S. is just interested in enhancing and expanding its military economic
Yes,
hegemony.
that's all countries
countries
are
do.
Yeah, fucking come on.
That's literally the only objective of every state on the planet.
Yeah, congratulations. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, stating, thank you, like, stating the fucking obvious.
Flows from that is just incidental.
yeah. I've
Okay.
been fully forthcoming about that. Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
that underscores then that we've all been massively deceived because almost
This is
every
how countries
country-
work, Michael.
it's
Michael.
why the
Michael.
U.S. must be involved in Ukraine. It's always in these moral terms about defending democracy and
Yes.
so forth.
Yes. Welcome
so
to the
why
world.
do you
Yes.
have the real rationale for the U.S.
Welcome to
government
the
is
world.
intervening?
People moralize politics. Welcome to
Right.
birth. Welcome to the
So
outside of the cervix in which you fall.
the U.S. is intervening in the conflict.
Well, I
In terms
don't.
of how government officials are presenting it.
Okay. I
asking
don't understand how to respond to the realization you're having now
I'm not
that
having realization.
the
I'm asking
media
if
will
you've-
moralize geopolitical behavior from countries.
I'm far from. You've posited this existence of like moral goodness in terms of the virtue of the Ukraine military prevailing. It just happens to align in this particular circumstance with the United States, which in every other circumstance is motivated by raw expansion of power.
No, in every
so
circumstance
if
they're
that's the actual
motivated by
motivation, then if as Joe Biden
Their motivations are irrelevant. They're not relevant. They're not relevant. Oh my god.
and Nancy Pelosi and everybody else who's been hectoring the public as to why this interventionist policy is so necessary, have they all been misleading us because they put it almost universally in fully moralizing terms? Is their moralizing just false?
Yes, they're misleading us. Who gives a shit?
Wow. Politicians mislead the public about foreign policy. Holy shit. Like, fuck me, bro. Like, even my little cousins and stuff would know this. Like, no, he knows this. He's just, like, intentionally being a fucking idiot right now.
Yeah. No, he's just like moral outrage baiting. That's the thing he's doing right now.
Does it
What you're talking about right now, and again, moving away from the point as you are so wont to do, what you're talking about right now is the literal concept of politics, a lie engaged in equally by people regardless of political affiliation. I don't know why you're asking me to defend this. You might as well be asking me to defend the rain. I have no idea why. For instance, like, wait, Michael, can you
Michael.
please? We only talk so often.
Michael.
Stop wasting both of our times with this. Like, do you think it's dishonest of politicians to give the people reasons why they're doing things that aren't the reasons they really believe?
I asked you a much more specific
Yeah,
question
Michael,
than that. I'm asking you if the
that is
public
directly what you
justification
asked
for the U.S. military involvement in Ukraine right now, which is overwhelmingly framed in moral terms. I'm asking you, is that public deception that's conveyed to voters and watchers of TV and consumers of Twitter or whatever.
Public
Is that public
deception
justification when it comes to
politics?
official? Is it deceptive? Is it not actually reflective of the real reason why the U.S. government is engaged in this interventionist policy?
Yeah, to the extent that literally all political
cares?
advocacy is.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Who cares? It's not relevant to whether or not the intervention is good. The motivations or deceptions of the US government is fucking irrelevant.
This is literally just how states work.
Yeah,
Like,
the
there's
moral
no-
point, the moral point still stands. Doesn't affect it at all.
Like, fuck me, man. Like,
Yes, I agree. Of course, literally
deception.
all. Yes, all political
Okay.
engagement from all groups at all times engage in this
Okay.
moralization of self-interest. It's a ubiquitous
got it.
factor in all political discourse. Again, like you're asking me to defend the rain right now. Why are we even talking about this?
I'm not
Let's
asking
move
you to
back to
defend
the
the rain.
actual point, which is America, because it's insane, because I brought it back to you like 20 times, and you keep finding another thing to talk about. We're ostensibly talking about
No.
Ukraine here, when you
I'm
keep wanting to
very
talk about U.S.
assiduously
officials for some
addressing
reason.
whatever you put to me.
Ukraine shouldn't have been invaded, and we are helping them to win the war that Russia declared with the weapons and the intel that we're giving them. I
Okay.
like that because I
Got
don't
it.
want Ukraine to lose against the bad guys, and Russia is the bad guys here because they're the ones who started the unjust invasion.
Okay, I mean, most of the time, I don't really think of the world in terms of this like comic book distillation into good
I don't
guys
think you
versus
think of
bad
the
guys.
world
That's not really that illuminating. Maybe if you're 6 and you're like watching a Disney movie, that could be illuminating. For me,
Michael,
not really.
Michael, to be
so
clear, Michael, wait, can I say one thing? Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Comic book politics is above you. The statements you make are profoundly retarded. Just saying good guy versus bad guy is a step up from what you
I
believe.
think the world is good guys
At
versus
least,
Yeah, fucking, are you kidding? Yeah, like, now, I mean, like, after this point, like, Vaush is probably gonna just insult him. Like, cause that's what he's worthy of, fucking insult. Like,
Yeah, like,
he
you
clearly
gotta
won't
stay away
engage in
from
the
it.
fucking debate. He won't answer a single question, so you might as well fucking troll him for as long as you can.
at least comic books have the backbone to declare a good or a bad guy.
Yeah!
Comic books can answer yes/no questions. I would not be touting this if I was in your position, because you run from any direct claims, constantly dodging to. Well, how do you feel about the fact that politicians aren't always fully forthcoming? Huh? Like, come on, man.
That war in 2022 is this like fundamental battle between good guys and bad guys, as though I'm playing like cops and robbers.
That is
when I was
above
12.
you. This is an evolution above your thought process. At least
Okay.
comic books are bold enough to take a stand, as opposed to implicitly defending Nazis
Yeah.
or Russia or whatever it is you're doing on Twitter.
Yeah, he basically points out that wars are morally gray to justify not taking a position. You need to be able to, like, have the, like, moral maturity to be able to take a position. Like, you need to have the maturity to be able to take a position despite the fact that wars are morally gray. Not avoid taking it, not like dodge taking, like, a position because it's gray.
exactly.
Like-
Like, just have grow a fucking spine.
Yeah, and it's
man.
not
Just
even
take
that gray a fucking war either. Like,
literally one of the most like unambiguous, like easy to decide wars of who is in the wrong. It's we're not talking about like fucking. In fact, no, Syria is not even a good example
Yeah.
because if you know anything about what's happening in Syria, that's
well,
also an
you
easy
could
one.
say
but,
like Yemen.
yeah, like Yemen. Yemen's a perfect example, actually.
Yeah.
Like, Yemen is a war where you can't... There's no good side in Yemen.
Yes.
So I can see you not taking a stand on either side. But, like, the Ukraine, it's so unambiguous who is, like, in the wrong in this, that if
Yeah.
you don't pick a side, you're basically just self-reporting that you agree with Russia at this point. Or either that, or you're just so brain-dead that you don't even deserve to be listened to on any political topic ever.
Just, it's infuriating. Like, pointing out that shit is gray doesn't justify
Wow.
you not taking a position. It doesn't. It just doesn't.
It's like, wow, the world isn't a cartoon. That's why I
Yeah,
can't
oh.
take a position. Like,
Wow, yeah.
Welcome to the fucking real world, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well.
stand as valiantly as comic books.
Okay, so again-
so because you think, so because of like in your good bad framework,
Michael.
you've supported every U.S. Interventionist policy, everything that's been enacted by Congress, everything Biden has done. You're in
What?
favor of everything the United States government has done since February, purportedly to aid Ukraine in
Michael.
its achievement of victory. You've supported, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm asking you if you've supported
Every
US policy
single
to
thing
aid
the
Ukraine.
American government has done? When did I even apply that?
You-
See, this is your brain. This is your brain, man.
No, this is any sane person's brain. I'm
Any
asking you,
sane
have you
person would
supported-
assume that any general defense of a country is tantamount to a complete uncritical moral acceptance of every action taken to defend that country.
Here's what maybe I'll say it slowly.
Maybe in your
so you
brain.
can understand. In your brain, which is kind of
Actually, yeah. In his brain, yeah. That's like that's the same thing as I said with those like rabid people that won't accept any criticism. It's like you either like all of it or none of it.
Yeah, or none of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that is unironically Tracy's like philosophy. Like he either supports all of it or none of it, and there's no in between.
Yeah, because like I will accept fucking I will accept I will accept the faults that Ukraine has, while also supporting Ukraine in this war because I'm not a fucking toddler. Like
Exactly.
I can accept a bit of moral complexity to things and still pick a fucking side. And in this case, it's actually quite an easy side to pick.
It's remarkably fucking easy when you think about all the other conflicts going around the world.
Oh god.
Bifurcated between good and bad comic
You
book
just
style.
suggested that
You
yours
support
is.
it, right?
Can you support
What-
something
what's
without
the
supporting every
government
individual thing in that
So
thing?
it's stated objective of aiding the Ukraine military's ability to prevail and defeat Russia. You've supported those measures, right?
I
Yes!
gladly support efforts taken to support Ukraine.
U.S. government policy
Yes.
initiatives.
That is how you support Ukraine from America.
Development, the military operational coordination, etc. You support all that.
Yes. That doesn't mean I support all 18 trillion individual actions that have been taken as a part of that broader process.
Okay, well, of the 70 billion that's been allocated so far, approximately, like you're good with 68 billion of that, or
No, I'm
you
good
know?
with the 70 billion of that.
Okay, gotcha. So you're in favor of that policy.
Oh my god, he just keeps fucking repeating just so that he can get the it kind of sounds like getting the clip, you know? Just trying to
Yeah.
fucking get like
Yeah, he kind of clip chimps so hard.
it's
right
like
now,
a
actually
gotcha, but it's not a gotcha because she's a fucking moron.
And also, Vaush is like, I fully accept it.
Like I feel like like how does he expect him to say no? He already stated his fucking position. Oh hey, Evil City, what's up? Yeah, I am a fellow cancer enjoyer. Yes, I am enjoying this cancer. You've missed so many fucking angry rants by now. I will I think I will cut this up a bit and I will post it to YouTube. That's my fucking pledge. I'll try to do that like over the coming week. I'll try to cut it up and post it so that it's still like fresh and relevant. You know, I'm not a great editor, so it'll take me some time to refamiliarize myself with the DaVinci Resolve, but I'll get it done. I have a YouTube channel, but I don't have anything on it. I can just post though. Doesn't stop me.
Yeah, just put your VODs on there if
Yeah,
anything.
exactly. Just upload the VODs, you know? I'll
And
upload
like timestamp or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you'd be correct.
Of giving,
to
yes,
refer
for like the
them-
50th time, I'm in favor of giving them intel and arms.
My attitude, even going back to the beginning of the war, has been a bit more skeptical of the government. And one of the
Why are
reasons
we
why
not talking about Ukraine again?
We're talking. We're exactly
No, you keep talking about government officials.
We're talking about that exact subject.
Are we-
I don't know,
okay.
Are you hesitant to talk about what the U.S. government is doing to?
We're so
achieve
again.
what you're saying?
I keep wanting to talk about defending Ukraine, and all you can talk about is U.S. government officials being trustworthy when they go on the news. Again, for the 42nd time,
If not support the U.S. government's policy.
Michael,
I thought
Michael,
we need to
Michael,
support
for the
policy,
42nd
right?
time, I support giving Ukraine weapons to defend itself.
By way
I am
of the
fine
US
with that. The
policy.
exact execution of these policies will never be perfect. We live in the real world, not in like a hypothetical fairyland. Not every single thing done under a broader set of policies is good. If I felt that way, then I would never support any politics ever. I wouldn't support like building a homeless shelter because some guy hit his thumb with a hammer when supporting one of the walls.
Granting the problems with execution, on principle, you support what the U.S. government has broadly done to quote defend Ukraine, meaning
Yes.
send
Yes!
and, basically single-handedly sponsor the entire war effort. That's what
Yes.
you broadly support. Okay, got it. So the reason why I was a bit more skeptical initially
1 hour and we're 1 point in. Like we haven't penetrated a single fucking point.
of the U.S. government and of the U.S., of the Pentagon and so forth, not just because that tends to be my habit, but also because I thought there was a pretty good case to be made that once you start pouring enormous amounts of sophisticated weaponry into an active war zone, and once you start coordinating the war effort, and once like you start, you move beyond javelins to like HIMARS and heavy artillery, and now they're talking about missile defense systems and so forth. That seems like it could be. That seemed to me. It seemed plausible to me that those could be escalatory acts. Like a sequence of escalatory actions that go, in multiple directions. Obviously, Russia could escalate in turn in relation to any
What
escalation.
the
that
fuck?
might be-
going
No,
to
Russia
escalate.
could not
Slash,
escalate anymore. As a matter of fact, they've brought out everything besides the nukes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's no realistic escalation left.
Yeah, it's unless you believe that Russia, like through like US aid, would now like suddenly escalate to nukes, even though they haven't done so from the beginning. Like, what the fuck?
And
Yeah,
like,
like, listen,
they probably
frankly,
couldn't even do it. Like Putin probably couldn't even do it if he wanted to.
Russia will escalate as long as they think that their current level isn't enough to win with. It doesn't fucking matter whether or not the US supports or doesn't support Ukraine.
Yeah,
What
like
it does matter in keeping them in the fight, but as long as Putin can't win, he will escalate. If you don't want Putin to escalate, you want him to win. Like, that's the two choices here. He either wins or he escalates until he can't escalate anymore, until the last point, which is the nukes. Like, we hope that, like, maybe the political ramifications of mobilization would keep him from doing it, but he's doing it now. So if the mobilization doesn't work out, who knows what he does after. But it's not like he wouldn't have done it otherwise. Like, Jesus Christ, he either wins or he, like, if you're like fear-mongering about escalation on Putin's part, you want him to win, because he either wins or he escalates. That's how it will work. It's that simple.
yeah.
Yeah, man, I don't.
Ukraine. And so, I thought, given that Russia is, whether we like it or not, is the world's largest, has the world's largest arsenal of nuclear weapons, you might want to be a bit circumspect about the escalatory spirals that you participate in
Oh, yeah,
with regard
here
to that
we go.
particular
Okay.
situation.
Ukraine missile defense system is an escalation.
Okay, let's see. He's mad. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking face.
8 months later, it turns out that, by golly, we're in a situation where even Joe Biden, I don't know if you think he's lying or telling the truth here, but he's repeated it yesterday. Even, Joe Biden is saying that, as a function of all this policy that you've endorsed and that, is like the quintessence of goodness, morally,
Why do
we're
you
in
keep
what
saying that? I
Biden
don't say
says
that.
is the most dire...
I mean, the thing is, like, even though nobody wants to use, like, nukes, there isn't a fucking choice. As long as, like, Russia escalates, the US will escalate it too. It's just that, like, in the blinking game, Russia has to blink. That's the whole deal. And so far, they haven't indicated that they're gonna actually use their nuclear weapons, unless there's
Yeah,
a
I think-
direct, like, intervention from the US.
I think Biden is only just addressing like kind of all of the nuclear saber rattling that Russia has been doing as of late,
Yeah.
but also I guess the other end of that, I will say that Biden has been a bit of a pussy with the
Oh,
aid provisions.
I'm also against the idea of not committing on a nuclear response to a nuclear strike. Like, I think that compromise is mad.
But even beyond that, like
compromise is crazy. Like that's like, even if the nuclear, like, that's sending the wrong message, man.
Yeah.
Like, you need to say, like, if you launch nukes, like, Russia just isn't going to exist anymore. It's that simple.
I mean,
Yeah.
because if we blink, then that's a problem, you know?
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
like even beyond that, I'm not sure what's the holdup with tanks or with even IFVs. I'm not sure what's the
Oh.
holdup with ATACMs,
Yeah,
like air
like-
defenses.
Like, the US has thousands of Bradleys in
Yeah.
storage.
Exactly.
Bradleys, I think they should send immediately. There needs to be a more comprehensive introduction if they're gonna send MBTs, though. Because
Yeah, you can't really just send Abrams.
You can't
but,
just
like,
send
We
Abrams,
are
yeah.
almost 8 months in though. Like.
Oh,
they
yeah,
could've
no,
been
but
done
even
by
now-
like, you should've
even 8
started-
months
They should have started in
Yeah.
fucking. They should have started in February.
day
Like,
one. Because,
Same
like,
with the F-16s. Like, they should have started in February. If they started training Ukrainians on F-16s in February, they'd probably have them by the end of the year.
yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And the thing is, like, the Abrams take even longer, like 2-3 years, like the Leopards. And not only that, there's the problem that they need to train repair crews as well. Like, and they need to also, like, make sure that the Abrams will fit into the logistical networks of the Ukrainians. Like, introducing a new MBT is a fucking struggle. But at the same time, like, America hasn't even done the, roundabout part, which is actually getting all the T-72s that are available in Europe. The reason why Ukraine has got an MBT assistance in the form of T-72s is because of fucking Poland. Nobody else
Yeah,
has really
mostly
done
Poland.
that much. Like, maybe the
Yeah,
Czechs as well.
Poland and, like Czechs and Slovaks.
Yeah,
and
like,
stuff, but that's about
the
it.
thing is, a lot of these European countries don't actually have an urgent need for their T-72s. They could be replaced by American Abrams, like, over time, over the next 5-6 years. Who's gonna fucking attack them? Nobody is.
Exactly. They're not using them.
Yeah, and they're not using them.
and they actually have a chance to have them used against their biggest geopolitical enemy at the moment.
I mean,
So,
I think that's where America is dropping the ball with armored support. Is actually pledging to give like reserve Abrams tanks, and actually unifying the logistical network of Europe into like to actually like instead of like keeping around all those like former Soviet like tanks, like to actually fucking send them to Ukraine that needs them like now.
yeah, and also like, why haven't they sent strikers either?
Oh, they're gonna send them.
Thousands of strikers.
They're gonna send strikers. Just you wait.
Oh, did that get announced?
Oh, I don't think it's got announced, but I think there's rumors going around about strikers getting ready to be sent to
Yeah,
Ukraine.
because strikers, there's a variant that has like basically like an assault gun,
Yeah.
which can be used in a similar role as a tank, because there's
They
not
have
many tank on
105s.
tank fights in this war.
Yeah, they have 105s. That's the
Yeah,
thing. Like, it was really funny. I was talking with James Griffin, and we like he was saying that they're gonna probably be using the strikers like tanks, and I said yeah. if they're using the like the M113s like armored personnel like carriers. No, is like using them like IFVs. They're certainly gonna use the fucking strikers like tanks. Like, you bet your ass they're gonna do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I super don't get that. Like they're shipping like hundreds of Humvees, which are nice, but like
They're not
shipping
nice. No,
them
we shouldn't
for the-
accept that Humvees are nice. We should
Well, I
should
mean,
actually say
Humvees
no.
are
Humvees
not
are not
other
enough.
things. I'm talking like in general. Like it's nice to have.
It's a
more
nice
vehicles,
gesture, but Humvees are fucking garbage. Not only are Humvees garbage, they're they're terrible for the conditions that are currently like for the fight in Ukraine. Like,
But,
sure,
like, they're not nice in the role of IFVs.
yeah, exactly. They are garbage, and even worse, they're sending MRAPs, which are even more garbage. Like, MRAPs are probably the only thing that's worse than fucking Humvees to send as armored support. MRAPs are not only are they as vulnerable as Humvees to most of the weapons that they're gonna face in Ukraine, because they're not facing mines. They're facing like actual ATGMs and shit, and tanks and like IFV fire. They're not only as vulnerable as the fucking like Humvees, they're also slower. So make of that what you will. And they're more prone to getting stuck in mud, and they're worse off road. It's just fucking annoying. Just send more Bradleys if you're not gonna send anything else.
Nuclear risk scenarios since 1962.
Yeah, Russia
Doesn't
does keep
strike me as
threatening the
particularly
nuclear world.
good. In fact, it strikes me as a very predictable outcome given the escalatory spiral that the U.S. willingly participated in by dint of all these policy
Okay,
measures.
so hold on.
supposedly attached
Michael,
to aid
Michael, you've
Ukraine
talked for like
to
6
defend
minutes. Okay, so you loaded a lot of really dumb shit into there, so I can't really unpack it because...
What's dumb? Tell me
Mike,
what's dumb.
you're doing it
Let's
again.
prove
Well, what do you think I'm going to do after saying that, Michael? Obviously,
No, so I'm gonna say something real quick. So he says escalatory spiral. There was no spiral. Russia went
Yeah.
all the way from the start. We are just slowly catching up to it. There was at no point was the U.S. sort of leading the escalation in this war.
Yeah, I mean, also after all, like the U.S. like set a red line immediately and has stuck to it, which is we're not gonna intervene directly, into the war in Ukraine. Like we're not gonna militarily intervene. We're gonna send aid and we're gonna do sanctions. That was the line of the U.S. from day zero. Is Russia not responsible then for the escalations that follow? Like, the U.S. has changed absolutely nothing about the way it has supported Ukraine. Nothing.
Yeah,
From day one.
It's literally only Russia that's
Only
escalated.
Russia is escalating at the moment. So, what the fuck, Mr. Michael? You want them to stop so that Russia wins. That's the only thing you want.
it's that opening statement, comma, follow-up thing that we struggled with earlier. So, first of all...
I'm not struggling, by the way.
First of all,
making
in a
fun
war... Michael, in a battle between Russia and Ukraine, which Russia started, I don't believe it's escalation to allow Ukraine to defend itself. It's the same war with the same target. Russia just wanted an easy win, which they couldn't secure.
Right.
Secondly, I think that beating Russia back now is better for reducing the likelihood of nuclear war. It is, of course, Russia that's threatening to end the world with nuclear war, not Ukraine and not the United States. Russia is the one that constantly threatens nuclear Armageddon all the time, and I don't think that we should appease them just because they happen to be a nuclear state.
Why? Because it was bad to appease Neville Chamberlain, right?
Well, appeasement doesn't have a great track record historically, because they tend to keep doing the same things after you give them what they're
That's a very novel
first.
historical analogy. I hadn't thought of that one. I have to research it later.
Michael, you're not in a position to be snarky. Historically, it's true, appeasement does tend to not stop it.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, that's a pretty straightforward point. But like doing the snark. Oh yeah, I know. Like yeah, but you don't seem to know actually. Like
Yeah,
you pretend to know, and then you make the same mistakes they did. Like, come on.
and then literally, like, when has appeasement worked to stop a dictator? Like, ever?
Yeah.
Like, literally ever. It's never worked.
Fuck me.
Dictators.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It would have been a horrible idea to quote unquote appease Saddam Hussein instead of launching an invasion.
Do you have wait? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We weren't even talking about appeasing Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
Also,
That's not a
appeasement doesn't even
discussion.
work.
Yeah. That's not even a
Appeasement
discussion we
doesn't
should
even work
engage
when
in.
you come to Saddam because he had already invaded Kuwait. There was no
Yes.
appeasement. There wasn't like, oh, let's stop him from doing. He'd already done it.
Yeah.
Like that's not appeasement at
Yeah.
that point.
Exactly. Fuck me. I mean, it's like you shouldn't he shouldn't even engage with the point on Iraq because it's completely irrelevant. He's just bringing it up to derail the conversation. So no point in that.
And anybody who was against the invasion of Iraq in 2003 was denounced as an appeaser. So I'm just wondering what
Michael,
What?
are you against the invasion of fucking would you be in favor of Iraq being supported militarily by other countries? That's a question because a lot of people bring up the Iraq analogy, but in the Iraq analogy, Ukraine is Iraq and the United States is Russia in the Iraq analogy. So all these motherfuckers who do the moral outrage over Iraq, should should be able to say that hey, it's okay to support Ukraine as it would have been okay to support Iraq.
Yeah.
But they
Right,
don't
right,
because they're fucking hypocrites.
Exactly.
They don't have a standard for supporting a country. Yeah.
from that principle. I'm not saying it's the same situation. but,
Michael,
it's
engage with what I've said rather than this what about.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Michael, you're falling
Don't
lower
dodge.
than the comic book again. Talk about what I've said rather than pulling it back 20 years.
France, whatever you want. That's not what about it. But I bring up something that happened in 2003 rather than 1944.
It is true
and that's-
that this has nothing to do with that because Saddam Hussein wasn't a nuclear
Well,
power and wasn't threatening to nuke.
Michael,
Michael, you're doing it again. You're trying to waste our time by throwing the topic away because you're slimy. Michael,
words? Yeah,
Michael,
doing that again.
quit. Michael, quit running. I talked about.
Oh, I'm seated. I'm seated. I'm happy and I'm entertained.
Michael, your hairline is already running. There's no reason to join it. Okay.
No, bro, that's uncalled for. You even touched
Yeah,
it.
we're entering the memes part.
That's we're joining the memes now. Yeah. Oh my god.
Listen,
You got me.
Putin is
I'm not
threatening the
gonna
nuclear war.
comment on
Michael,
Yeah.
Putin
Yeah.
is threatening the nuclear war. I do not think that they are very rational when it comes to their nuclear threats. I do not think that giving them the W and allowing them to take over Ukraine or part of it would do very well to deter the country from further nuclear threats. I think the best thing we can do is get rid of the actual thing that's instigating the nuclear threat, which is Putin. Putin's governance is the reason why Russia is a nuclear threat, and the best way to take care of Putin is to make him so domestically unpopular that he's replaced by another oligarch, ideally
Got
one
it.
who doesn't constantly threaten to end the world.
So you'd be happy to just continue what has been the policy now for 8 months, just continue escalating in hopes that I don't know.
Who's
Nobody's
escalating, motherfucker?
yeah.
The US hasn't blown up any Russian jets. It hasn't put boots on the ground. It hasn't sunk any Russian warships. It's not escalating. How is this escalation? The aid isn't the escalation. The escalation is is when you do something more than what you've been already doing. The precedent for assisting Ukraine, with Lend-Lease, is there already. It was there from day one. Because that was the status quo on day one. So what the fuck is he talking about? It's not escalation because nothing has changed in the precedent from day one to now.
Putin is vaporized and then everybody can declare
I don't
victory.
think we're escalating, but I do support continuing to support Ukraine.
If nobody's escalated anything, then how do we get to the point where Joe Biden's declaring that we're on the precipice of nuclear Armageddon? Is it just a
Because
coincidence?
Russia is escalating.
Yes! Fucking obvious point! The obvious point! Thank you, Mr. Vaush, for making the obvious fucking point that Russia is escalating. The US hasn't changed anything in the way it supports Ukraine. Only Russia has changed the way it engages in rhetoric.
They're the ones escalating the nuclear threats.
And are they escalating because of any reason having to do with the
Because
United
they're
States?
losing
Or
the
is it
war
just
they started.
Or is the United States involved in
Yes, because they're losing the war. Fuck me. Like,
the war just coincidental and has nothing to do with their escalatory threats?
Yet something tells me that a nation that's willing to threaten World War III and nuclear Armageddon because they're not getting their way in an unjustified fascist annexation of a neighbor is not a country that we can be relying on to stop that behavior after we've given them what they want. Their behavior is initially irrational. Kowtowing to it does not deter them from engaging it in the future. By the way, you realize that if he took over all of Ukraine, which was the initial plan, of course, he'd be sharing a border with Poland, a proper border, a western border, not that little snippet of land Russia controls up in northern...
he has a point there.
Yeah, to be honest, if like Russia like got all the way to the western Ukrainian border, I don't think NATO could hold the Poles back any longer.
Fuck me. The Poles would be like,
think
fucking,
it's
I'm leaving NATO, let me at him! Let me at him!
The fucking wing hussars would be flying over the front, would be like riding over Lviv in no time.
My goodness, yeah.
Europe? Whew! No, we do not want that one. No, sirree. We do not want Poles, the NATO member.
People are telling that to like gin up support for U.S. policy that Putin was going to do this blitzkrieg throughout the Baltic states and Poland, Hitler style.
I just said he wanted to take Ukraine.
I know that narrative was promulgated to justify U.S. policy.
I just said he wanted to take Ukraine.
Okay, I mean,
Which would have put him at a border with Poland.
That.
You know where Ukraine is, right? It's western border.
Yeah.
It's
I saw the
Poland's
border. I
eastern
saw
border.
it. Yeah,
Right.
I was actually there. I was in Poland. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. My family's friends.
Oh my wait, do you know what he was doing in Poland?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh my fucking god, that was.
Took a bunch of
Holy
shaky
shit.
pictures of some military equipment.
Look,
Oh,
look, the US is secretly deployed to Poland, guys. Like, and like,
Secretly,
More
yeah.
on that actually. I haven't heard of that.
You
What's
haven't
up with
seen
that?
of the Tracy file? Like,
No.
He was going around to like the outskirts of like a NATO bases in Poland with like, and imagine he took pictures of Polish troops saying they were American for one.
Oh my
And he was
god.
like, look, America's secretly deploying all these troops to the bases in Poland, and when I went to the outskirts of the base, they told me to leave. Yeah, no shit. You're outside of a fucking NATO base while Russia's invading, threatening
And
to invade
filming.
Ukraine,
And
taking
filming.
pictures.
Like,
Yeah. no
you're
wonder
lucky
they
you
wanted
didn't
to
get
fucking
interrogated,
leave.
like, dumbass.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You're lucky you didn't get put on a fucking list.
Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah, no, if you show up in a fucking training base in Poland right now with a camera, like you get arrested most likely, and
Yeah,
they'll
100%.
be like completely correct in arresting you. Jesus Christ.
Good. I mean, when the war started, I went there. I mean, I don't know where you were.
Poland is
but I
a
went.
NATO country, and Polish people don't
Oh,
like the
just
Russians that much.
explain that to me. I didn't know it was NATO.
So if they were
No,
right
no,
next to each other,
Oh,
and you have a country like Russia,
cunt.
which is invading, annexing neighboring territory, threatening nuclear war, I don't know. I feel like that'd be really dangerous.
Maybe so. I mean, I fully agree that it's an extremely dangerous situation. You know, one example of that danger I just saw today: the Ukraine defense minister was at this NATO, meeting in Brussels and said, announced that apparently Ukraine has been admitted to NATO as a quote de facto member. He said, "No, that wasn't elaborated on. I don't know what that actually entails in terms of security
mean
guarantees or what have you."
It isn't, because if it was a member of NATO, Article 5 would be triggered. So hey,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, simple as.
Oh, so he was just lying, or he was just
Yeah,
making stuff up.
he just said
No,
so.
I between you and I
So,
is like when
de-
government
so
officials
de
talk
fac-
to
so wait, you
military
realize
policy
de
state stuff,
facto-
I actually take it seriously and scrutinize it and try
Michael,
to evaluate it.
Michael,
rather than
first of
just
all,
succeed needlessly.
Michael,
Yeah.
first of all, de facto NATO doesn't mean anything. It's a treaty. It's an
I'm very
article you
curious
have
what
to
it means. I
join.
would love him to elaborate. I would love someone to elaborate. Joe Biden, Jen Stoltenberg, anybody.
It's not
keep it
complicated. If you followed any of this stuff, it'd be pretty self-evident. Second of all,
Michael, maybe you have encyclopedic knowledge that I can always aspire to.
Michael, I can
Oh
see the
my
tactics.
God.
I can see the tactics shifting with you. One quick question.
I'm not shifting any tactics.
Michael,
I'm
Michael.
Oh yeah, no, he's been super straightforward this entire conversation.
fully just engaging.
Michael,
Yeah.
do you
Yes.
sleep with men?
Sorry,
Do you sleep with men?
do I sleep with men?
I do. You can't
If I-
outsmart me.
are
Stop trying.
you interested in
Michael.
sexual
Oh my god! Oh Jesus! Oh my god!
Michael, Mike, Mikhail, quit being a snarky cunt. It's not going to work with you.
He couldn't even answer the question, by the way. It's interesting.
You even answer that one.
Yeah, he couldn't.
By the way, so I'm not sure why you brought that up, but okay, go ahead.
Because you're outmatched. You're doing this like, well, now that it's been an hour,
Oh
you've been
no!
called out for being a worm 50 times. You're doing this like, well, I just remember this one thing this one guy said, and maybe you could explain to
An
me.
image of you sleeping with men in my head, which is not something I had been eager to, think about.
I didn't hear what you were saying. Anyway,
I think you're the image in my head of you sleeping with, because that was not something I was eager to think about.
Did it
but,
enter your head that
I'll
easily?
take back those-
That's
No,
all it took. I had 3
whoa.
more lineups before I figured there was even a chance of that being in there. You can think about that if you want. You can think about that as a piece of the conversation anyway. Fact of the matter is, as much as you want to run from it, as much as you want to cry about it, appeasement is not a historically effective strategy. It just isn't. It just genuinely doesn't seem to work. Countries that make up a bunch of shit as a pretext for invasion and then invade generally don't stop once they get one
aside
W.
from Neville Chamberlain, which anybody who's seen a World War II Facebook meme is familiar with. But besides Neville Chamberlain, can you give an example of appeasement not working?
Can you give an example of one working?
Good question.
True.
Can you?
Analysis here. Sorry?
Michael, can you give an example of one working?
Well, I mean, listen, what about us now if I mention Iraq? Because
Ah, you son of a bitch! Like, of course, like,
so slimy, bro. Like, oh
yeah,
my god.
slippery son of a bitch. I mean, that's the thing, because like, you could give more examples of appeasement not working. Like, fuck, you could give this example with Russia. Like,
Yeah, listen.
literally with Russia in this war. Like the Minsk agreements, the fucking,
Yeah.
like,
Crimea, the Donbass.
yeah. Like the economic interconnection between Russia and like the European Union.
Yeah, like Nord Stream 1 was literally
Yeah.
part of appeasement. Like,
Yeah, Nord Stream 2.
yeah, exactly.
You could give many examples with Russia how it didn't succeed. You could give examples again like with World War II easily, because appeasement wasn't only the British line; it was also the French line. Fucking
Or even more modern one, you can give one to Turkey. Just like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe we'll only take this. Oh, maybe supporting jihadists in Syria. They'll only go that far. Okay,
Yeah.
they just want this part of Syria. Okay. Now they're invading these more parts of Syria, but then they'll stop.
Oh.
Now they're threatening another one. It just never works.
talking of Syria, have you seen the recent offensive that took place?
Oh yeah, between HTS and the SNA.
Yeah. HTS apparently fucking wrecked them.
Yeah, because the SNA is like, although it's technically like one like solidified force, it's really not. It's a mismatch of militias that historically have fought each other like 47 different times, and like constantly would do like infighting all the time, and had no real cohesion whatsoever. So when HTS, which is a much more solidified group that has had like the same leadership and the same core of guys, like
Doesn't Turkey
commanding it
back
for years.
both of them?
Yeah, Turkey backs both of them. That's why they just let HTS do whatever they want, really, because the SNA was becoming a massive liability for Turkey because they were just really unstable and not really effective at fighting. And like as I said, like they were constantly infighting, whereas HTS doesn't really have those problems. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if Turkey greenlit this.
I mean, they probably did, right? Like,
Yeah,
fuck.
Well, they would have had to, right? The
Yeah.
HTS would have had to tell Turkey that they were going to do it,
Okay.
so they could move Turkish troops out of the way.
Goddamn. Well, they took Afrin, right? So,
Yeah, they took it from.
a pretty big deal in terms of like in a war that has been relatively static for so long.
Yeah, this is the biggest movement we've seen in years.
All right.
And so am I allowed to mention 2003 rather than 1938?
No, I'm asking if you can find one example of this strategy that you're so fond of.
Well, in 2003, one of the arguments for invading Iraq was that Saddam Hussein was a genocidal dictator who had invaded his neighbor and therefore could never be appeased, right? And the people who were against the war. I mean, I don't know if you all
That's not a
support it,
question of
but-
appeasement.
Well, but
Yeah, but when he invaded Kuwait, he got crushed in Kuwait, and then he didn't invade anything else afterwards. Like,
Yeah, like
that's a pretty clear
It just-
example, not of intervention working, not appeasement. Because if it was appeasement after the invasion of Kuwait, you could argue that Saddam would have gone on to, I don't know, fucking invade Saudi or something. I don't know what Saddam
or
would have
Jordan or like
done.
one.
Yeah,
One of the
Jordan.
nations.
Jordan actually much more much more realistic, as Jordan is weaker than Iraq.
Or to be honest, Syria, because Assad fucking hated
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so like it's example like 91 with Iraq is an example with of the opposite being like the case. Specifically,
Exactly.
like the invasion of Kuwait, crushing them in Kuwait, destroying the fucking. They destroyed Saddam's army in Kuwait.
Yeah, they just like liquidated it. There's
Like
nothing left.
they like in 2003 it was basically a walk in the park after
Yeah.
the absolute fucking throttling. They that the army of fucking
Bro, have you seen the? There's a really good YouTube video on it called "By the Operations Room."
Oh
where it
yeah,
goes over
fuck
two
me!
videos
It's
where it shows the air campaign.
slaughter,
It's fucking ridiculous.
slaughter. Like Jesus Christ.
But that appeasement was
And,
the
and
quote that was
people think
circulated
that
to
like the West couldn't fight Russia in a conventional war. Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
me. No, the only thing that the West needs is time. Time
Yeah.
and preparation. Like the problems with fighting Russia have to do with like being able to prepare a force to do so. The fact that like air superiority won't be the simplest thing because you have to deal with really good SAMs, like really fucking good air defense systems, and that would be the main problems. But those could be overcome if the Russians stall. Which they clearly are stalled, right? Like they're fucking, they can't fucking move forward in Ukraine. What, like, they wouldn't be able to move forward in the rest if the rest of Europe was with them. Like that's pretty simple.
But like, for example, like if the West had a conventional war with Russia, like they would establish air domination. I think within probably a month, and then from there the war's basically done for Russia after that point. They're just incapable of winning.
All right, let's continue.
The color of the whole issue.
The question wasn't, do we let Saddam Hussein do this bad thing, or do we let him do it, or do we stop him here? So Michael, the example that you would need to prove is that Saddam Hussein was going to do a bad thing, and we let him do it because we decided that it was better for him to do that than for us to intervene. He did it, and then he stopped doing bad stuff anymore. But he didn't stop, did he? But he didn't. After the Gulf, so Saddam Hussein was so committed to being a bastard. Michael, Saddam Hussein was so incapable of being appeased that after the Gulf War, he stayed in power and continued being an absolute bastard. He was so unchanging that not even the annihilation from the Allied forces that brought their weight down on him, the coalition forces, was enough to stop him. So here's an example of appeasement failing. Here's an example, Michael, Crimea. When they annexed Crimea, what did they do? What about the Minsk agreements, 1 and 2? What did Russia do?
The obvious points, like Russia.
They never pulled back out of the Donbass.
You can't give a historical example of appeasement failing so spectacularly other than Neville Chamberlain.
Yeah, he
He's
just
literally just dead.
Which is the one everybody.
I just gave you one.
Crimea. Okay.
Yeah, they annexed Crimea.
That was appeasement now.
They invaded the Donbass in 2014.
What the fuck was not appeasement?
Oh, I didn't realize that. Fucking, he turns snarky the moment like he misses a very obvious fucking counterpoint. He pretends that he already thought of it.
Say, but like he's like a kid when they've got nothing to say in the argument. They just do a funny like interpretation of what you said. Like he's got nothing to say.
Nothing. It's incredible.
Michael, they invaded the Donbass in 2014. Russia opposed the Minsk Accords and failed to abide by both of them, failing to withdraw troops from the Donbass. All of the attempts at appeasement in Ukraine from 2014, all of the attempts at appeasement in Ukraine from 2014 onward were just attempts by Russia to delay the opposition, which was exactly what happened with Adolf Hitler. The appeasement just gave him time.
Adolf Hitler in 2014 and appeased Putin.
What?
Who appeased Putin?
Hey, funnily enough, fucking like Hitler took the Sudetenland. And people were like, okay, he's gonna stop there. And then, whoa, what did he do? He invaded the rest of Czechoslovakia!
It's
so
like
similar!
It's probably the best analogy in history that you can come up with. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah. No, like, honestly, the Hitler analogy with Czechoslovakia is so good. So good, actually.
You're saying Crimea was an example of appeasement failing, right? Okay, who did the appeasing? It must have been Barack Obama, right? He was the president at the time.
Yes!
Yes! Hitler appeased Putin in 2014?
Yes, that was a huge criticism of Obama's administration. Yes!
Okay, that's a compelling theory.
Wait, have you never...
Compelling theory.
It's a compelling theory. I am so smart.
Obama failed at this at the time. What the fuck? Like he doesn't... This is the thing, like, he knows he's lying because... Like anyone that's ever looked into this knows that it was a massive criticism of the Obama administration that he didn't do enough after Crimea and Donbass.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I've heard that before, that people think that Obama didn't do enough to,
that Obama like did a Hitler enabling thing in 2014.
You've never heard that before?
Some of the most like hardcore like John McCain style ramblings I might have heard that at some point, but not as like a
maybe you should pay more attention. I actually think it's bad when fascist governments annex territory.
Attention to ardent hawks in the U.S. foreign policy community.
It's remarkable how little you know about any of this. You realize that ever since we started talking about annexation, you failed to say anything, right?
Self-proclaimed socialist thing at the time, but now if things have flipped...
Michael, you have not sucked enough cock to attempt to be this snarky. It's not working for you. You can't even intone your voice properly. Stop trying. Listen, since we talked about appeasement, you have failed to bring up any examples. I brought up like 3 or 4 counterexamples. The one example you brought up of Saddam Hussein was a counterexample from me.
Obama did a Neville Chamberlain like appeasement in 2014. I thought that was kind of more of a marginal theory.
Oh my God, we're past that.
Expressed by the most hardcore hawks, or even
well, it sure does show that Russia was.
It's like, are you sure you're a socialist if you think intervention is sometimes reasonable?
I don't even get what he's trying to say. Like, literally, what was
basically
the annexation of Crimea if it wasn't appeasement?
Yeah.
He just doesn't have a point, because he knows he's wrong.
Yeah,
he's
like,
trying to be
he's wrong on the point of appeasement, so he basically shifts to, oh, why would you be in favor of intervention in the case of Crimea? What are you, like a John McCain, like, Republican? It's like, motherfucker, like, oh! God.
Wasn't satisfied with annexing Crimea, huh?
If your basic kind of mindset for examining these issues is like 2 or 3 degrees more hawkish than John McCain in 2014, well, that says quite a lot.
Michael,
so I'm glad you come up with that. You came up with that second appeasement.
He's just an appeasement guy. That's it. Like, that's it. But he won't even defend that. Like, fuck. He won't defend anything.
Russia sure wasn't satisfied with Crimea, was it?
Right. Well, I mean...
Or the Donbass,
like
was it? You can't outside, Michael, you can't worm your way out of this. Every time you blunder into a topic, every time you're stupid enough to not pivot away the necessary nothing. You didn't even know, Michael, you didn't even know that Alexander Dugin's daughter was a state official. You don't know shit about this. You don't know anything about this conflict.
Military apparatus, or something like that.
Military? Wait, I'm sorry. Does state official mean? So we're moving the goalpost now. Like, oh, was she enlisted? Was she in uniform at the time?
A civilian.
Was she wearing boots, and were they on the ground?
Funnily enough, yes, she was.
I guess,
oh my God.
To be fair, I guess she wasn't like a state official in the Western sense of the word. Like,
no.
She was an employee of like state run.
She was a state propagandist.
But
yeah, she was a state propagandist. But like, can you imagine that distinction mattering for somebody like Vaush? Like, come on. I mean, this distinction wouldn't matter in like it would. I can only imagine like some liberal wine mom caring about that distinction, and even she would be like, "Fuck her, she was a fascist." Like, literally nobody cares about this distinction apart from Russia's shills right now. Like, literally nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody knows like that she was directly affiliated with the regime, like, and that she did the regime's bidding. So it doesn't fucking matter. She was complicit. She was an acting propagandist. Therefore, she was a legitimate target, in my opinion. Even though she wasn't even the fucking target. It was Dugin.
Oh, man.
I
think it was worth it just for the meme of Dugin when he's holding his head.
Oh, God. That was fucking brutal. Yeah, I mean, there was the live Dugin reaction meme. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, oof. Jesus Christ.
I thought maybe you might have Google searched her.
I was pretty forthright in saying I hadn't fully corroborated her.
You could have like Google searched her, or
sort of
could have looked up a Wikipedia article on her, or something like that.
I read quite a bit about it. I mean, they didn't mention that, in the New York Times article.
Quick question: after Russia took Crimea and the Donbass, why aren't they satisfied just with that? I thought Russia just wanted those areas. Why'd they keep invading after?
So, instead of appeasing, again, just to clarify what your
Michael.
What was the alternative to appeasement?
Just one more appeasement, Michael.
Yeah, just one more appeasement. This is gonna work this time. I promise, guys. Just one more appeasement. Oh my God. Also, as a military history kind of guy, what do you think of his Nazi apology about Iceland? Fuck me, like. You can go further back and see. Basically, my main argument then was just, it's irrelevant, don't even fucking engage, it's irrelevant.
Michael,
Sorry?
Just one more appeasement, Michael.
You want me to appease you, or you to I'm not following?
No, we need just one more. Putin wasn't satisfied with the Donbass or Crimea, but if we just give him East Ukraine, if we just give him the LDR and the entirety of the extended Donbass area, that'll be enough.
Barack Obama gave him East Ukraine? Is that what you're saying? I mean, you're kind of getting a little incoherent with all these convoluted analogies that you seem to be coming up with.
It's not, wait, we're not using analogies. This is a direct...
The Neville Chamberlain thing, which, again, everybody and their mother has seen on Facebook.
Michael, these aren't analogies. We're directly talking about the subject. We're not analogizing. This is a direct reference to a subject.
Precedence, let's say.
You know what an analogy is, right? It's when you compare things.
Yeah,
but we're talking directly about the 2014. Yeah,
historical precedents.
The honest truth is I don't know how much Obama could have done then. I do know one thing, though. He wasn't satisfied with Crimea or the Donbass.
So all those considered maybe it was okay for Obama to do appeasement in 2014?
I wasn't talking about Obama.
Michael,
The point was about Putin, not Obama. The guys?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
I'm not sure why he
the
keeps
point,
bringing
yeah.
up Obama.
The point was like, it doesn't matter what Obama thought about doing appeasement. It's that the appeasement didn't work. That was the point. Like, why does he even bring up Obama? Like, it's...
Yeah, because he just doesn't want to talk about the point because he knows he'll just get blown up.
Yeah.
hey,
You are the one who brought up Obama. I'm not here to talk about Obama. I was talking about Crimea as an indication, Michael, I was bringing up Crimea as an indication that when Michael, I brought up Crimea as an indication that when dictators like Putin say, "Oh, we just want this territory," and then nothing happens after, Michael.
Ian, you brought it up as a historical example of appeasement failing, correct?
Historical is in 8 years ago, yes.
You brought it up as an example of something happened 8 years ago that you said was appeasement. Who did the appeasing?
Well, the appeasement there would have...
It doesn't matter who did the appeasing. The question is if the appeasement worked. Did it work?
Oh, shit.
God!
Would have been from the Western nations who failed to respond appropriately, including Obama.
Was the president of one of those Western nations?
What the I just said including Obama. Michael, you're spazzing out. You need to calm down, okay? You need to listen to what you're... Michael, you got rabies.
People listening to this who are at all fair-minded will understand how your argument
Michael, you're not listening to anything that I'm saying because you're thinking about us having sex, as you brought up. Michael, stop.
Guys, I don't know.
Stop thinking about me naked and listen to what I'm saying. I've already said this, so I'm repeating a thing. Michael, I'm repeating a thing that I said earlier. Michael, I'm repeating something, okay? So this is not the first time I've said this. I don't know how much Obama could have realistically done at the time.
Right.
I'm citing Crimea as an example that when dictators do land grabs and say, "Oh, this is enough for me, this is all I want," that doesn't actually mean they're done.
I mean, the United States had a pretty powerful military in 2014.
He's not listening at all, is he?
Action against Russia.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Michael won't engage.
He just didn't even engage with the point. Like, he didn't even...
Yeah.
He just completely moved on to a completely irrelevant, like, tangent. Like,
I mean, we might...
me,
I mean, like, I think in 15 minutes we'll be at the end of it, so I'm not gonna cut it off here. Let's fucking speedrun this shit.
Well, you think, no, we could
He's just thinking about me naked.
What could have done that was not appeasement? What could have done that was not appeasement? I'm asking you.
I just said it's not about what Obama could or couldn't have done. I said it's what about Russia did. You never want to talk about Russia's behavior because you defend them. You treat them like a force of nature.
Have you looked into the content of appeasement? Putin wasn't appeasing himself in 2014. The idea is that others appeased him, right? So who were there among those others?
What?
Barack Obama. So, Leo, what
Michael,
was the
this has
alternative?
already been...
Who doesn't... Again, it doesn't matter who did the
he
appeasing.
literally said, like, 5 times, yes, it was Obama. Like, I don't get why he just keeps repeating himself.
Yeah, I don't get what he was saying. Like, Putin wasn't appeasing himself. Like, literally, like, what the fuck are you even saying?
It's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous.
Michael, you're going in circles. You're delusional. You're insane.
I'm actually just trying to apply a modicum of
You're
logic
gaslighting
to
yourself. You're mad.
No, not gaslighting.
You're like a
I'm
broken
using
record.
random buzzwords.
We need a therapist in here. All of this has been answered. So do you agree? So wait, wait, maybe I can get a yes or no from you. This will be powerful stuff if I can. Do you agree that Putin annexed Crimea? Did that happen?
Do I agree that Putin annexed Crimea? Yeah, of course. Putin seized Crimea and incorporated into the Russian Federation.
Okay, and at the time, please, we're so...
Oh my god! So slippery! The fucking... As I think it was Sickman KD, like fucking said... Stickman, no, it's Stickman RKD. Yeah. He said fucking that he's like a hog on fucking ice. Like a greased up pig on ice.
So close. At the time, did Putin indicate, like, that's enough? Like, this is what I'm answering. In 2014, he wasn't saying, like, yeah, I'm going to take the rest of Ukraine too. Like, he was just saying, I've annexed Crimea because the people here are ethnically more aligned with Russia, and, like, I'm taking this territory. So at the time, that was perceived to be enough. It was framed as being enough for him.
That was perceived to be enough. Perceived by who? I mean, what are you talking about?
Michael, oh my god, Michael.
Putin himself
Putin's messaging.
That was enough for him? Is that what you're asking me?
His messaging in 2014 was,
right.
I've annexed Crimea and I'm done. this
Well, no,
territory.
because there was a military operation, which was one of these very much smaller scale military operations in eastern Ukraine. After
He
that.
denied.
So, no,
he
I mean,
denied.
He didn't say that.
Wait. At the time, he was denying that those were his people. He was.
Yeah, he denied involvement in Donbass. So
He denied involvement in Crimea.
he
as
denied
well,
involvement in
so-
Crimea. Yeah, like so. That more proves the fucking point. That the appeasement didn't work. This point works against Michael. The fact that that Putin didn't stop. That's the whole point.
Pretending that was an authentic internally Ukrainian.
That was one of the times that governments engage in deception when they're in
Okay,
war
so
posture.
publicly, he was
Right.
like, yeah, those people in the Donbass are totally independent separatists, and also I annexed Crimea but no more, right?
Well, I actually, I'm gonna have to double check this because again, I'm gonna acknowledge if I'm not
Oh,
100%
God.
certain of my recollection. I don't think.
Michael. Michael.
Yeah, I think if you did a drinking game where you took a shot every time you said Michael, you'd all be dead at this point.
Yeah. No, I mean, fuck me. Yeah. The Tracy, it's the Tracy drinking game. It's gonna become like fucking getting traced, as we call it.
It's just Michael Tracey assisted suicide.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, honestly, you could probably get drunk if you drink every 10 Michaels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he definitely would. Because I think there was a post on Vaush's subreddit or something where
Yeah.
he said Michael like over 150 times or something.
I think it was like what 186 times. I think towards the end of it.
Damn.
So what, like 18 shots? Yeah, that'll do good.
Yeah. Oh no, 200, 200 and something, 202, 203.
Jesus, yeah, so 20
yeah.
shots. Yeah, man, that'll get you pissed.
Yeah, that'll fuck you up.
Jeez.
I'm actually fascinated on who watches you on a regular basis. I mean, you're an interesting guy, but I
least a couple
watch somebody regularly and they just always interrupted within like 30 seconds. I would find it a bit maddening. So
I'm interrupting? Okay, yeah, you're not
Oh,
getting my goat on
no.
that one, Mr. Talks a lot.
Like you've screamed Michael, I don't know, probably like 60 times over the course of.
Trust me,
however, like,
it was
93
for your
minutes.
benefit.
Okay, well,
What an undercount.
Oh,
What an
God.
undercount.
So do you agree? So I'm not going to get a yes
Yeah,
no. Okay, so
appreciate that.
the lesson here is that Crimea wasn't enough, and neither will be the Donbass or East
Can I
Ukraine.
suggest that we wrap up and like talk about like actually today, like October, and or do you want to keep doing? Crimea
You want to
2014?
talk about things in the real world? I didn't know if that was like a taboo subject.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't talked about any imaginary subjects like what would have happened if X, Y, Z
Yeah,
occurred in some
Oh,
thing
goodness
decades ago. I don't bring up
gracious.
the
counterfactuals.
nuclear
Like you have,
war
I haven't
and-
done.
You don't bring up
naval
counterfact. Well, wait, hold on.
No.
I agree. You failed to bring up any counterfactuals to my points. Thank you. I'm glad that we can see eye to eye on that. What do you want to talk about? The
I
bridge?
contested your points, but I used factual arguments rather than counterfactual ones. You seem inclined to use counterfactual arguments, which are basically just like speculative fiction. I'm not a huge fan of speculative fiction in this arena. I prefer to look at the
Yeah,
factual
Counterfactuals are speculative fiction?
factual record to go on. So let's talk about the factual record.
Okay, sure. I'll try not to engage in any counterfactuals in our conversation.
Don't mock me.
Just going to probably continue to develop its incoherence, but nothing new.
I don't actually know if it's possible to have a conversation
Okay,
about counterfactuals. You have to be very careful how you
so,
structure
so
yourself.
I actually wanted to ask you this before, but I'm not going to accuse you of interrupting me. It's your stream. You can do what you want. So you didn't interrupt me, but we kind of got off the subject of what I wanted to raise. The Crimea bridge attack, right? That was recent. That was last Saturday.
Based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you would say it was dope that there was, according to the New York Times reporting on,
Yes, it was
basically,
dope.
basically what Al Nafo Vibid.
Yeah, it was.
guess-
It was. I think it's pretty much understood to be a truck-borne IED that did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
V-
is- I don't know,
VBED,
it's kinda
vehicle
surprising
borne
to me,
ID.
to be honest.
Yeah, I think before we get into discussing like I guess he's about to bring up the New York Times article. I don't know if it was New York Times or Washington Post or whatever that said that a senior SBU official leaked to them that it was Ukraine behind the bombing, like Ukraine Special Services. So whoever came out with that article, I'll just say that I think that's a straight up lie.
Well,
Ukraine's services have been quieter than the wind.
Yeah.
There's no shot
Yeah,
that I believe
I doubt they're
someone
ever gonna
was
admit it.
babble about it within less than
They-
24 hours
they-
after the attack.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't admit it. To be fair, but I don't know if there's I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians were behind it, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the Ukrainians were definitely behind
Yeah,
it.
I think
I
that's
mean, they
fair, but-
fucking celebrated it too, so they weren't that surprised. They were talking about striking the Crimean Bridge for a while.
Yeah, like they were making memes about it like before it happened and stuff. Like they definitely did it, and like it would be really fucking hard for a civilian to pull that off. really hard. Like,
Yeah.
especially even to just gather all the explosives needed. Like, that would be really hard. Because that wasn't like fertilizer. That was something else. That, like, ammonium nitrate wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, okay, let's continue. Let's get to the really stupid point about the bridge and get this over with.
A flat admission by Ukraine, intelligence officials. The Ukraine government orchestrated the attack. It appears this is not 100% confirmed, but there's strong indication that it very well could have, likely was a truck attack, and even that explosives were placed onto a truck. Again, I'm not asserting this is 100% actually true. I'm not sure, but one of the likeliest scenarios now is that there was a truck brought across, went across the bridge. A huge amount of explosives had been surreptitiously placed into the truck by Ukrainian intelligence services, and the driver himself looks very likely to not even have been privy to this, meaning he was incinerated, in an incident, not knowing that he was transporting this enormous amount of explosives across the
Sorry,
bridge.
wait. The leading theory is that this was just. Wait. I'm sorry.
I mean, we don't know, but the driver.
To be honest, the driver probably didn't know.
Yeah.
I doubt the Ukrainians' fucking intel agency would willingly sacrifice one of their guys in a suicide bomb.
Yeah. I mean,
Also,
it doesn't really matter either.
Also, there's a much higher risk of them getting noticed if they send a fucking Ukrainian agent through a Russian border crossing.
Yeah. I mean, fuck me, right? Like, when you attack infrastructure, you're gonna kill people that are not privy to it, so it doesn't make much difference.
They did do it in the middle of the night when barely anyone was using the bridge as well.
Yeah.
They did it at 5 a.m. So I think they did as best as they could.
It was actually getting the train too was actually pretty lucky then.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they expected to get the train. I think that was just pure coincidence, to be honest.
Yeah, fuck.
I'm wondering how they were tracking the. This is what I always wonder. How were they tracking the truck? Because they obviously set it off
could have had GPS tracking on it, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. They probably put a tracker on the truck when it was in the middle of the bridge. Yeah, they probably didn't even know the train was there then if they just used GPS.
No, that's probably the case, unless they had some drones over there, but I doubt.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Maybe spy planes.
Actually, they probably could have had SF guys or agents in Crimea with a little fucking commercial drone just above it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Right. 4 civilians were killed in which was pretty a quintessential terror bombing, very reminiscent of what tends to be seen with groups like Al Qaeda or ISIS. I'm just wondering what you think of.
No,
so
it's not even remotely comparable. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not.
Wait, was he the one that did the 9/11 comparison, or was that some other person?
Oh, no, I don't think that was him. I think that was someone else. But trying to say that ISIS suicide vehicle-borne IEDs are even comparable to this is fucking ridiculous. ISIS would send them into packed city centers.
Yeah.
Or fucking drive them through the entrance of hospitals and shit. What the fuck are you talking
I mean,
about?
they wouldn't even go for critical infrastructure targets.
No, they would go for tactical objectives. For example, a lot of the things they do is because obviously a lot of Syria is just a barren desert with no cover, similar to the Hassan front. So a lot of the times, different sides would build these big berms, which if the chat doesn't know, it's basically the opposite of a trench. Instead of digging down, you get a lot of earth and put it up like a big wall. And to break through that, they just ram a suicide truck into it and blow a hole through it and then rush guys through. But that's still not even remotely comparable to what happened here. If the Ukrainians were fucking packing Humvees full of explosives and sending them into Russian trenches. Yeah, or just packing MRAPs and filling them with explosives and send them into a Russian trench line. Yeah, that's comparable. But
man, no, it's fucking ridiculous. The attack that is terrorist tactics or whatever. It's bullshit. It doesn't. I mean, the thing is
the Russian mill blogger meme. It's the American ISIS tactics.
Yeah, it wasn't even a fucking it wasn't even because a lot of people will say it's a civilian target. No, it isn't. The moment a target starts being used for military purposes, meaning you're using it to, for example, it's a bridge which you use to transport military equipment, which we know was true for the Crimean Bridge. it doesn't matter if civilians use it. After that point, it is a military target.
Exactly.
If you're at war. It's
Exactly.
that simple.
So a couple of things.
Like
First of all,
just because like even housing blocks, just because like it's a civilian housing block,
Yeah.
if an enemy is in there, that's a military target.
Yeah.
Doesn't
No,
matter.
yeah, a lot of people actually like made the mistake of saying, "Oh, like every shell hitting a house was like, oh my God, it's they're hitting civilian targets." Like, no, they're trying to hit the military who's hiding in those buildings. Like, pretty fucking like normal shit for a military engagement. Like,
True.
I mean, I wouldn't
But
even.
also,
Yeah.
like, also, it's not like Russia tried to not. It's not like Russia tried to not hit civilians when they were doing that either.
Fuck no.
They
I
did-
mean,
they did just turn Mariupol into fucking ash.
yeah, the Russians didn't care very much about civilians. They occasionally did like specific terror bombings, but their main goal has been like throughout this war has been to like try to destroy the Ukrainian military. It's the killing of civilians they don't give a shit about. It is like it happens a lot. Most of the time it's incidental. A lot of the time they do terror bombings. That's why like I didn't call for example like the attack on Kiev. I didn't think it was like the recent one. I didn't think it was like a flailing, oh, let's attack as much civilian infrastructure as possible. Let's kill as many people as possible. Because if you send 100 missiles and you kill like 20 people, you've used your missiles inefficiently. Like they could have hit
Yeah.
hospitals, they could have hit like schools, they could have hit fucking libraries, shopping malls. Like they could have killed so many more people. Their main
Yeah,
targets were like infrastructure stuff, like power stations.
Yeah, it does seem like some of them missed their targets. So like
Yeah.
like random just like random things were being hit, like a pedestrian walk bridge and like like that playground or whatever. Like, and a few of them got shot down. I think like quite
Yeah.
a few of them actually got shot down. I think, didn't they?
Yeah, so like, yeah. That's
Yeah.
the I think the like main difference you could
But
say.
yeah, like a good comparison would be like when they hit that fucking that mall.
Yeah,
in,
the
Kiev.
Kremenchuk. No, that was the railway. The attack on the
Yeah,
that
or
hit
the
refugees.
Kramatorsk railway, or
Yeah,
the Kramatorsk
Kramatorsk.
train station.
Yeah. No, the mall was pretty horrific. But even with the mall, I'm pretty sure they were targeting the fucking factory behind it, but they missed and they hit the mall.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
like when they were intentionally targeting humanitarian convoys and shit coming out.
Yeah.
Of, well, Mariupol and
They
other
did
cities.
that shit a lot. Yeah, they did that.
Yeah.
They targeted convoys out of Mariupol a lot. A lot of green corridors they hit with artillery.
Yeah, or like this video of like just like shot up ambulances and shit and like
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean civilian cars coming back with a bunch of bullet holes on them.
Yeah. Didn't they they did that a lot in like Kiev and shit, didn't they? When people were trying to leave.
Yeah.
It wasn't there a video of like a Russian BMP or BTR just fucking
Oh
shooting
yeah,
at like
I
loads of
remember. I remember. There's that video of like a BMP 2 like fucking opening fire on like an elderly couple in a car.
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
a lot of fucked up stuff coming out
Yeah.
from the invasion,
Fuck.
from
man.
the early days.
Okay.
Well, I have not seen any indication that the guy driving the truck was just unaware of the like 3
send you
tons of
indication.
explosives. Please do.
Okay, I'll do it right now if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, where
So,
should I send
so
it?
first of all, as a proud warrior,
Again, it doesn't matter that much whether or not that was the case. When you're doing attacks, you usually know that people are gonna die. So,
Also, like, what is the difference between them doing it with a truck bomb and then just doing an airstrike? Like, literally, what is the difference?
yeah, I mean they would have killed people anyway. Like
Yeah, like, there's no. It doesn't matter on the method. Like,
the method doesn't matter. The only question is it a legitimate military target? And the answer is yes, it is. So it's that simple. Because if you're a civilian using that fucking bridge, you should actually be like your government should inform you that this bridge is a target and it could be hit. But instead,
exactly.
what the government did is assure them that they cannot be hit, and it's
Yeah.
safe to cross, right? Like there wasn't an advisory on crossing the fucking Crimean bridge from the Russian government, was there? Don't think so.
No, definitely not. No, definitely not. Because that would have that would have like spooked the population. They would have never done that.
Yeah, exactly. It's that simple.
Of Allah. I am fully in favor of suicide bombings to destroy critical infrastructure. The bridge is a legitimate military target. It's
Based.
unfortunate.
The pro-suicide bombing stance is another thing that you and I just have to agree to disagree on.
Yeah, that's called being anti-imperialist, buddy. What do you think? Wait, who do you think ISIS is fighting against?
Anti-imperial. Okay, I'll have to think that one over.
Yeah, think it over. Anyway,
Yeah.
So that's one, and two, bridges.
I mean, that's
Bridges
that's a bold one.
Bridges are legitimate military targets. Carried a lot of military equipment across. This is internationally recognized. There's no doubt about it. It's unfortunate that civilians died. Unfortunately, civilians die in war. Maybe Russia shouldn't have started the war. That'd be good.
What's internationally recognized exactly?
Oh, come on, Michael. The idea that bridges are targets, military targets.
Yeah,
Like
I think
everyone
it's like-
recognizes this. Since
Yeah,
fucking
everyone agrees on this.
since bridges have been around, bridges
Yeah,
have been
since bridges
considered
were
military
invented.
targets. Yes.
And
Everyone
moreover,
agrees.
That bridge wasn't even built legally. It's not
Yeah!
like Ukraine gave them
Yeah, exactly.
permission to build it.
Fuck me, if you think Crimea is legally a part of Ukraine, Michael, since you don't, agree with the Russian invasion, you must also believe that the bridge is illegal. Like the existence of the bridge is illegal.
The legitimacy of bridges is critical military infrastructure. Nobody treats
Okay.
the bombing of
Right.
bridges as civilian infrastructure, like a hospital or something.
Okay, well, what's definitely true is that the justification for this particular bombing was heavily emphasized in terms of its symbolic import. Yeah, there are also references to the alleged military.
Oh yeah, I remember because I've seen this part of the conversation, and he talked about the fucking that it proves it was like a psychological terror operation because of the morale boosting effect of destroying the bridge.
Yeah, it's
And
so stupid. It's like,
so
so
weird.
when you take back a town, is that not a military objective? It's all
Yeah.
symbolic now.
Because it's
Because people
symbolic
celebrate it.
victory. Yeah, and it wasn't even like you could say it's a symbolic victory if it achieved nothing. But first of all, the goal was clearly to take out the bridge completely, and second of all, even the disruption they're causing now is a significant disruption. Therefore, it's
Exactly.
not just a symbolic victory; it's a tangible military success. Like, what do you want?
Impact it had. There was a huge amount of emphasis on symbolic import for top Ukrainian government officials like right away tweeted "Happy Birthday, Putin," or the Ukraine Defense Ministry was touting the symbolic importance of the attack, and yeah, they kind of shoved it in some
Critical military
some
infrastructure and also
justifications for it. But it's on the factual record that hours after the attack, the rail lines resumed, and so if
No, they
That's
didn't.
crap, by the way.
That's a lie. They didn't resume like hours afterwards. What they did is they passed the train as a test. Now they're still repairing the fucking railway line. they're after what's it been, a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that the bridge would be repaired in 2023?
Completely, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that span. I mean they're fixing it now. They're trying, but I think replacing the span will take time. It won't be
Yeah,
that
Russia.
easy.
I'm pretty sure I saw that Russia announced that the bridge will be back in operation in 2023.
Oh my god.
if the point of it
hopefully
supposedly
they
was
get it again.
to disrupt military logistics and
Yeah,
eradicate
good point. They could get it again.
failed, and
Oh, wait,
you
you're
know,
mixing a bunch of points. For one, like I know you're doing like the whole Kremlin screed here, but first of all,
I haven't actually analyzed what the Kremlin said about this topic, so
okay.
I know I've looked at
So
reading
Michael,
the New York Times. I
Michael,
don't really
okay,
view to be a
they
Kremlin
didn't,
kind of
they
propaganda
didn't
organ.
take down the full bridge. That's fine. They can do it again. There are more explosives
Okay.
in the world.
Yeah,
And second of
literally.
all,
Yeah.
yes, it is a critical
So
military
it's a
infrastructure.
on the civilian
On
motorist
the critical
portion of the
military
bridge.
infrastructure, yes.
The civilian motorist part of the bridge? Which part of the bridge is a civilian motorist part and which is the military part exactly? Both
Yeah,
of them are used
yeah.
at the same time. Like,
It's like-
Michael,
it's like-
Russia
that's like saying
never
the-
designated a part of the bridge as the military part of the bridge, which
Exactly, but-
only the military uses. They would never make it that easy. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Civilian motorist portion of the bridge incinerating for
So that
civilians.
is bridges.
Also, you could say that's negligence on the part of Russia. Using a civilian bridge, like to carry military equipment, makes that bridge a target.
Yeah,
It's-
exactly. That's
The
their
death
fault.
of those civilians is negligence on the part of Russia, turning that.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
well, especially when you take into account that the Ukrainians tried to reduce civilian casualties when they did the strike.
Yeah. I mean, consider this. Like, why didn't Russia close that bridge to civilian traffic ages ago? Huh?
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
I'm not sure. Well,
yeah.
I
Well,
guess
they
they're trying
because
to keep up the appearance of everything being fine. and
exactly.
whatnot.
Fucking exactly. That's why. And it's their fault these civilians had to die. It's their fucking fault. Because they made that bridge a target. the moment they use that, they put fucking tanks on those trains. That's when that bridge turned into a target.
So if it maybe halts rail transit for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, and then after that rail transit...
Wait, you realize that bridge comes...
Wait, can be transported
Michael,
on the rail.
so
Yeah.
a bridge can be... I'm just helping educate you. A bridge can be critical military infrastructure, and civilians can also use it. Michael, a bridge can be critical military infrastructure, and also civilians can use it. Much in the same way that, okay, you're going to hate this comparison, but it's direct. It's not a moral one either. Yes, I will compare it to...
Oh God, it kind of, I mean, it's, look at him, he's jubilant. He doesn't want a comparison with World War II. You compare everything to World War II.
No,
I mean, I wish he knew a little bit more about some other
good
wars.
as well. That's the thing. Like his comparison's actually decent.
Yeah, it's strategic bombing. He's gonna compare it to strategic bombing, which fucking makes sense as a comparison. I mean, he could have fucking said anything, like fucking any war.
Another war.
That's incredible.
I know.
I never thought you'd make a World War II analogy.
Well, I know you don't like it because you hate having to defend Putin and Hitler in the same breath. But, so when we bombed the rail, Michael,
need to be critically examined because they're always using.
Or when Russia hits the fucking thermal power plants, right? They could argue it's a military target, and I didn't see Michael cry any fucking tears for the power plants. That it's a terrorist attack against civilians. What a disingenuous bitch.
Michael,
go ahead. Yeah.
So when we bombed the rail stations in Germany. Wait, Michael, I know, dude, I know you're salty, but you can't literally just like whenever you're mad that I'm saying something. Okay, you have to calm down a little bit.
No, I'm giddy actually.
Yeah, you're in like the third cope stage here, which is where you're pretending to not care even higher.
Cope stage. Can you send me like a diagram so I can understand the various
Michael,
stages of cope because I'm not familiar?
You can't pull the snark off. Please stop. It just makes you look sad and retarded.
Well,
please.
And then I could be snarkier.
So to draw an example, okay, not a counterfactual, which I know you don't care for. When we bombed the rail stations over Germany, that was military infrastructure. The military ran trains for them that would bring supplies and weapons to Germans all over the country, but also they were sometimes used by civilians. This was, unfortunately, as a product of war, a necessary kind of bombing to do.
It's unfortunate. It's not dope exactly.
No, I think it was dope that they bombed the rail stations. Wait, yes, Michael, I do think it was dope that we beat the Nazis. Well, maybe if they didn't want to lose civilians, they shouldn't have started the war like Russia did.
They shouldn't start a war. They shouldn't be using the bridges. They shouldn't have the bridges be open to civilian traffic.
It's like the what's the quote from the like?
Civilians can go the long way around if they want. They can use the ferries.
What's the quote from like the a guy in the RAF after World War II? The Germans thought for some reason that they could bomb everyone else and they wouldn't be bombed back.
Yeah, stupid. It's fucking.
Yeah. So maybe the civilian.
When you invent a civilian, you invent a civilian casualty-free way of conducting. Michael.
I don't know if you've read like the
oh my God.
Around
Michael, when you invent a civilian casualty-free way of conducting a war, let us know and let the Kremlin know too, because they need it more than Ukraine does. Okay?
Well, yeah, maybe I'll become a military strategist and like furnish a totalistic conception of war that is free of military casualties. You know, on second thought, I'm not like a war planner, so that's not my deal. My deal is just.
No, his deal is just fucking running his mouth, saying stupid shit.
Recognizing when a truck terror bombing has taken place and when 4 civilians have been incinerated, you know, I look at that.
Yeah, it sucks when civilians die during the war.
Rationale, you know, it's uncanny how in accordance the rationale put forth for it is with the rationale put forth for very similar attacks taken by like Al Qaeda.
We're literally.
Then,
you mean like war?
Oh my God!
He's just repeating tweets that he's like typed out right now.
No.
So Michael, in war, sometimes you have to do things. I'm just going to mute you. All right, I muted him. So to explain to anyone who's a fan of his, I guess, in war, sometimes civilians die. It really sucks, but unfortunately, the only way to avoid this is to not do a war. Since Russia's the one that started the war, I'm holding them to that.
Oh yeah, it's funny, like, because he's talking, but he hasn't even
Yeah,
realized.
he's going.
The man just doesn't stop.
You can tell he loves his own voice so much because he hasn't even noticed that Vaush just isn't listening.
Look at him. It's like literally the. Oh my God! Like
right,
He's like
this.
the meme.
The meme, exactly.
The
chat sewing meme. Yeah, like fucking like strongest Russia apologist versus weakest Ukraine defender.
I'm muted. Anyway, yeah, sometimes.
Did you mute me there? Huh? Did you mute me?
No, I just unmuted you.
Was I muted when I was speaking before?
don't know. I couldn't tell a difference. What did you say?
Yeah.
To be fair, we've reached the point of the convo where you're literally going like whenever I'm talking. So there's not actually a point in this conversation outside of this sort of mutual infatuation with our prolonged suffering.
Yep, got it.
The main thing, but like, I want to get to the real questions past all this. How much do you get paid?
Let's wrap up. How much do I get paid by who?
Well, I assume it has to be by the Kremlin or possibly by a fellow American because you were doing this defense run.
This is incredible. Did you think
Because, like,
Look at the moral outrage. Ooh. The righteous outrage at people insinuating he's being paid, because he's either being like the implication here is he's either being paid or he's the biggest dumb fuck, like in human history. Like there's no other, like there's no two ways about it. It's probably RT. Yeah, fucking who knows. All right, let's finish this, guys. We got it.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're almost there.
Like, how much
Final
shit?
push.
Final push.
Did you come up with that all on your own? Because if
What
so,
the
yeah,
fuck
you
are you
deserve like a win. That is
Yeah,
really
I had to wake
impressive.
up pretty early in the morning to come up with that one.
It's impressive because it's about what I would expect given like the mental capacity.
It can't be that much.
Over the course of this.
The Kremlin doesn't
stream.
have that much
You know,
money these days.
Let me sincerely and in good faith respond.
can't
to
be
your
as much
question.
money as I get from the
No,
feds.
No, and I'm not getting any rubles from Vlad. I'm not.
Somebody's
paid by the
paying you to be
Russian
retarded,
government.
Michael. I know you don't believe any of the shit you're saying here.
This might be crazy. This might be crazy to you, but no, I don't happen to be paid by the Russian
Somebody's
government.
paying you, Michael.
Which is the case.
Nobody's
You gotta
this
be a
retarded
little
without a
more
financial
kind
incentive.
of like validate your.
You gotta pay for this kind of brain
incoherence.
damage.
But not true. I don't know. If you want to come to Jersey City, New Jersey, and I'll let you examine my tax records.
You
feel
offering?
free.
Come to New Jersey, check my tax records. Check my internet history as well. I haven't. Ah!
Fight me, sir.
Sorry?
Or to me, sir.
No, I'm offering to let you examine my tax records so you can verify that I don't
You
receive.
gotta pay me a
anything
lot
from
to
my-
make me go to Jersey City, but I'll consider it.
Yeah, no, I'm not those popular holiday destination, I grant. But you know, if you're not curious about who my pay sponsors are, then maybe you'd like to come.
I just don't think people can get like you without some kind of financial incentive.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that you think of you like this, you know, anti-terror, you know, skeptical terror bombing, skeptical of U.S. government policy, skeptical of, you know, sleepwalking into nuclear.
But this is what I mean. You don't believe any of the stuff you're saying right now. These aren't authentic
positions.
positions.
Corruptly paid to express them.
Everything that you've said is a reiteration of key talking points that get regurgitated like mimetically from person to person,
Right.
and none of them believe the stuff they actually say.
Every day
You guys didn't hear, but when I muted him, he went from talking about how the Crimean Bridge was a terror bombing to talking about American involvement in like 2014 or
down the
some shit.
street. But again, you're
it's
like
just a bunch of talking
Twitch detective. You cracked the case. You figured out that, you know, anyone who's wary of U.S. policy measures that maybe could
Michael,
increase the
I'm
likelihood.
wary about
Yeah,
more.
you
Michael,
have to be
take your
paid
shirt
by
off.
Putin. Check in the mail.
Michael, take your shirt off. Michael,
Take my shirt off.
take your shirt off like Putin. Take your
You know
shirt
what?
off.
If there's children watching, I'm not going to take my shirt
Wait,
off.
what's wrong with your bare chest that would necessitate that?
It's very hairy, so it could be frightening to some.
Oh, that's fine. I'm hairy. I wear like low V-necks sometimes or tank tops. I've got a chest hair that goes all the way up to my beard.
Well, I mean, you should already say viewer discretion advised due to just the small patch that's visible.
He's wearing a
here.
wire.
Yeah. Anyway, and I know we mix it up and we can be quick over here, but I actually do enjoy the back and forth with you. Maybe you don't believe me, maybe the viewers don't. But you know, I'm a sort of naturally person naturally disposed toward debates. I don't take any of it personally, and actually, it's helpful to sometimes, you know, illuminate certain points of contention. So
I
I
get it.
appreciate you having me on.
I wish I could say it's mutual, but I genuinely hate you. I think you're evil, and I don't think that you believe in it.
Yes, I mean,
Sigma.
yeah, fucking expecting kindness when you've been like an absolute cunt the entire debate, not answering a single fucking question. Yeah, no way, no fucking way.
I think that strategic ineptitude is your
I
like the
don't
name
have
of your
any reason
game.
I don't hate you, and I have no reason to doubt the sincerity of it.
Of course not. The stuff I say, I believe in it, and I say good things too. No, you shouldn't have any reason to hate me. One day that you see a light of a lie, you'll come over to
Okay,
this.
well, that's where maybe we can wrap it up on that. You hate me and think I don't believe anything I'm saying, where I don't believe that about you. That's a point of differentiation between us.
Yeah, well, that's fine. That would be like a piece of shit and a human looking at each other. They, I imagine, would have respectively different opinions on the smell of the other.
Okay. Well,
It's not hypocrisy.
eager-
It's not like
I'm
a
eager
mark
for people to-
against the.
I'm eager
human.
for people to judge who looks like the piece of shit in this situation, you know, relatively speaking, because, you know, I didn't
Oh, we'll gladly pick. I think.
say any terror bombings were dope, for instance, but that's one of your strongly
It's
held
called being an
positions. So maybe
anti-imperialist,
look at that
Michael.
and see- yeah, anti-imperialist terror bombing. I agree. That's a
Wait,
that's a
out of
real thing.
curiosity, what does terror bombing mean?
What does terror bombing mean?
Yeah, what is?
You ask him a
yeah,
question,
watching
he's never gonna
Tumblr to
answer
try
now.
and come up with. No, he rambles and tries to come up with like an incoherent fucking definition.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, when a bombing is undertaken, you know, when a terror bombing is when a bombing is undertaken for for the sole or primary purpose of inflicting some sort of sending some sort of symbolic message, or, you know, undercutting morale, or
Okay, so a bombing which has the primary purpose of sending a symbolic message. This bombing had the primary purpose of destroying the Crimean Bridge, so Already
his
your own
definition.
definition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a terror bombing. And not only that, supposedly the terror bombing's idea is a bombing meant to inflict terror, and it's usually on civilians.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
'cause-
what I understand terror bombing to be: is striking a target that doesn't have military value only for the purpose to inflict terror. So you would have to prove that the Crimean Bridge doesn't have military value to say it's a terror bombing, and you can't fucking do that because it does have military value.
Achieving some purpose other than like a military purpose, right? Because
Like, God, fucking damn it!
the Ukraine government officials were blatant. They said that one
Terror
of the
bombings are when you raise morale?
terror bomb on the bridge was to send a message to Putin, to wish him a happy birthday, and so forth.
I didn't realize that terror bombings were when you raise morale. That makes terror bombing sound kind of dope.
When ISIS, for example, commits a bombing for the primary or sole purpose of like terrorizing a population or sending some sort of political or ideological or religious message, that tends to be what people describe as terror bombings. And unfortunately, for people who think that the clearest moral imperative ever to exist in all of human
He said something so colossally stupid, and he just fucking.
history
Why
is
do you
that
keep
U.S.
saying
policy
that?
in Ukraine is good.
Why do you keep
US
saying
policy
that?
subsidizes terror
Are you
bombing.
schizophrenic? When did I say this?
Maybe you didn't put it in exactly those terms, but for people who think along those lines, they, U.S. these billions
But
of
this is
dollars.
what I mean when I say you don't believe the shit that you're saying. Like, you have your pre-programmed lines. It has nothing to do with what I say.
The conduct of terror bombing. So that seems like something that should be given some thought.
So terror bombings are when you do a bombing that has the purpose of raising morale? I didn't realize that so many people were
undermining
terror
morale
bombing.
or countering morale of like the people you're bombing or of like the enemy state you're bombing.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
yeah.
that like bombing military targets, if it raised morale, it became terror bombing.
No, to be fair, like his line, like Vaush's line, should be that this, like with his definition, this only makes sense as a terror bombing if it isn't a military target, and it is a military target.
Familiar with like Al Qaeda and ISIS and
No, I don't know what these are.
like the
Hey, Comrade, are you familiar with Al Qaeda and ISIS?
I'd say I've got a little bit of experience with ISIS, you know. Just a bit.
Are you familiar with their tactics, sir?
Yeah, it's like, a bit. You could say that. You could say that slightly,
My fucking god, man.
Republic Army, like classic kind of terror groups. These are the grounds on which they tend to commit their bombings because when the IRA conducted bombings, they generally were not, or much of the time, it wasn't aimed at, destroying the British military, which they weren't able to do, but it was to send a
the
symbolic
IRA
message of sorts.
simping in Vaush's chat was so cringe. Holy shit.
What?
The IRA simping in Vaush's chat was so cringe.
I mean, you should have expected that. It's a leftist
But
fucking chat.
it's always Americans though. Like it's always these Yankoids that talk about based IRA. It's like bro, the IRA bombed children's hospitals and funerals and weddings.
Yeah,
What the fuck
the
are you
IRA IRA didn't go soft. Who can say that
Yeah, like,
much?
They almost like the vast majority of the people they killed were civilians, and I don't know, man. It's always like Americans. You never hear like Irish people like fucking simping of the IRA.
That's exactly what Ukraine government officials themselves say is what a huge facet of their justification for this particular terror bombing. Therefore,
crazy.
the terror bombing definition. So, if you want to read up on that whole subject,
Was Normandy a terror bombing?
Sorry,
Was Normandy a terror bombing?
is Normandy a terror bombing? No, Normandy wasn't terror bombing.
Wait,
Normandy
that was
just
wait the Allied, the combined.
So his like Vaush's line is like, oh well, it raised it raised morale and it lowered the morale of the German civilians. So how can it not be a terror bombing, right? Raised the morale of the Allies, lowered the morale of the
D-Day
German
was a terror
civilians.
bombing.
Yeah. D-Day was a terror bombing.
Allied landed in Normandy and Iwo Jima were
invasion and
huge.
opening of a new military.
Here, what Tracy should say is like, oh no, it's a military target, but then he has to argue that the Crimean Bridge isn't a military target, which is a completely untenable position.
It was about raising the morale of the French resistance.
Okay, yeah.
All those innocent Nazis dead.
Yeah, so you're right. Based on my logic, it must be the case that Normandy would have to be a terror bombing, just like Al Qaeda.
Based on your logic, you're always speaking German right
Yeah.
now.
You've ascended to new logical heights.
Well, I do.
Oh my god, his logic is so terrible, and yet he feels like compelled to also be snarky about it. Like his logic has a fucking massive hole in the idea that the fucking Crimean Bridge is a military target. And fuck me, I wish like he had I wish Vaush had called this one out better.
I do genuinely think that you're pro-Hitler. I just think that you would never own up to it. I don't know if that's because it's part of being pro-far-right today or because you're anti-Semitic or whatever, but like,
Yeah, you nailed it.
I'm not committing to whether U.S. involvement in World War II was good or not.
Just pro-evil. Just love evil. Just,
Yeah, no, I do think you're
hate
pro-evil.
evil.
I do think that. I think you're like morally in favor of things
the
being
absolute
bad.
most evil stuff that ever existed.
He's admitted
That's what motivates me to do what I do. Again, you're
He's admitted it. This is the breakdown at the end.
You're the smartest guy on Twitch. For sure.
I'm not on Twitch, dumbass.
Oh, whatever the hell you're on. What are you on? I don't even know. Discord. Is it just Discord? I thought you were on Twitch, but
We're
whatever.
on YouTube.
Oh, is it? Okay, good. Well, by far the smartest guy on YouTube.
Well, I would have to be here because
who,
people can
also
lose
said,
their
you know,
their Twitch channels for bringing on Nazi apologists, but on YouTube they're okay with like people like you being.
Okay, we shouldn't bring on any Nazi apologists. That would be jeopardizing of you, I guess.
I agree. Let's get rid of him.
Okay, guys, would you hit us with some final thoughts? I'll just like save this shit, go to sleep, and try to recover. My brain is on fire right now.
My final thought is that I'm gonna drink myself into blacking out after this. But yeah, my final thoughts is that like basically, Tracy knows he's lying. He knows he's being dishonest. That's his whole point. That's his whole grift, is to be dishonest and frame it as just being, I'm just a skeptic, bro. I'm just asking questions. When really it's just veiling his obviously pro-Russia stance. And he's just a massive fucking weasel who can't answer any question whatsoever, because if he did, he would have to reveal his true position, which is, I just want Russia to genocide Ukrainians. So.
I think he's a grifter. Like, I don't... Like, I just don't know how you can, like... I don't know how you can end up in a position where you are, like, saying that America did the Holocaust, basically.
It's ridiculous. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, as a final thought, if he was sincere in what he believed, he would have answered questions. He knows he's full of shit, and that's why he doesn't answer a single question, because he knows that if you run down the logic of like the position is completely indefensible. Therefore, he doesn't even attempt this. He just obfuscates. He concern trolls. That's what he does. So he, instead of tackling the question directly, he's just concern trolling the entire time, and also asking like tangential questions and like fragmenting and derailing the conversation constantly. Because if he actually ran down any topic, he could have been smashed. There's like literally no way he could possibly like support this, like his actual stance, and look good. So he just avoids it.
Yeah, basically.
Michael Tracey's a bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the final point. Michael Tracey's a bitch. Nobody should fucking listen to him.
All my homies hate Michael Tracey.
All my homies do hate Michael Tracey, though. Okay, lads. It was good talking to you, and of course we'll talk again. We know that already. And I'll see you later. You can go on Twitter and shitpost a bit. Okay.
Have a good night, folks.
All right. See you later, guys.
Hey.
No.
All right, chat. Yeah, it was a great stream. Do we have anything else to say? Let me make my face bigger. Whoa, shit. Not that way. There I am. Yeah, the shadows aren't working for me in this fucking room. I need to have a light, like, right in front of me. Otherwise, this webcam won't do much. Yeah. Also, yeah, go check out Alucard X and Komrade. Like they both of them are great. Talk about him saying America joined World War II before Pearl Harbor. You should have watched the whole stream, man. Like obviously America didn't. The Lend-Lease doesn't count as a direct, like directly joining of the war. Come to Twitch, hoping to see Dylan was on. This was a fun stream to catch. Thank you. I wonder who's on. I don't know. Can I actually? How do I send the audience to somebody else? Do you guys actually know? Who the fuck? How do I do that? How do I send the audience to somebody else? How do I do that? Do you guys know? Fuck. I've got no clue. Is it? Oh shit, man. It's in the settings, isn't it? Have to shift through. Wait, let's Google it. How do you host people on Twitch? Enable host mode on the go, tap a video player. Oh god. How to host someone? Not host, wait. Is it hosting? It is hosting. How would I know? The only one on Twitch. Enable auto hosting. Twitch raid will direct your viewers. Okay, Twitch raid. How do I do a Twitch raid? Advances of raiding. As a Twitch raid. Why? Who? No, I want to say how. Type in raid channel name in your chat box. Huh. So in my chat text box, just go to the command /raid followed by the channel name. Who should we raid then? So, is it like, so /raid. Okay, that's how it works. /raid, and then let's find the channel. Who should we be raiding? Okay. Okay. Let's check on Twitch. Who should I be raiding? Oh, there's Shark Zero. Shark Zero's online. Who else is? I am very important is online. I think I'll send you to Shark. Shark Zero is a good guy. Maybe I'll talk to him one time. Alright. Let me copy that. Oh boy. Yeah, alright. So, alright chat. Bye bye. Alright, good night.